The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Resourceful play and stalwart defense have made victories elusive at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. MVL is imagining what could have been, drawing his third dominantly winning position after another critical error cost him a golden opportunity. Leader Fabiano Caruana would love to pull away and punch his finals ticket, but his competitors aren't making it easy, settling for a draw with wildcard Sam Sevian to maintain his narrow advantage. Tensions continue to mount as chances dwindle. Day 7 of fantastic chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans, and welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame, to the brand new exhibition about different variants of chess. Do you like to play backhouse? Do you like to play duck chess, maybe? But today it's not about the variants of chess. We are going to the classical chess because we have the 7th round of the Sinquefield Cup. So let's go to the studio and follow the action.
There are only 3 days left in this year's Sinquefield Cup. A handful of players are still within striking distance of the lead. Fighting chess in round 7 starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan and Svidler.
Hello. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. Converting advantages has gotten harder and harder. It's really just simply stellar play, as no one seems to be able to get a victory. Who will be the first to break the trend? Well, we're here to find out. Nasi, do the honors. Standings after 6 rounds of play.
Let's have a look, Yasser. We have a solo leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 4 points. Then 2 players are half point behind him. That's Levon, Aronian and Praggnanandhaa. There is a 5-way tie for 4th place.
They are so close and bunched up. A single victory could catapult somebody higher. All right, tell us about the format for the Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control, no draw offers allowed, and it's a traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win.
The schedule is kind of gliding by day after day. How many games are left?
Only 3 games left. However, after 9th round, if we don't have a clear winner, we'll have Sinquefield Cup playoffs. And then next day, we might see Grandchester playoffs for the final 4.
Lovely, thank you, Nancy. And Peter, it started out with a bang.
It absolutely did. And we have a very interesting graph. We've been joking before the start of the show about this graph because, as you can see, we had 2 out of 5 decisive games in the first 2 rounds. Actually, slightly short-changed there. Could have been more. Then 2 days of 1 out of 5, and then 10 games in a row of no decisive results whatsoever. And let's see if the players can manage -1 today, is the joke.
New era.
Yeah. But on a more serious note, let's look at specifically the first name on this graph. MVL, we spoke to him many a time during the Rapid and Blitz, and he said, if I do well in the Rapid and Blitz, I am kind of in a very, very safe spot. In the Sinquefield Cup, I can play at my heart's content because my qualification for Brazil is more or less secured. And it is that man there on your screen, very slap bang in the middle of the table, who is providing us with no decisive games where some actually should have happened. By some count, you can claim that he is like the shadow leader of the tournament because he could have won 4 out of his first 6 games. He kind of started as he meant to go on in round 1. He was basically winning out of the opening against Alireza Firouzja. Then there was a normal game in game 2. Then that game he failed to win against Levon Aronian.
A full piece ahead.
A full piece ahead. Then maybe a brief chance, but a very serious chance in round 4 against Gukesh. Then a normal game against Prague in round 5. And then that absolute disaster yesterday where after playing a very, very good game with the black pieces against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and this is a kind of a recurring feature. It's not like he's trying to play for a win. He's playing very, very interesting, brilliant, dynamic chess, getting good positions, and then somehow not winning them. Yeah. And he must be pretty annoyed by this point, frankly. I would be. I know I would be.
Exactly.
And his position, Ben Underwood will be on the show tomorrow, and we'll have a more in-depth discussion of this. But he is not as safe as it might look. No. And yeah, it's time to maybe actually put one to bed, and then he will be completely fine. And on the topic of pairings where you might want to win a game, let's take a look at round 7.
Thank you, Peter. Indeed, Nazi. Let's have a look at the pairings.
Let's see what we have for today.
Ooh.
Starting with a big matchup, Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian.
Number 1 versus number 2. Can't beat that.
And 2 players who have 12 drones between them, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Sevian, facing each other. Wesley So playing against world champion Gukesh. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And another big matchup, Alireza Firouzja against Praggnanandhaa.
Alireza versus Prague. That could well determine the playoffs. The players are fighting hard for pride, glory, and lots of prize money.
You're right, Yasser. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place $65,000. Just big prizes for everybody. And those Grandchester points will determine who makes it to the Final 4.
Exactly. Finals in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as we join the players on the stage, getting ready for round 7.
MVL is ready. He's
at the board.
He's at the board. He wants to win. It's
Early
time.
bird special, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Listening to you, Peter, frustrating.
Yes.
It gets the frustration builds, right? Like you're getting these. You work so hard, you prepare so hard, you get the marvelously winning positions. Yeah. You're within a breath.
I don't think we've actually had him in the studio in either of the last 3 rounds, but we've had, because we all know and like him, frankly, very much, and we're all in contact. Like his reaction after not winning that game against Levon was, "I've done stupider things in my life," kind of shrug it off.
Right.
Then, he was here after the game against Gukesh, and he was actually kind of annoyed at not seeing C3, C2 in that position he got by completely outplaying the world champion with the black pieces, frankly. And yesterday we decided just not to ask either of them into the studio after that pawn ending. But yeah, he must by this point be very, very frustrated with his inability to convert what are just straight up winning positions.
Yeah, and
But let's not forget, even though he's not converting winning positions, he's still in the lead. This is Grandchester standings after St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and he has a big cushion, 28 points, and in second is Levon with 23.5. So, as we already know, Maxime only needs 6th place here to qualify for Brazil.
And the current standings, he is, I believe, in second, right behind Fabio.
No, he's in 3rd through 8th.
No, I mean in the current GCT standings. If the tour, if this tournament ended right now,
yeah,
I think Fabio is leading. Yeah.
But here we go. If it ended right now,
after round 6, he's second.
Yeah,
just half
by
point
half a
behind
point.
Fabio.
Yeah, and Levon is only half a point behind him. And Prague, who is currently in 4th, kicking Alireza to sort of below the bubble. Is also only 4 points behind MVL. And the situation specifically, I had a brief conversation with Ben prior to the show, and we discussed it on air yesterday as well, I think. Imagining the situation where Alireza wins a game and MVL loses a game.
Exactly.
And then everything stays kind of the same.
Static.
Because currently -1 is tied for 9th. And tied for 9th might not be enough for MVL.
Exactly.
If the exact people he doesn't want to be at the top will end up at the top. So.
Exactly. And there's one of the men that could potentially leapfrog.
And another player who's been, well, in the beginning, maybe we can call it he got a bit lucky, but yesterday he was trying to convert against Gukesh.
Yep.
Didn't manage, but honestly, credit goes to Gukesh for an amazing defense.
Truly stellar defense.
Alireza, I think, made one mistake after the game swung in his favor. He made one inaccuracy, and after that just couldn't win a game. I think Gukesh just created a long series of perfect defensive choices.
That was a ridiculous, but absolutely well stated there. I mean, close to 20 moves. If you want to look at the accuracy of the game between Alireza and Gukesh yesterday, just look at Gukesh's last 20 moves, because he's in an inferior position, and he avoids all the traps that
starting from
Alireza.
maybe about move 25 until move 40.
Yeah.
After move 40, his choices became easier because most of the moves he had available would have saved the game in one way or another. But yeah, his play towards the end of the first time control was just stellar in a very unpleasant position.
Let's go to the game between Fabi and Levon as it's number 1 versus number 2. Levon has been defending the French defense of late, and when you're when you're not a moving target, when you're saying, look, I'm going to die on this hill being the French defense, it means that Fabi can really prepare very much like Alireza. And Peter, if you knew your opponent was absolutely committed to playing the French defense, where would you go? Where would you test? Because it's such a battleground.
Yeah,
it's so
Fabi
big.
goes F4, which is already a kind of a defining choice to a degree.
Yep.
I'm very curious because I think the main line with knight f3 and bishop b3 would probably be my choice.
Yep.
The thing is, Levon is playing cd4, queen b6, queen b2 very consistently.
Right.
And he keeps on mixing up his analysis, which is, I mean,
And getting away with it.
yeah, something to look forward to, definitely. But I do believe the line is objectively a draw. And therefore, and seems like we're going to get it again. There are definitely some gambles along the way you could go for, or you could go just for the main lines and hope that you can once again surprise Levon with like a small idea, and maybe he will mix things up again. But you can't, rely on it properly.
Yeah, and there you see it, committed queen b6.
Very curious to see what is Fabi's prep in this line.
Now, earlier in the tournament, was it Alireza? Where was the queen c4?
Lanier in the Rapid and Blitz. And then
here we go.
Yeah, and then
Queen
that
D2.
game against who was it?
B2?
And then MVL actually. Yeah, that's of course the MVL game.
That was what I was referring to. Queen a3.
Linear in Rapid and Blitz was less clear cut, whereas for MVL was just completely winning. The current position on the board, there are some gambles here. You can try. It's kind of disappeared because no longer relevant. The move knight cb5 exists with the intention of meeting queen takes a2 with either rook d1 or rook b3. I think rook b3, rook d1 not here, rook d1 in a slightly different position. This is playable. It's supposed to be a draw. I think people tend to know how to make this draw, but if you don't, it might be a little bit dangerous. But they're still following the absolute main line. You're supposed to take on d7 here. I recently, it actually kind of came to me in a dream. I was kind of drowsy and for some reason thinking about this line, and I thought, what about this? And it turns out this, as is everything else under the sun, this has been played actually by a strong player. I think there's a game where I think Paco Vallejo did this with the white pieces. It doesn't even lose. It might actually be a draw. And the only refutation that exists is queen d8 strictly only move, queen a5 strictly only move. Wow. And then we go knight c7, king d8, we take on a8, we go f5. It's still a little bit scary, but the engine says black is maybe even a little bit better. You shouldn't do this against somebody who will remember his
analysis.
So I'm not expecting this today, and in fact they are progressing very quickly towards exactly the same position that Linear and MVL have played against Levon. You cannot play queen a5 here, of course, because it loses the queen. The queen always goes to e7. White will take on b7.
And rook c8 instantly.
Third way of playing it. Because so far, Levon played queen h4 check against Lanier and queen d8 against MVL.
Right.
All of these things kind of flow into each other. But queen h4 and queen d8 are definitely the more central ideas. And here, after castles, you have to assume the queen goes to g8. You've ruled out the lines with bishop b6 because now you will very happily play bishop c5 check. But you do have to think about things like queen e3 or rook fb1, or in some positions maybe f4, f5 could become topical. So Levon is doing this kind of weird thing where he is sort of presenting a pretty large target by playing this line every single time people play the main line against him.
Right.
But then he shuffles. He never repeats the same exact line again. So let's see how well Fabi remembers what happens after rook c8.
if you don't mind, percentage-wise, in this exact, castles, you're going to put rook c8 in castles.
So,
yeah. How many times has rook c8 been played?
Queen h4, 108 games, rook c8, 99 games, queen d8, 87 games. So all pretty level.
Okay.
And after rook c8, castle's far and away the best move. Queen d8 and queen a. Queen a3 also exists, but I have a feeling it's not great. But once again, despite the fact that I've looked at this recently, it's all incredibly hazy in my mind.
Right.
I mean, you even dreamed about it.
Yeah,
right.
I can't quite figure. I think maybe it was during that match I played against the Turkish prodigy who does play the French, and I was kind of idly wondering if I should enter some main lines, and I thought, why not just leave the bishop on b5 unprised? And then I realized, no, I shouldn't do that.
You didn't. Once again, let's see how these players stand in the tournament. Obviously, it's first versus second. I mean, we couldn't ask for a better matchup. Key matchup for determining who's going to win the Sinquefield Cup.
Seriously affect the current standings in the Sinquefield Cup and also the Grandchester standings for the Final Four.
Absolutely. For me, a bit of surprise.
And actually, since we're on the topic, Yasser, and another game, Alireza in Prague, also absolutely crucial for the Grandchester standings.
100%. I'm just a little bit curious why Fabi is actually pausing here, because they're castles. So obviously, the best move in the position.
Yeah,
is
you
there
can
an
try
alternative?
f5, and also my screen, which
there is an alternative.
f5, but it probably transposes to other things.
Okay.
The one I found interesting was the screen. It's no longer doing that, but it was suggesting h4. I'm guessing with the intention of meeting queen a3 with rook h3, and doing these things. But yeah, h4 feels like you never really play h4 unless it wins and you remember. So I'm expecting castles. After f5, interestingly, the top choice appears to be queen d8. And then I guess I would rather castle, and after queen d8 I have more flexibility. I can go back to that position by playing f5, or I can do some other things.
Can't I take on f5 after f5? Because I've got queen h4 check and queen e4, no?
Then castles.
Queen e6?
Queen e6 probably runs into knight e2, I would. Or rook fb1. Knight e2 is also decent, but rook fb1 is even stronger. I think in connection, like if you play bishop b7.
Rook b6 now.
Yeah, we can throw in rook b6. Bishop c6 is, we just take on a6 and we push, and if you play rook c6, there are some ideas here. Like we do win the pawn back, but as is often the case, just restoring the material balance is maybe not enough to win the game. It looks attractive. Like I don't immediately understand why queen b4 isn't winning for white, but apparently it isn't.
Okay.
These are all very strange-looking lines.
Does it all end with triple zeros?
No, that was like 0-30, but I wanted more. It looked like we should have more. The king is stuck on e8. We're not even a pawn down for it.
Right.
Yeah.
As you were mentioning, another great game. Thank you, Peter. As you were mentioning, Nasi, another great matchup for our standings is between Alireza and Prague. Again, the Rosalimo makes...
It's been a popular opening in this Sinquefield Cup.
I think Prague has played it with both colors, I want to say.
Yeah, he played once against Fabi with white.
Where he didn't play knight before he should have.
Yeah, and black against MVL very recently in round 5, actually.
Yeah.
And MVL did not play this line. And this line honestly looks completely unfamiliar to me. I don't think I've ever seen white do this. So Rosalimo is very normal, g6. This is what Prague pretty much always does. He has played some e6, but his main line absolutely is g6. White castles, bishop g7. Rook e1 is what Prague played against Fabi himself.
Right.
And I think that was also I think the game between MVL and Prague went like this, right? d3, queen e7, a3.
Yeah.
And Alireza does a third thing. He goes c3. First of all, knight f6 I thought was the main line in this position, with various, like you can go rook e1, there's also this very speculative pawn sacrifice with d2, d4, which is not unplayable. I played queen a4 in this position myself, which is also kind of, it looks weird, but it has its points. Instead he goes e5, and now d4 should be critical, actually. And I think this is actually some old theory where c takes d4, white plays bishop f4, and white tries to establish this bishop on d6, go knight d2, maybe supported from this c4 square. It used to be considered to be quite dangerous, actually. I'm kind of interested in both Prague allowing it and also Alireza not doing it. But if you don't want to do that, And if you want to put the pawn on d3, as Alireza has done, why are we giving away the bishop? Why are we not doing it this way, like d3, knight g7, bishop e3? Attack the pawn on c5, if d6, we can maybe play d4. These types of positions are quite sharp because you have to watch out for bishop g4 counterplay, but the engine doesn't dislike it. If you go here, the engine says we can take on c5 twice.
Why not?
Yeah. Instead, bishop takes e6, dc6, d3 happened. Pragg played queen e7. I think he consistently likes developing this knight to f6. And in order to do this, the e5 pawn has to be protected. Knight bd2 by Alireza. Both knight f6 and knight h6 are playable. If you put the knight on h6, it indicates you want to play f6, knight f7 probably.
Right.
And this is now very similar to what MVL got against Pragg. But instead of a3, which is people generally do in this structure, you've played c3.
Weakening d3.
Weakening d3, and you pretty much never want to actually play d3, d4 because it just lengthened the diagonal for the bishop on g7. So this is honestly a little bit confusing for me, although of course not unplayable. We haven't broken any rules of chess with white here. It's going to be okay, but a bit of a curious choice by both of them so far.
And let's take a look at their standings and why this game is so crucial. And here we have it. They could flip places, or at least Alireza would love to flip places.
Yeah, currently Pragg is sharing second with Levon. Alireza is looking in from the outside, sharing fourth. But we saw earlier in the Jan-Krzysztof standings, they are just few points behind.
Yeah.
Alireza's few points behind. So
if you could give me that standings again, just for our production team here, I'd like to talk about it for just a second. If you imagine Alireza scoring today, getting 4 points and leapfrogging Pragg, and then you look down and you see MVL there at 3, and imagining him losing, then you'll see that MVL will drop out of the top 6, and he'll be ending up tied with, say, Duda at 8th, 9th. That's how you fail to get into
it gets
Brazil.
Very close. Maybe he still specifically if Alireza beats specifically Pragg today.
Yes,
that drops Pragg below a certain threshold. So maybe 50%. MVL is still above Pragg. For our scenario, Alireza should beat somebody else. Like, Pragg should still stay in the top 3.
Right.
Like the absolute nightmare scenario for MVL is the top 4 is exactly who the top 4 are currently. They all stay above 50%. And he loses, he loses a game. For that particular conversation, I think today's game is not as dangerous for MVL because at least it hurts Pragg's chances quite badly.
Right.
If Alireza wins.
The current position of Alireza, funnily enough, I remember a match between Spassky and Fischer from 1992. In that match, Fischer went b4 and a3 and sacrificed a pawn. Outside of b4, what you said, I don't like d4 because I don't like lengthening the diagonal.
I tried figuring out why we can't just develop normally. Knight h5 is sometimes playable in these types of positions, although I don't like it very much because you're still stuck. You pretty much never want to play knight f4. It's difficult for you to push f7, f5, so you end up with this knight doing not a lot.
Okay.
So I tried playing knight d7, and then the engine goes bishop g5. Not the only way, but I thought maybe a logical way.
Right.
Puts it back on e3. And now you can actually do this anyway. Because c takes b4, we have queen b3, and black probably should not be taking on c3 because it'll cost you a rook. There's a discover check along this diagonal. So you play something like, I don't know, king h8, we go c takes b4.
Right.
And this is not unattractive. As usual, black is not going to be much worse. There are no structural weaknesses. You do still have the bishop pair. It's not the most impressive bishop pair in existence, but you can play something like rook d8, hope to get like knight f8, knight e6, and if you do land all of those things, you'll probably be completely fine. But for the time being, there is some pressure.
Activity.
Now that we provoked f7, f6, and the bishop is somewhat locked out, you can actually think about maybe pushing for d3, d4, maybe even immediately. So this is a game. And I wonder if this might not actually be a little bit more flexible in order to meet knight c4 with f6 and put it on f7 immediately, which I think is a good square, better than d7. Because then we have bishop e6. The bishop on c8 is no longer really stuck behind that knight on d7. White probably can still do a3 before things. It doesn't really change, but this I don't mind for black at all.
Prague studying his possibilities. Thank you, Peter and Nazi.
Well, we talked too much about MVL. Let's go and see how he's doing.
I mean, yeah, he's robbed us of so many victories, robbed himself of so many victories. And it's kind of funny, MVL seems to be refuting the English by playing c4, e5, g3, d5 as black. So what does he do? He picks up the gauntlet and says, I'll teach you guys how to play the English.
And this is very, very old school, by the way. People have kind of gravitated away from this particular line with black.
Yes, sir. Did you used to play this?
Both sides, in fact. And I had a game against Michael Tall from my very first Olympiad. I was white, but I remember playing Unzicker. I thought that was it was so cool that I could play one of Bobby Fischer's opponents, Unzicker.
Yeah.
And I played on the black side. But you're right, Grishuk's bishop c5 has kind of superseded everything, it seems to me.
Bishop c5, if we speak about the sort of the current meta in this position, this is far and away the main move. And it does seem to be quite comfortable for black, the idea being that we just leave the knight on d5. We don't actually want to move it away. And we will often be taking on c3 if white plays d2, d3. But also on the topic of playing c4, e5, g3, d5, queen takes d5, and then returning to g8. Another thing a lot of people have been doing is getting this exact same position just via this move order.
Right.
Castles h6, because you do want
Again, MVL.
Yeah, and then the bishop goes to either c5 or d6, you play queen e7, bishop f5. Magnus has done this, Prague has done this with black, MVL himself has done this with black. So this is very topical. But Sam sticks to like the old
classics.
Trusted theory, a3 castles before. I've had this a bunch of times with white as well. There was a period in my life where I was trying to play the English quite a bit. I think in the Moscow candidates I had this against Giri, for instance. There are two main moves here. The immediate knight d4 and a5, b5, knight d4. If a5, b5, knight d4, knight takes d4, e d4, bishop, knight a4 is logical, but I think after bishop d5, I think the conclusion is this is quite safe for black. So the main move, I think, is knight d2. Now, it's important to know this trick, and maybe some of our viewers are not aware why knight d5 here is bad. And the reason is it loses a piece.
That's pretty.
Yeah, which is a pattern that is important to know, because I lost a piece like this with white once in the actual dragon.
Right.
And the point is, of course, if you play knight e6, the bishop no longer has any squares, so you have to give up a piece straight away. The main move here is queen c8. You play something like e3, knight f5, queen c2. Black plays either a4 or rook d8. This is a very complicated position, but the more I looked at it in my history of trying to make these things work, the more I thought it's probably actually easier to play with black. With white, I think so. With white, I think you have to have very, very specific ideas, because if you imagine, let's say we play a5, a4, white plays, I don't know. I think rook e1 is interesting here, but a kind of an autopilot move would be rook d1 to protect the pawn on d3. Black goes rook d8. For black, the idea would be quite simply to play something like this knight goes to d6, we play rook a5, we play queen d7. This is weak. This is a target. There's also ideas of playing knight d6, maybe bishop h3 to trade this bishop away. And for white, you really do need to find something to do, because like you want to push d3, d4. It's very difficult while the knight is still on f5. If you play knight c4, all the counterplay against the b5 pawn becomes stronger, because you've removed one of the defenders. Like you can immediately play maybe queen d7, rook a5. And yeah, I did spend, me and a group of people I worked with, this is specifically candidates prep in 2013, 2014. We spent a lot of time looking at these positions. They're not unplayable with white, but you really do need to know what you're doing. I think it can very easily drift into a position where you will have to start defending.
Well, there you go. A good reason why Sam Sevian is happy playing this. And once again, let's remind our viewers where these two players stand currently.
They're both sharing fourth place. They're in that part of the group, that big group.
The 50% group. But they are genuine 50%ers in the sense that Sam and MVL have drawn all 6 of their games thus far. And obviously we talked about MVL as having winning chances or even won positions in 4 of his first 6 games. Now for Sam, I want to say he has gotten his 6 draws, but also kind of from positions of strength. Like, for example, his game against Fabi. When he made the perpetual check, he delivered the perpetual check. There was good reasons for him to play on in that position. Yeah.
And the first game against Wesley, he was +2 there too.
Exactly. F7, F6 in this particular position. Peter, I'm looking. D4? Is that completely ridiculous?
Not here, I don't think. Although, I mean, it's playable, but you get met by a very standard reaction of D4, D3, and you actually probably have to take it.
Yes.
And then you haven't achieved anything. Because you would, like, the dream, of course, is to recapture on D4 here, leaving the structure fluid and so on. And
lengthen your bishop on G2.
Like if you actually get something like this, you are, I think, quite happy.
Right.
But we're not getting
We're not getting it.
Yeah.
You're not
because
allowing.
of D3, we're not really getting it. Yeah.
Right. Sorry, just to continue that, if you don't mind, D3. Yeah, to that position with D3. I'll take with the queen. I'm inviting you to weaken your C7 square. No, you don't want to weaken your C7.
I think queen takes D3 is probably playable. There's no real reason to be worried, but yeah, here you get a bit of a pull because it's a bit annoying. There's some rook E1 knight D4 tactics you need to watch out for.
That's what I'm playing
But bishop
for.
C4 just instantly equalizes quite comfortably because we take with any rook, and after knight C3, the engine says the bishop on C4 is slightly sort of in the way, so it drops it back and says these endgames are completely fine for black.
Really?
I mean, this knight comes to C4. This maybe goes to E5 or D4.
Frustrating. I achieve my big achievement. My big achievement. My big achievement was to get D4 in a proper way.
These are targets. I think if they were sort of a bit closer to the starting positions, it would actually be better for white.
If they were on B2, then you would clamp me down with bishop B3.
Like if you imagine this back on B2, we play bishop F4, we attack C7, we want to play a rook to C1, maybe bishop H3 if the rook comes to D7.
Right.
But currently, if you play bishop F4, your queen side immediately starts getting picked on, and black is just comfortable.
Mean person.
Mean person.
We'll keep an eye on this one.
MVL has done something. This is that line that I think Dubov and Nakamura kept on playing against each other until they were blue in the face.
Exhausted themselves.
Yeah.
B5,
this is the immediate B5 without even D3.
Yeah.
And now after knight D4, if you play D3 here, this is not a good version because you've also given black maybe a potential idea of playing A7, A6. The engine immediately starts preferring black a little bit after queen D7. The idea, I'm pretty sure, is to play E3. Knight F3, bishop F3. The main move here is queen C8, although C7, C6 actually exists.
Really?
Despite it being a pawn sacrifice. I'm pretty sure this is a theoretical position, which is supposedly... Nope. Lying to you as usual.
But he was very convincing. I mean, his flow is fantastic.
That does exist, but it's a lot rarer than I thought. I thought it's probably a similar position, but not here.
Okay.
And the engine does suggest that in that final position after rook c8, there's decent compensation, although maybe it's not immediately obvious what that compensation is. I guess it's just based on the fact that the bishop on c1 is unimpressive.
All right, thank you. Big theoretical battle going on between MVL and Sam. We'll keep an eye on that one. I want to go back to our tournament leader, Fabi and Levon, because it's number 1 versus number 2. And guess what? We have quite unexpected castles, queen d8, queen f2.
Queen f2 is a rare move.
Yeah. But check this out. Rook takes c3, pardon me. Bishop takes c3. Queen c8.
Yeah, extremely concrete by Levon, attacking both the rook on d7 and the bishop on c3. And as usual in these positions, it looked like you should just lose to rook fb1, queen takes c3, rook b8 check, right?
Yeah.
But black is probably just playing bishop c8 and just whistling under, then knows it's completely safe, because bishop c5 castles comes so quickly.
Wait. You're not playing bishop c5 so quickly. The problem is because I'm going to take the check.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, the problem is I don't have a move like queen a7, right? Like queen a7, bishop c5 comes with check.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't have a way of strengthening.
Yeah, the threat is not even bishop c5. That the engine says I can play bishop e7 next move and then castle. Just doesn't work out at all.
Right, because I don't have a way of making some.
Yeah, it's very
really,
difficult to
really,
attack
really-
any of those pieces, as it turns out, kind of shockingly.
Sorry, Peter. Just let me just. Okay, I go rook b7, bishop e7. Yeah, maybe bishop a3. Well, then I would attack the.
Bishop b7 is still fine.
Okay, but it's like you can't castle. Don't I have
Bishop
a move?
d8, I think, is a threat.
Oh, f5, bishop,
f5, even e takes f5, actually.
queen takes f.
Queen e1 always exists, yeah.
Okay.
You want to get mated in one?
Yeah.
I think all of these things would be a lot easier for white to believe in if we had a pawn on h3 and queen e1 wasn't straight up mating us.
So he played rook back to b3.
Yeah, he played rook b3, played bishop a4. Bishop d4, very logical. Bishop takes b3, and now he took with the a pawn. I think it's just, you should capture towards the center. Let's play bishop b7. I was going to make some kind of a spurious argument for c takes b3, and then I realized I just don't believe in it. So I refrained from doing that.
Capture towards the center. Well put.
Yeah.
What
This feels empty.
every
So I have a
Russian
question,
school.
Peter. Instead of queen f2, is that why white typically plays queen e3 just to not allow this whole line?
I guess. Yeah, if you compare
avoid
queen
rook
e3 to queen
c3.
f2, both of them stop bishop c5, but queen e3 doesn't allow that shot. What would be the advantage of having it on f2? I'm not even exactly sure, to be honest.
f5, queen.
Yeah, I mean, queen on e3 also supports f5 ideas because we're planning to take on d5. Anyway.
True that. So how many times has queen f2 been
It's
played?
I think three games altogether, 4 games altogether, and rook takes e3 has been found in all of them.
In all of them.
Yeah.
That's a bad sign.
Pretty much everything else loses, though, because if you play bishop b7 here, you are going to get rolled over by f5.
That
We
looks
just played
very.
f5 in the current position.
Yeah. No, this is just going to be, yeah. I think Fabi is, yeah, I don't want to say he's content with the draw here today, but
He's
honestly,
securing.
yeah, I think he is very, very comfortably atop the standings. People around him aren't really, setting the world on fire. So, yeah, here queen takes f5 is fine. Just castling is also fine in this position. Like after f5, e5, queen f5, and these are somewhat weak with the counterplay against. Like you play queen c6, rook c8, and then for white, it becomes sort of after queen g3. Queen c8 is fine. Bishop c5 immediately is also fine. Just trading pieces.
Right, major piece ending.
Yeah, as much as you can. Rook f2, a5. These positions are very, very harmless for black.
By the way, not for nothing, but I'm noticing, if I've got that right, Levon has 7 extra minutes.
Yeah, that's what I just noticed too.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could make a conversation about MVL and his first 6 games, I'd like to make a conversation about Levon and his first 6 games. He's played everything. His preparation has been immaculate. He's just been playing everything fantastic.
And a few times, even when he confused the lines and ended up worse, he still saved it.
Yeah, it's like he is really knowledgeable about the resulting positions.
Yes, sir. I want to go
Please.
to the world champion. We did have a Berlin start, but I think he played a novelty. So let's take
Wesley,
a look.
we're talking about the Wesley So versus Gukesh game, and you're right. It was this rookie one variation as opposed to the Berlin ending, right? Now, it's
So
funny.
far, it's all theory.
I'm actually looking forward to Berlin endings as opposed to this 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3 variation.
Knight f5, this is a reasonably well-known
This is
position.
a novelty, bishop h4.
Yeah.
Bishop h4.
But bishop h4 is fresh.
G3.
Yeah, g3,
This is
c6.
fresh. Okay, what do we got here? Break it down for us, Peter.
Machine says bishop h3.
Ooh, I
The
like
intention
that
being,
move.
if you play d6, you probably lose a piece, right? To bishop
Yes.
takes f5 and knight e3. And that would be
Sad.
sad, yeah, and perhaps not great. Although, honestly, like looking at this position, bishop h3,
I know.
we do have queen h5, though. We have queen h5, because g4, queen h4, I would be maybe slightly interested with black, but queen h5 probably
Yeah, that is funny. Queen h5.
discourages that a little bit. Yeah.
Right. So bishop.
So after bishop h3, the knight probably goes somewhere. Knight d4, maybe. Because e6 is probably where we're aiming it. If you go knight e7, knight e3, maybe.
I'm not rescuing my bishop, am I?
Is knight g4? Oh, you want
Bishop
g5.
g5, but
I kind of want to
provoke,
encourage,
right? Yeah.
provoke f4. I mean, obviously, if I could just play d5, trade
You'd
a
be
few pieces,
instantly fine, yeah.
instantly fine. Right. But
Yeah, this is maybe not that bad either. I noticed that
you had a different idea.
no,
sorry.
it's not my idea, obviously.
Okay.
This is the first time I see this position. I noticed the engine was playing 94.
I see.
But then it was still giving white a little bit of an advantage after something like 93, or maybe we were getting some position where the black knight was forced to be on e6, so the light square trade did not happen.
Oops, sorry.
It's not c3 in this position.
Maybe c3 actually, yeah.
Really?
That'd be crazy.
c3, 96, 93, bishop goes somewhere, we go d4 somehow. Bishop e7, d4, d5. Well, just for argument's sake. And
Yep.
it was giving white a bit of a pull here, even though I guess
It's like
the 5 maybe, yeah.
symmetry, but not complete.
Not complete symmetry, and the white knight is slightly more active, and the bishop on c1 has slightly more future currently than the bishop on c8, if we compare sort of the exact same pieces, so to speak. Yeah?
Right.
It shouldn't be much of anything, but game definitely hasn't been completely equalized yet.
Right.
Why not 97 though? Let's try and figure this out. Bishop h3 seems to be the main move. If you play knight e7, the engine goes knight c3, not knight e3.
Not elsewhere.
Yeah, knight c3, and then we keep on chasing this bishop.
And now knight d6?
Yeah, and no, it just does this, and then d4, and says white is at least a little bit better, which you can believe. Like, this is a bishop pair.
Yeah,
Black does get to play d7, d5, so it's not a ton. Like, main line appears to be something like bishop f1, and then either d6 or d5. Let's say d5 for argument's sake. We play h4. This is actually a bit annoying. Bishop g5 coming in, h5, h6 coming in. It's definitely not equal yet. Maybe not equal at all. Even
a
long
lot
term.
of work. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why maybe knight e7 is not great and knight d4 is stronger.
Right.
Knight e3 it's not c3 because I guess after c3 we can and actually should take on d4, take on d5, take on d4 and play bishop f6. There's no reason for black to avoid this. So it's the immediate knight e3. The bishop is still hanging. I'm so tempted on every single move to go like this, but I guess after takes, white can also kick the knight away prior to collecting bishop on h4.
No.
It just doesn't work. Yeah, but I keep on. I'm very drawn to this idea. And now let's say bishop g5. It goes c3, knight e6. It goes d4, d5, and now the bishop drops back somewhere. This shouldn't be much of anything, right?
Right. That feels very balanced.
Even maybe something like this, and then bishop e7, trying to put it on d6, play g7, g6.
Bishop h3 was played?
Yeah.
Yes, more or less.
So we're headed towards this. In terms of timing, Wesley is now thinking. Gukesh clearly still very much in his prep, so he should play something quite quickly.
And their standings, they're in the middle of the pack. That group at 50%. I think both of them have come to that 50% score with a win and a loss.
Yes.
I mean, Gukesh lost his first round game, in fact, against Prague, but he...
No, Wesley's on 6 draws,
No, actually, yeah.
Wesley's on 6 draws.
Wesley's on 6 draws. Yeah.
Apologies.
There's 3 players with 6 draws.
Yeah, MVL, Sam,
And
and Wesley all have 6 draws.
Yeah. Gukesh began by losing that frankly horrible game to Prague, but then
That's right.
He bounced back by beating
Duda or Nodirbek?
Those are the usual suspects.
Yeah, well, they're at the bottom.
Those are the
I know the guys at the top haven't
Nodirbek,
lost any games.
Gukesh beat Nodirbek in round 2.
There you go. He bounced back with that. And
speaking
Nazi?
of Duda and Nodirbek, that's the one
Let's
game
do
we
it.
haven't looked at yet. And it's 4 knights.
Yeah, this now looks like a Spanish, but it has been 4 knights, with bishop d6.
You know, yesterday Anastasia showed us that clip when she asked the players, what's the most boring opening you don't like to face? Berlin and 4 knights was mentioned a couple of times.
Petrov.
We have them both today.
There you have it. Bishop d5.
Although I actually kind of like Jan-Krzysztof's position here.
Bishop to d6. D3.
You're a big fan of Bishop d6, right?
No, I'm not. Castles, h6, a2, a3.
Yeah, just briefly, let's stop there and just go a couple of moves back after d3. And I just want to make a small note for our viewers that black only played h6 after white castled. Because in this position, like, let's say black castles, white plays a3. I think I've done this myself in this position.
Okay.
It's important not to play h6 because you might instantly get hit by g2, g4.
Ooh, nasty.
And white switches from playing this like purely positional game to a game where we're trying to give very swift mate on the king side.
Because
So-
we made a hook.
Yeah,
with
we
the-
made a hook there. So very noticeably, he played castles, and then he waited for white to castle, and now you can play h6 safely because this is no longer going to happen.
Very good. Nice, nice little nuance. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and we've caught up with the player.
Yeah, 95, 97, white often plays c2, c4 here. You can take on f6 immediately, but I think starting with c4 is never going to be a bad mistake. And then we take on f6 and play d4 if you play c6 here.
Right.
And we do get a little bit of something, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, the rook looks a little forlorn, doesn't it?
And
Yeah.
particularly if
Yeah,
you
it
allow me
looks
to
out
play
of
d5
place.
and lock it out completely.
Yeah, true
be on
that.
E8.
Yeah, it should be on f8. I don't know. I mean, there you go. Statistically speaking, if you don't mind, Nasi, who's going to win?
Let's have a look at our pie charts. Oh, this is the today's
Oh,
winning
today. Ooh,
probabilities.
look at these new graphics. Check it out.
Draw is very likely in every game, I assume.
I assume so.
But Fabi is a favorite with the white pieces against Levon, 29% chance of winning.
I didn't see that as being a 2-to-1
Although
advantage.
if you give the computer current position, it would be more like 99% draw.
Okay.
Then we have MVL against Sam. Also,
Almost a 3-to-1
I'd say you would
victory
always
advantage.
favor the white pieces, right?
Yes.
It should.
You would think so. Yeah.
I know. I said that on purpose.
But then add in the whole ratings and the rating game and stuff like that. This one's much, much closer. Interesting.
Yes, in big favor of draw here. Then we have Jan-Krzysztof against Nodirbek, and this is a surprise.
Whoa! With the black pieces, Nodirbek has
Who
an
is
upper hand.
currently in the last place also.
Right?
Yeah.
Swinging for the
But I'm not sure
fences.
this takes into consideration current form. It's
Yeah,
We'll
current
ask
form.
Mention to Ben tomorrow.
Exactly. Our statistician will be in, and we will
You better
smash him.
Come here prepared.
Exactly.
A lot
and
of
we should
questions.
actually go to Fabi's game because it's going to be over.
really
very
heading
soon.
towards a draw.
We've got pitchforks ready for Ben. Oh my goodness.
Everything's coming off
Talk
the board.
about it. Boy, this zoomed right
The
along.
one
didn't
might
it?
finish with 1 hour and 40 minutes on the clock. We'll
I was
see if he
about
gets
to
there.
say,
See if he makes it. It's 1:37 right now.
this is going to be one of the fastest
It's gonna be-
draws on Grand Chess Tour.
Plus 2.5. Yeah, he might actually get to 140.
Depends,
is-
yeah.
I mean, seriously, this is shades of a young Vachier-Lagrave. Vichy would play literally the whole game within 10 and 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, he wouldn't. It would be very rare for him to, in fact, use anything more. And
When did he start using his time more?
as he got a lot better, it was the very strangest thing.
Interesting.
I mean, he was a grandmaster at a young age, and then he started kind of climbing into the world's top 20, and then he'd slow down, climbed into top 10, slowed down a little bit more, became world champion, and slowed down a lot.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of my biggest claims to fame.
What's that?
Vichy told me, and I have no reason to doubt him, in a Sofia tournament in 2006. I think it's too early. I think they're going to get 2 extra minutes. No?
Each.
They claim the draw, and Fabi and Levon
Yeah.
go home early with the draw.
We played
Bobby makes a false claim, and he gets an extra 2 minutes on his clock, does Levon. Apologies, you're telling us about a Vichy story.
Yeah, I was playing in a Sofia MTEL Masters in 2006, the year after Veselin Topolov won the World Championship, and those were traditional tournaments. They have since
Really, really
disappeared,
nice,
but
yeah.
they hosted them for a number of years.
Right.
And in my black game against Vichy, I think as usual I lost to him. At least one of the two I generally lost to Vichy, but I think maybe in that tournament I drew both. And with black, he got an advantage against me in some Spanish, and then he misread the position a little bit, and I got a very dangerous counterplay. And at some point, I got him to below 5 minutes, and he started making dashes on the score sheet,
Right,
which you're
like
allowed to
people
do.
do, yeah.
That was pre-increment years, so it was honest 5 minutes.
Right.
And he started making dashes on the score sheet. I didn't win the game. I won 0 games against him in classical lifetime, so that's no surprise. But after the game, he told me this was the first time in his entire career where he felt compelled to actually not note down the moves. And I thought, okay.
I achieved something.
Thank you for that. Yeah, this is an achievement for sure.
Exactly.
I still remember it 20 years on, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got him to, you're the first person to put him in real-time trouble.
Yeah.
That's something. Fabiano continues to lead the tournament as he just dealt with one of his closest rivals, Prague, also.
Well, I was going to say one player who can catch him today would be Prague.
But for Fabi, okay, 7 rounds in, he needs first place, and he's doing incredibly well. Let's just take a look at Alireza and Prague. Not too much has changed, although there was that big moment, Peter, where you were expressing your view that maybe knight h6, f6, knight
Maybe
f7.
slightly cleaner, but there shouldn't be a massive difference. Yeah, and Alireza
did not go knight c4, knight d7.
Yeah.
He played a4.
He played a4 and knight c4 here, which gives black an additional option, but I don't know if it's any good. Because if you played knight c4 in a previous move, black would play knight d7, I'm pretty sure. And now you also have the e8 square available to you, which was occupied by the king earlier. So knight e8, maybe with the intention of playing knight c7, knight d6 later. Maybe it's slightly better than d7, but I'm not very sold on that idea. It feels a bit awkward, right, to put it on that.
Probably
Yeah, before.
continuing the
before.
same way as before.
And locking our rook on f8 does feel like maybe we are introducing a degree of difficulty here, which we don't need to introduce.
Yeah, we're taking a little bit.
So the choice, I guess, is still between knight d7 and knight h5.
Okay.
I am still leaning towards knight d7. The engine actually very much leans towards knight h5. I think it values having the e6 square for the bishop much more than it values like immediate prospects for this knight. And to be honest, it doesn't really have many prospects on d7 anyway.
True.
And play could continue like a4, a5. Having played a4, playing a5 does make some sense to stop the pawns from advancing. Black probably plays something like
f6.
Well, you want to play bishop e6 and you want the e5 pawn protected, right?
Okay.
And then the question is, how are we reviving this guy? Because as I mentioned, it probably never goes to f4. It's difficult for me to imagine a scenario where it goes to f4 because generally with white, we're quite happy to take it off the board and then assume a bigger center. But for black, if you look at how my screen is handling it, it does this, that maybe it does like something like rook f8, and then often it will start playing bishop f8, knight g7. Because e6 remains probably objectively the most favorable square
for everybody
to eventually land on.
Yeah.
But maybe the bigger question is even not what black is doing, but what are you doing with white?
I thought you were playing for b4, but once you played the move b3, I got thrown off.
Yeah, with the bishop on e6, the ideas of playing b4 are kind of. I mean, you can do it pretty much on any move here. Let's find a way to do it straight away. Like here, machine says rook f d8. Let's say queen c2, cb4, cb4. Taking on b4 is the queen gets trapped. But interestingly, once the queen departs from the d1 square, the engine suggests it's possible to actually start playing for knight f4 by preparing it with g5, because there's no longer any connection between the queen on d1 and knight on h5.
Yeah, we kind of get this bishop. Okay, playing for a5, and I mean, when I see the move f7, f6, I'm more than tempted to be playing for d4. Peter, put my rook on e1. But I don't know. It's hard to get an advantage when your opponent's position is just so rock solid, as is Prague's at the moment. But I'm going to interrupt myself because we have the leader of the tournament with us. Hi, Fabi.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about your game. You had a quick draw today. Did you expect this result?
Well, I did expect the line. I mean, he's been playing it every game. But rook c8 was, I can't say a surprise. I mean, he had played queen h4 against Lanier. He had played queen d8 against Maxime.
Right.
And so it was reasonable to assume he might change. Although I thought that queen d8 is such a decent move, he might just repeat it as well. And also queen h4 is a decent move. I mean, rook c8 is kind of the least popular among the options. Castle, queen d8. And yeah, I do know like quite a bit about this line. I just couldn't remember like very clearly. Of course, queen f2 is just like a draw offer basically.
Yeah. Queen e3, I think, is what our
Queen
database
e3
is
is
suggesting.
rook c4.
Okay.
I think this line is... I can't remember exactly what happens, like f5, I think, now. And don't have much recollection of these lines. But I remember that f5 instead of queen e3 is also a very critical move. And that's why I spent like 20 minutes just trying to remember after f5, ef5, rook b1, queen a5. Like, what's the theory here? And I kind of vaguely recalled some lines here, but they involved me sacking material. And I wasn't very... I mean, he also, of course, knows these lines. So the thing is, I probably should remember it if I go for this position.
It sounds, from what you're saying to me, Fabi, that rook c8 actually just surprised you. You had focused your attention on queen h4 and queen d8, not exclusively, but rook c8 was a kind of a surprise.
Yeah, certainly more so. I mean, it's just a little bit. The start times are pretty early.
Yeah.
It doesn't leave much time for preparation in general.
But you were aware of rook c3.
Yeah, this was just a bailout. I mean, he has to play rook c3 because now rook c4 after queen f2 is no longer good. For some detail which I didn't quite remember, but I figured I might find out over the board.
Could be f5?
Yeah, it's some detail somewhere.
It might be. No, knight d1
It's not immediate. It's not like on the next move, but at some point there.
But rook c3, you were aware, and you knew it would lead to the equal position that occurred in the game.
Yeah, this is very, very equal. There's not really much white can do because you can't attack a6 without also weakening c2.
Right. And
yeah, this was just very,
away you go.
very straightforward draw.
Did it strike you as somewhat surprising? I think we were joking that he finished close to an hour and 40 minutes on his clock, and if you had made a false claim, he would have gotten 2 minute benefit to go with the 1 hour 37 he already had accrued.
Could have tried to break the record.
Right.
Yeah, the game looks kind of silly from the outside for sure. I think it is a bit dictated by the tournament situation.
Absolutely.
The qualification
right.
Is still like the #1 goal, and I'm on a good track for it. If I
You have MBL tomorrow with
it's a very dangerous
white?
game for sure.
Or black, sorry.
I'm black against Maxime.
And then white with Gukesh.
So it's not like it's the end of the tournament. Of course, I would like to press for a win.
Of course.
But a draw makes more sense than risking a lot.
Yeah. Again, as you say, it's qualifying to the playoffs. And
Actually, I want to ask you, Fab, about yesterday's game. At the end, when Sam repeated and made a draw, what was your evaluation of the position at the end?
I was very scared. I didn't realize quite how bad it was. And I wondered, like after I took with the bishop on g4, I wondered why I had done that. And after the game, I was also a bit ashamed that I had done that. Basically, when I was deciding between two things, I thought that bishop g4 would be a draw. I calculated various things which looked like a draw. Then when I got there, I realized that it's not quite such an easy draw. And hg4, I thought, anyway, he can take on g4 and make a draw, and maybe he would have some other options. So a lot of those assumptions were mistaken, unfortunately. So the thing is, I could have maybe played for an advantage if I had evaluated the position correctly. I just thought that after e3, king e1, hg4, bishop takes g4, that I don't really have anything besides taking and making a draw. So anyway, I'm giving him some options without really having winning chances, and that was a wrong assessment.
Right. Well, for us, Fabi, as chess commentators, we're sitting there. We were thrilled at the start. 2 victories, then went 1 victory, then draws, and now we're at a new era of minus, like somehow more negative draws, and maybe today was a kind of a negative draw. As your
well, my game was a non-game. I'm not saying that there was much content there. There was no content at all.
Right.
Maybe the other games will be more exciting. Yesterday could have promised quite a lot.
Was a great round.
Yeah.
Despite the 5 draws, that was fine by us.
It was the most exciting 5 draws I've seen.
That was great.
I think that it was a miracle that it was 5 draws. But these things sometimes happen. I think in general, like everyone's technique has gone like everyone in the world has gotten worse at the technical phase of chess, which sometimes shows. Maybe that's just my perception and it's wrong, but it does feel like people do miss wins more than perhaps in the past. Maybe it's also due to good defensive skills that people have. Yeah. But yeah, yesterday was pretty surprising that we had all draws.
Thank you for joining us. Fabi, we hope to see more of you. Good luck on your journey to the playoffs.
Thank you.
The results so far, we just had one single draw, and that's been between our two tournament leaders, Fabiano and Levon. Of course, Prague is still in the mix, and Alireza versus Prague. You never know. You never know. Dare we hope for a victory?
We can
in
hope.
That game?
We can hope, yes.
Dare we? Yes, I would say.
Yeah, like Fabi was mentioning exactly how you started the show, that people are failing at converting their advantages. We have another special guest in the studio. Welcome back, Levon.
Hi.
How do you feel about your quick draw today? Pretty happy?
Always happy to make a quick draw with black.
With black, yeah. Well, somehow your preparation seems to be working for you fantastically. And today you mixed a little bit, rook c8. You caught Fabi and...
yeah, I think this game with Maxime woke me up. Because I said, okay, if I'm going to play forcing lines, I better know my things. So,
nice.
yeah, I just repeated the file.
Well, and it
I mean,
worked like a charm.
this variation is very, very sharp. But black has 3 good options. One is queen c8, one is rook c8, and queen h4.
Exactly.
And if you study all 3, you have the advantage because
you can mix them.
Yeah, all of them are super sharp and
nice.
Yeah, decent.
Yeah, for us, do you have that feeling that somehow it's so difficult to win a game in the tournament? The players are so good that the defensive skill, even when you get a big advantage, like you swindled the heck out of MVL to save a position, but it's remarkably difficult to win a classical game against these top players.
Yeah, I think the initial position is studied quite a lot.
Yep.
And if you get 2 hours
as well,
then it becomes. Yeah, I think most of the wins that happen in classical chess are due to somebody forgetting the opening.
We won't mention any names.
Or somebody blundering badly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it's. I mean, frankly, I think it's almost impossible if you're playing against a grandmaster to win.
This is where it is for us. We started with 2 out of 5 decisive games in the first 2 rounds. Dropped 1 out of 5. Dropped again, and we've been talking about 10 draws.
Well, yesterday, of course.
But they were fantastic games. We enjoyed. They were very, very,
It's actually
very
shocking that it ended in 5 draws.
Yeah, because so many of the games.
Very unlikely for that to happen.
I agree. Yeah.
There was a game yesterday, Gukesh Alireza, where Alireza had an advantage. He made, in maybe his last 20 moves, he made 1 slight inaccuracy. And Gukesh played like perfectly the last 20 moves of the game, avoided every trap that Alireza could possibly set, and it was a hard-fought draw.
Yeah. But I think today we also have some exciting games.
Yeah.
I like the Wesley's position. I think it's.
Oh, good. We'll exploit you. I'm going to bring up that game because we did have a kind of a novel approach. I think this has all been known before. But bishop h4, g3, c6. Maybe this is in one of your files, but in any case, we are catching up with the players he captured. Very, very ugly.
Interesting pawn structure.
King side.
But 2 bishops.
Yeah.
2 bishops.
Yeah.
Okay, but.
And eventually the rook will come to g3 and put pressure on g7. I think it's a big fight.
But you don't mind lifting your kimono on the king side, your king.
No, you know how
exposing yourself.
How much I enjoy lifting up my kimono. Yeah, probably bishop g2.
Bishop g2.
And then d4.
Yeah.
I don't remember this whole line, but visually it looks kind of interesting for white. d4.
I remember.
Try to play queen f3.
Right. There's a line at the two knights where you go knight g5 and knight h3. I think it's an old idea of Steinitz.
Yes.
They take on h3 and you get an ugly kingside like this. Bobby Fischer beat Arthur Bisguier.
Is this the only reference you could find?
Yes, to make this.
Because it looks nothing like it.
No way, it does. It does. I'll show it to you. Come on over. I'll show it to you. You missed code names the other day. You were badly missed.
I know.
There was a lot of complaining. Where's Levon?
I also wanted to come, but I was so tired. Yeah.
It's tough. Yeah.
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 You know, you for one should understand.
I never can. Levon, thank you for joining us. We hope to have you more on the show. And once again, our
Levon in the last 2 rounds.
Results so far, just a single draw. Those of you joining us, Joining us like, thank you. That was a good rescue. And Peter, what do you have for us?
Wesley's game, because I like that Levon said he likes Wesley's position, even though the pawns are so messed up.
Yeah.
If we jump back to Wesley Gukesh's game, yes. I mean, it was Gukesh who played this novelty, but then he started thinking right away.
After bishop h3, knight d4, takes on h4, takes on c6, c3. I was trying to exploit Levon's presence and asking him about the shattered king side.
Very appropriate, yeah. If you have Levon here, of course you need to talk to him about chess for as long as possible, and I would very much welcome a continuation of this dialogue.
Yeah.
I want to begin by saying, and this will sound like I'm taking shots, and maybe to some degree I am, but it still seems fair. I did not expect this to happen from Wesley.
No.
Because White even retains some pressure with knight e3. It's not like knight e3 is a draw offer. And he generally, I think, doesn't do this to his positions very often. Because we are allowing queen takes h4, we will, as Levon correctly will play bishop g2. But the position is now very unbalanced, and you can imagine it actually going slightly wrong for White. The engine prefers knight f5 over knight e6 or knight c6, although all three are playable. Knight f5, we are not really interested in taking on d5 prior to finishing development. And here, interestingly, it is very interested in at least hinting the rook lift exists.
Wow.
Provoking the queen move. Levon wanted to play queen f3 anyway, so queen f3 or queen d3, let's pick one. And now playing, actually after queen f3, the machine likes queen d6 with the idea of maybe landing the knight on h4 as early as possible. So it goes queen d3. Now if you play queen f6, it takes on d5. Black now abandons the idea of the rook lift, plays d7, d6, and it's a very, very interesting position because if you remove the queens from the board, White is much, much better. This is a gorgeous piece, and we just have a bishop pair, and the fact that our king is not very safe is going to be pretty much irrelevant. We're not going to be threatened. There is nobody there. But with the queens on, Black actually played this quite aggressively, where, for instance, giving up on b7 just to get pieces closer to the white king. Let's say bishop d2, queen g6, check. And if you play king h1, knight h4, you start seeing the outline of a position which you can feel uncomfortable about with White very, very easily, because you do feel quite acutely that there is no pawn on g2. And already here, let's say queen g3, I mean, the solution is not obvious, but queen c2 is very strong, and the machine starts preferring black. So yeah, this is a very fun game in progress, and not the kind of a game, like when you see this position on your screen, you feel a kind of a sense of dread. Very few other positions inspire in my soul, for instance. Like I don't particularly like watching this, because very often the position becomes very, very balanced very quickly. This is a treat. This is very unlike your usual fare in this line. It's very sharp and double-edged. I like this.
And like you say, it's very rare for Wesley to expose his king as he has done. We've reached that time in our show where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them, you know, what their daily specials are. Well, here you go. Show your support for the 2025 Grand Chess Tour with this amazing t-shirt. This shirt features the tournament locations for the 2025. Oops.
It looks like it, yes.
I'm reading the darn thing. It looks like a baseball cap. I'm reading the wrong that was a cute trick.
Well,
I felt.
I can tell you, we all got this baseball caps, and it's very nice. I've been wearing it every day.
If you want a baseball cap, we have one with Sinquefield Cup, and it's available at cuteboutiquestl.com. And if you're in the Central West End, you can show up in person too, and avoid the delivery charges.
And they do have a T-shirt available too, one that you were talking about.
Thank you very much.
Let's do stump the commentators.
Hey, wait a minute. I've already been stumped. I mean, I'm not ready for a double hit.
How many cumulative points has Grandmaster Peter Svidler earned as a wild card on the Grand Chess
That's
Tour?
very unfair. He'll know it right away.
I played 3. Hang on.
Wait, don't tell us the answer.
But
I don't know the answer. I'm trying to figure out how many events I played.
cards.
I definitely played. I played a bunch of events.
Well, then I'm going to go with.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to go for 16. If you said a bunch of events.
That still seems high. 'Cause I generally got my ass handed to me, but
Disney.
shouldn't be 6 though. Like we should rule out 6. It's between 11 and 11.
I went
and
with
16.
16. You've already always won my heart, Peter. I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you great accolades.
Okay, I'll take 11 then.
We're going to go on a short break, and as we go to break, Yasser talked to Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. So take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Fabi, thank you for joining me for this interview. I gotta ask you, youngest world chess champion ever, the rise of Gukesh. Stunning. Your thoughts about our world champion?
Yeah, it's very special, of course. Probably an achievement which won't be equaled for a very long time, if ever. It is possibly one of those achievements that doesn't get equaled, you know?
Right.
I think it was also one of those things where everything came together for him.
Perfectly, yeah.
And unfortunately, from my point of view, I do have like bitter memories associated with this.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not maybe the most objective critic.
Of course.
But his candidates run was fantastic, +4 on the first try. Also maybe like a once in a history, historical achievement. Even if we look back on the greatest world champions like Bobby Fischer, who I think played the first candidates at 15, but didn't have a chance to win.
No, he wasn't.
And until 71.
Right.
And to win the candidates at that age with +4 without losses is fantastic achievement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was huge. Then when he was playing Ding Liren in the match, I did think Gukesh should normally be a favorite. I thought maybe Ding would kind of bring back his former
self,
his like top level, or at least close to top level, where he has a good chance, and he did have a good chance, I think.
Yeah.
If we look back on the match to make it even, if he had drawn the last game, he really should have.
Right, it would have been a tie break, and
would have been a tie break, and at that stage, after 14 games, tie break, everything decided in one day. It is kind of a coin flip. Ding is older than Gukesh. Yeah. He's probably a bit more fatigued at that point, but he has some. I think like one of the main things he would have is that he's won in that situation before. So it always makes you feel a bit better. You've played a one-day tiebreak and you've actually won it.
Yeah.
I really wish just that he hadn't lost the last game, so we would have seen.
Yeah, it would have been very interesting.
It might have been the same outcome, might have been different, but I think it would be a really interesting tiebreak. The way it ended was disappointing because it ended with this one move blunder. I think he was already under pressure, but normally you shouldn't lose that position that he had. It was a very sterile position where I think Gukesh was ready for a draw. He was playing with the black pieces. Ding wanted a draw, and this led to a series of decisions that were a bit suboptimal, and then he started to feel under pressure, and then it culminated in this final mistake.
Exactly. Fabi, tell us what it's like being a professional grandmaster today, and are we living in a golden age?
Yeah, I ask myself this. I don't know. Definitely in some way we are, and in some way maybe not. There's definitely more money than there ever has been, and more opportunities, more tournaments, for mostly a select group.
Right.
Which
if
is
you're in
usually,
the top 10,
it's a top heavy.
Great.
It's a top heavy sport, which most sports are.
Right.
On the other hand, I think there's so much experimentation that we're risking a bit, you know, to go into circus territory sometimes.
Exhibition.
I think exhibitions are great, and we've had that in the past, and it's good to experiment. But we just have so much now, and organizers are trying new things, which is a good thing. I just think they shouldn't take the wrong conclusions. Like when they're searching for a good final product, hopefully they find it, and not that we end up with something where there's a lot of money and players are willing to go a bit through hoops to play for that money. I think, like, for me, the main thing is that we have a lot of chess history, and those things carry over. Like, you know, you remember
Sure.
Fischer-Spassky.
Of course.
You remember Avro 1938.
Right.
Well, you don't remember, but we look back on it.
We read the books.
Yeah, we read the books, and we know the games, and
Yes.
everyone who loves chess
grew up
knows
with these classics.
the classics. So I don't want to be that, like, you have a period of 2020 to 2030 where nobody remembers a single game that was played.
Just the results.
Yeah.
He won the Grand Chess Tour, he did this,
Yeah.
you won 7, but nobody remembers the games.
Yeah, it's like there's tournaments that we give meaning to because it's a world championship, for example,
For
right?
example, yeah.
But I don't know if people will think, okay, this tournament has a prize fund of 500,000, and therefore we should remember the games, right?
Right.
It's probably not going to be what ends up in books in the future.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
struggling with. For me, the same. The Fischer Random events, wonderful prize monies, wonderful clash, great finals, but the games, I don't have any connection with the games. And maybe I'll remember a fragment of an endgame, but for the most part, I don't have that connection that I do with, say, the 19th game at the World Championship from Moscow, you know, in 1990 or whatever. For you, do you also get a little bit lost there?
I think part of it is that whether we call it Fischer Random or freestyle or chess 9 LX.
Yeah, I know. I wonder.
It's a really fun game, really fun variant. You can't really remember the game so easily because there's too many starting positions.
Exactly.
So if you have a stable starting position, you can remember because you know the opening, for example.
Right.
And then from the opening, like, you can remember this game where Kasparov with the knight on d3, right?
Yeah, of course.
And you remember that it came from a Paulson Sicilian and so far, and g5. But if it started from a position where you had to remember that it was in position 514,
yes,
it would probably be either difficult or impossible, right? So I think it should be like a part of the tournament calendar, but if we played only that, I actually do believe we would forget about all the games, and we would just have results to remember chess by.
We're going to wrap up the interview very, very quickly. 5 questions, super fast. Your favorite opening is white?
I don't even know how to answer. What's e4 as an opening?
Sure.
Okay, e4.
Okay, king pawn. Your favorite defense to e4?
Sveshnikov.
Your favorite defense to d4?
Rogozin.
Favorite food?
Sushi, maybe.
Favorite commentator?
Yasser.
Respects. Thank you. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club. From Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament, October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between 2 world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars: Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a special guest with us, Jennifer Courreau, store manager of famous Q Boutique.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
What have you brought us today, Jennifer?
Oh, gosh, you know, I have a couple of variants because right now we have just opened our chess variant exhibition
At the World Chess Hall of Fame.
at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Gallery. So I have brought Polgar Star Chess,
Right.
which is made by the Polgar family.
This one right here, the
Laszlo.
Yes, that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Laszlo.
Laszlo and Clara. Yep, that's an awesome variant that's about 15 minutes long, and I've heard that even beginners can pick this up quite easily.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, and it's available to play on our 3rd floor in the museum as well as to purchase in Q Boutique. And then I also have the very famous Seirawan chess.
Ooh, do
With these
tell.
lovely figures.
Right.
We have a very limited supply.
Right.
So if you want one, I would suggest getting one very soon.
These are the elephants and hawks that I designed with Frank Camerata from the House of Staunton. The idea was that I wanted to use Capablanca's pieces, the Marshal and the Chancellor, but I didn't like the names, and I liked the imagery of elephants. We got to reintroduce elephants into chess and hawks, and they have the elephant has the power of the rook and knight. The hawk has the power of the bishop and knight. They are off the board at the start, and they're gated onto the board as a chess variant. And for kids, I mean, once they see the elephant, then they kind of go, okay.
Very beautifully designed pieces.
I'm going to be doing a lecture at the World Hall of Fame, the World Chess Hall of Fame, on September 3rd on the S-chess variant and Capablanca chess. But you also are doing merchandising with the Sinquefield Cup. Tell us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we carry all kinds of souvenirs from St. Louis to St. Louis Chess Club to the museum, and we also have tournament merchandise, as you can see.
Yeah.
My Sinquefield shirt on.
Right.
I love your earrings.
Oh, thank you. We also sell these in Q Boutique, just
Right.
because you got to have everything that's chess themed.
Right.
But we also carry autographed boards and
Memorabilia.
posters and things like that. You can find them online at qboutique.stl.com, or you can come in and visit us at 4652 Maryland Avenue.
And you have a selection of books
We
as
do.
well as the chess sets and
Every time I'm in St. Louis, I always make sure to stop by Q Boutique and pick something up, and they always have some new merchandise. It's a
Exactly.
wonderful store.
She came in yesterday. Yeah. And I'm going to say that in a couple of weeks here, we're going to have some more of Yasser's books, and I'm very excited about all the chess teaching books. So,
right, the winning chess series.
Yeah, the winning chess series. That's right. That's
exactly,
right.
exactly.
And Jennifer, what are your personal favorite items in the store, and also top sellers in the store?
Well, the top sellers are always going to be those vinyl boards and pieces. It's a basic set. My favorite set right now is probably the Venture board. It is a very portable board. It rolls up and it's very magnetic, so the pieces won't move. If you need to pause a game, you roll it up, stick it in a cup holder, and then unroll it when you're ready to start the game again. But I absolutely love all the jewelry. Yeah. We're bringing in a lot of chess-themed jewelry just for fun, but we also have a lot of gift items and other kinds of jewelry. The chess books have been fleshed out some more so that we have a large selection. So I would highly encourage anyone who's an avid chess fan to come in, but as well as just, want to shop around and get some gifts.
Everything available in the store, available online, or
Correct.
Is it, or you keep things in reserve for the people in person?
No, you can shop in store with us. We'd always love to see you, and at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
We love having you here, and
Thank
I'm
you.
going to stop by one more time before I leave.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we had a stump the commentators question, and I went with 16 because I believe in Peter getting a lot of GCT tour points.
Okay, I'm going to go with B11.
And
it's
Peter?
not, see, I'll go with 11. I actually tried to do some research and it came up inconclusive. But I'm leaning 11, but I should probably be disqualified from this because I did. Today is a day of me doing things which I'm not supposed to do, which includes Googling the results of questions. Yeah.
I'm sure I'm right. I believe in you, Peter. And the drum roll, and the answer is... Yeah, baby. Nailed it. Hold on, what's my score?
You and I are tied for first now.
Really?
Yes, I was
And
plus
where's
one.
Peter?
He's one point behind us.
Way nowhere.
He can still catch us. There's 2 more days.
You got to play catch up, dude. See, I believed in you, Peter, but you have to have more belief in your self-belief.
That's always been a problem. Nothing new there.
Tell us where we stand in the games.
Let's go back to the big board, and perhaps now I've disappeared off the screen. Deservedly.
Well done.
Let's begin somewhere. Let's begin with MVL's game, because MVL has been a bit of a main character there for story time for the past few days.
Yep.
And interestingly, we have finally seen now what the idea behind his move orders is. He began with b5, as mentioned, after 94. e3 is well known, but he went a4, which is also a reasonably established move, although my board decides not to cooperate. a5 is logical here because allowing this pawn to progress further is unreasonable. And now he goes knight e1, once again avoiding this knight trade, but using a different route for this knight. Normally it goes to g2, but now this is not available, but we can go to e1. And here, interestingly, Sam made what, with the knight on g2 in the lines I was showing earlier,
Queen c8.
Absolutely the main move, Queen c8, which here is probably third best.
Okay.
The engine likes Rook b8 a lot more than Queen c8, and I think I can explain it. We'll get to the point a bit later. And also, interestingly, it quite likes this pawn sacrifice after bc6, bishop 6, rook c8. The third is rook takes c3 because there's this x-ray along the g-file. The bishop has to drop back to f3. And now after both bishop b4 and maybe even some move like king h8, knight d6, these are not very impressive pieces. The bishop will come to b4. There is pressure against the a4 pawn. White is kind of stuck. In fact, here, knight b5 is the only move that does anything. Appears to be holding for black, but it's tricky. I thought it would be just very attractive, but the more I looked at it, the more I thought, okay, if you don't know this, you probably don't play this. But rook b8 is very natural here. This knight needs to be kicked away. It goes to f5. It goes to f5 in all cases. White generally plays queen c2 in these types of positions. And the big difference is the queen just belongs on d7 here. And the reason we were doing it, maybe I can even find the position somewhere on my board.
Where the queen c8 was earlier.
Yeah, we were looking at this earlier. Where was it? Somewhere. Doesn't matter. hang on, let me find it now. We were getting this position with the white pawn on a3, and we were often trying to play a5, a4, isolate the pawn on b5, and attack it on b5. Whereas here, the pawn is already on a4.
So it was before knight d4, Peter. I think we were trying, for black, instead of voluntarily jumping knight d4, include the move a5. And
this is the position.
Yes.
So this is the old theory. And
with
here
the queen on
c8,
c8.
Here queen c8 is very strong because, as mentioned, one of the biggest plans black has here is to play a5, a4. It kind of pins the knight on d2 to the d2 square because you don't want to be allowing bishop b3. It also, as I mentioned, introduces the idea of a rook lift to a5 to go after the b5 pawn. Whereas in the game, it's much more important to have central control. As we will see in our game, the knight went to d3, as we will see in a moment. Here, if it goes to d3, it immediately gets kicked away, and it gets actually kind of awkward for white. The machine suggests going back to e1.
Oops.
It's also notable that in many positions, the engine quite likes the idea of playing c7, c6, actually. Despite generating a nice aligning on c6, it likes opening up the b file. It likes getting maybe closer to some pressure against the a4 pawn. I think black is completely fine here. Instead, Sam played queen c8, which is not a problem yet, maybe not a big one anyway, but here, the engine definitely starts preferring white because all of those things are much less true. Your rooks are disconnected. The queen is kind of stuck on c8 because you don't want to be giving up the pawn on b7, so you might still eventually have to play rook b8.
Anyway.
Or you play what Sam has played, which is knight d6, solving the issue of protecting b7, but giving white these wonderful squares for everything. Suddenly the bishop comes out via a3.
Bishop h3.
Sam played rook e8.
Not even bishop
Knight
h3.
came out to g3. This is now very dangerous for black because you're still very unsure where your pieces are going. You would like to somehow connect the rooks, but you can pretty much never play queen d7 because it allows white a lot of tempi with knight c5. f2, f4 is now a very serious consideration in pretty much every single position. Maybe you play something like bishop h3.
Apologies, Peter.
Yeah, but even here.
But the bishop on a3 strikes me as too strong. If I go knight on b6 to c4?
Knight c4. We put it on c5 for the time being. Once again, using the fact that you can't continue chasing it with b6 just yet.
Wow.
This involves spending another tempo on rook b8. And I will find something to do, like 95, for instance, is very strong.
So
you lose control over some central
considering to
squares.
sacrifice?
Yeah, I
B6?
was thinking of b6 and bishop h3 variations.
b6 we will take on d6. I'm not even sure we'll be taking on a8 that quickly. What are you capturing with?
I'm thinking.
Because like after knight d6, the engine doesn't even take on a8. It goes rook bc1 and says, I'm much more interested in winning the c7 pawn.
With
Gives white
reason.
a very, very large advantage here.
This looks nice.
This has gone slightly sideways for Sam, I think.
He has played bishop h3 by the way.
He has played bishop
game.
h3, and here the most concrete reaction, probably the strongest reaction, is to take and either play f4, or another suggestion by the engine is to take on d6.
Okay.
C takes d6, queen b3, followed by knight d5 is very unattractive. So you probably take with the bishop, and we park this knight on e4 and play.
This is a nice...
And as somebody who's played the English your entire life, I think we like this for white,
Yeah,
right?
this is I aspire to these types of
Not the end of the world, but we definitely like this for white.
Right.
And as mentioned, f2, f4 is a more concrete continuation, and probably even stronger, frankly, because if the best suggestion, as it appears to be, is to allow fe5, fe5, well, we like this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Eventually, if we manage to put something on e4, maybe even immediately knight c5 and park something on e4, this is very pleasant. Not a decisive advantage by any means, but about as good an outcome out of the English opening as you can hope for.
Yeah, somehow once that bishop got to a3, it solved an enormous, I want to say, logjam with the pieces. Maxime's knight on e1 gets to go to c5.
You know,
and
Yasser,
a lot of good things
we've
are
been
happening.
talking about how MVL needs to win one game to guarantee his
Right.
spot in the Final Four. Well, today and tomorrow, he has 2 whites in a row. So it's
Oh, that's a nice double
Exactly.
white.
He's playing Fabi tomorrow, but today, in particular, with the position he got out of the opening, where Sam is clearly out of book. Sam is generally, I think he told us in the studio that he spent the last 2 months preparing for every single opponent. But today it feels like Maxime managed to surprise him with some of his opening choices.
Right.
And also the position objectively is quite comfortable for white. So yeah, today represents, in terms of opening results, one of the better shots Maxime will have in this tournament.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. By the way, I really like your dissertation on this particular type of an English, and what Black needed to do was play rook b8 and queen d7. Had Sam played like that, I think his position would have been very just fine. As it is,
White got
MVL
got
a lot. If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the game of Wesley So and Gukesh, because it was Wesley surprising all of us by, well, exposing his king. And there was no a5, but the position that the players have achieved is something very similar to what was recommended by Peter.
We're talking about the Black sacrificing the pawn. Let's take bishop b7.
And we should.
Yes, and we should.
Absolutely should, yeah.
And we should. Rook to e8 or rook to b8?
Well, at b8.
Okay. And
interestingly, you can play d5.
Ooh, there's not many.
Leaving the rook on a8.
Pardon me.
And also, interestingly, bishop takes a8 is bishop takes a8 is an immediate draw. Interestingly, this is very curious.
Please.
After queen f3, white is better supposedly, but if you take on a8, you allow an immediate draw with queen h3. Apparent. Okay, now it's no longer a draw. It was a draw a moment ago, and then the computer found the move rook e4, which is the only thing that does anything, but might actually be very strong. The threat was knight h4, and it was such a strong threat that the engine was struggling to actually stop it in any sensible way, and it was giving me some lines like rook takes e6, f6, and then after queen f1, I'm assuming black has perpetuals and
queen g4,
like including this. Yeah, very simple. But rook e4 is a very beautiful rook lift with the intention of meeting rook takes a8 with queen g4, and forcing the queen away, and then we are an exchange up. I don't think this will happen. The choice is between rook b8 and rook e8. A bit surprising. Yeah, okay, now it's no longer surprising, because I thought, why are we driving the bishop back home? I would very much prefer to go rook e8, and now my screen agrees. And does say black has very decent compensation. Bishop g2 being the main move, and if bishop c6, you will probably not be very shocked to hear it still does this.
And now
e8,
queen
h3. And with no rook e4 available, now this does make a draw, it seems.
Wow.
Barely for white, actually. f3 is the only move that doesn't lose.
Wow.
Yeah, very curious position, and I keep on repeating that, but it's a very unusual position for rook e1 anti-Berlins.
If you don't mind, playing the bishop takes a8 variation for just a moment, because this is one of the most remarkable examples after queen h3 of an X-ray I've ever seen.
Yeah,
rook e4, and the bishop X-rays g2. Yeah,
exactly. Because it's we're using the living dead there, right? We've discounted the existence of that bishop already. It's sort of not on the board in our mind, but it is very much still on the board.
Wesley's taken the pawn on b7, so I'm hoping to see this on the board. It would be great to see d5 and this whole line.
Yeah. Wow, rook e4, that is remarkable. But I'm with you, Peter. I would like to play rook. Why are you forcing me to go after your king
rook
side?
e8 feels very, very logical.
d5 and queen h3 is on Gukesh's agenda. And this,
I think, honestly, even bishop 6 is very kind of unusual to my eyes. I would like it back home before it can get cut off.
Right.
And now the engine goes bishop d7.
Okay.
Suggests we need to do something like takes bishop d2.
Okay.
And then makes a very striking move, because it says the most important thing about this position is for me to land the knight on h4.
Right. Go all the way
down. Because if you play queen f6, after queen f3, you're still not establishing your knight on h4, while giving white a tempo to perhaps play rook e1 next move.
Right.
Which is why it chooses queen d8 and says full compensation. Doesn't say black is better, but says full compensation. You can play queen h5. Now knight h4 perhaps allows me bishop g5, but after h7, h6,
you're determined to play knight h4.
It's interesting that even if the rooks come off, black is still completely fine in positions like this because of just how unsafe this king on g1 is. Doesn't gives white kind of only moves to preserve balance, not by a long stretch, but he sort of likes black here.
Wow.
We have a bishop pair, healthy extra pawn, no immediate threats. After something like bishop h1, everything is controlled. The queen cannot come in. We cover all the squares. It just says quietly we're improving every single piece. And this king is so unsafe that White actually has to play carefully, perhaps not to fall into some danger.
Remarkable, because wow, you're absolutely right. I've got everything seemingly
under control, but we can't really make any progress. Black wants to play g7, g5, and then perhaps somehow try to trade this bishop for this one. The bishop on d2 has no particular prospects. Still, I think if I saw this for the first time in my own practical game and I started thinking here with White, I would think I should be at least a little bit better.
Of course.
And then you would, bang your head against it for a while, and you would realize, no, we're not making any progress. We're probably not better at all. But initially, you feel like you have to have something.
Right. Nazi, who came out of this opening with the time advantage?
Neither of them. It's quite even. Wesley has 58 minutes and Gukesh 51. In the very beginning, Gukesh had a lot more time because he surprised Wesley.
He was the one who came with the opening novelty, Gukesh, with that whole bishop h4. And Wesley picked up the gauntlet. And, well, we'll keep an eye on this one, as we do expect compensation for the world champion, his pawn sacrifice.
Do you think chances are we'll see d5?
Pretty good,
Gukesh,
pretty decent actually. If you're gonna ask yourself this questions about bishop h4, you might have asked yourself this position. You might have seen d5 on your home analysis board. I wanted to go. We've seen MVL, Sam. I wanted to go to Duda versus Nodirbek, because you were showing a position, Peter. I thought it was actually pretty funny. A rook got stranded on the f6 square.
That was always the likely continuation here, because you don't want to take on e7 and leave it on a pretty harmonious square or on e6, and also this knight is much better than this knight. So you're always exchanging this one.
Right.
Interestingly, Duda decided not to play c4. I think c6 is just not happening here. I think black goes knight g6, and the inclusion of c4 and knight g6 slightly favors black, because now we will be taking on f6 with the queen, and the rook will come back.
Right.
So I think it makes a lot of sense to do it the way he's done it,
which is
knight f6, rook f6, and d4 immediately. Now allowing White to maroon this rook completely with d4, d5 is probably not great, so e4, knight d4 is also very logical. And here, it feels like Nodirbek, either he is sort of once again inviting chaos and storm into his life, or he maybe misevaluated something, because it feels logical to try and play d6, d5 here.
Right.
The only way to continue for White that does
E5.
anything at all is e5. We play rook g6. Now, of course, if we allow f4, f5, we lose.
Goodbye.
But if you play f4 after c5, f5, we can actually do this. Maybe he was worried about this, but the engine isn't. The engine says, yes, this is a strong pawn, but we will, let's say queen d3 check g6, queen takes e3, it goes knight f5, and says, maybe with the pawn on h2 this would have been playable, but because of how weak the dark squares around your king are, lines could continue something like queen d3, we give this check, put the queen on e6, and we start picking off those pawns one by one, and it prefers black actually here. So after e5, rook g6, the best moves appear to be like physically trying to stop c5, c7, c5. But that gives black a chance to play queen d7, perhaps knight f5, next move, it's very unclear.
h3
or a very curious looking move, knight d4, e2, trying to once again exploit the really poorly placed rook, and also stopping c5 by controlling it with the bishop. But after knight f5, if knight f4, the rook, after knight f3, f3, the rook can go to c6 or g5 or somewhere. It's a very unclear position. But instead, Nodirbek played knight g6, which, well, prepares d6, d5, but nobody's going to give you d6, d5 anymore. White obviously instantly goes c2, c4. He played c7, c6. And in this position, he is worse specifically because of knight e2, but I think it's findable.
Which has happened?
Yeah, I think it's findable because it makes a great deal of sense. Black is threatening d6, d5, and black also obviously wants to play something like queen e7, rook e8, put some pressure on the e4 pawn. In that respect, the knight kind of belongs on g3. Or c3, but I think more g3 even, because it does things, potentially you will maybe start an attack on the king side. And this is now problematic for black. You can play something like rook e6, we'll go knight g3. If d5 doesn't work, which you need to check, but yeah, it doesn't work very concretely if f2, f4 is very strong here. If you end up having to play this position quietly, I don't know, you play knight e5, let's say I include queen c2. You drop the knight back, I play f4, rook ad1 first, and then f4. This is
like
about as dreamy a position as you can get in this structure.
Yeah,
right?
it feels like a Philidor that's gone wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice bishop against a very passive bishop. Knight arguably on an ideal square where it works to support the pawn on e4. And because the pawn on e4 is so well supported, we often can start pushing just very directly f4, f5, e5. Also, this is a good square for it if we want to play just f3, knight f5. It's not a disaster for black yet, but it definitely is like, I think you pretty much always choose this one over the one Nodirbek got.
Definitely.
So a bit surprising that he allowed all of this.
Whoa. The nightmarish tournament for Nodirbek may be continuing as he's in a difficult position. Where would you like to go? Alireza?
Let's go back to Alireza and Prague. Yes,
Yes.
we do have a couple of moves.
And again, this is such a huge game, and it could easily, the outcome of this game could determine who is
we're
going to
gonna
make
see in
in the
Brazil.
playoffs. Yeah, because if whoever wins this game will put themselves in prime position. B7, B6.
I feel like in order to see both of these players in Brazil, they have to draw this game.
Right,
one of
and
them
then
wins, I think-
Alireza needs to pass somebody with a victory.
Yeah, to have a chance, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at if
Peterson.
tournament ends today.
Right.
This is who would go to Brazil. It's Fabi, MVL, Levon, and Prague.
Right.
But if Alireza beats Prague, I'm sure they will
They
swap
swap places
places.
very much.
Exactly. Wesley So, on the outside, he would need to put together some kind of sprint at the finish to probably, I think he's going to need a +2.
He might need to win too, and I think this explains g takes h4 today, because Wesley realizes time is kind of running out to start winning games.
Yeah, he's run out of road. B7, B6, Prague has just played this move, and again, it doesn't feel like I'm playing D4, so I'm playing B4, right?
Alireza kind of slow played it a little bit, because he could have put the pawn on a5, and I think the engine was very often putting the pawn on a5 to make b6 much less playable.
So if we go back just a time or two, play a5.
a5 here, or after bishop b3, knight c7 as well. I think he was playing either a5 or queen b3. But if black plays this kind of flexibly enough, I think black generally is okay. I don't particularly like what Alireza has done, because now after spending 2 tempi on what he spent 2 tempi on, which is h3 and then queen c2, after b6, black is ready to finish development in some way. You can go f6, bishop b6, you can go f6, bishop a6, knight e6, which I probably like even more, with ideas of playing rook d7, rook a d8. If white continues doing nothing, you start thinking maybe black can push for a little bit. No?
Well, absolutely. That is a backward pawn on the...
So let's try your b4 plan.
Okay.
Can we do it immediately, by the way? If you really wanted it, can we do it immediately?
I was afraid you might... E5.
E5 is hanging,
Okay. Well, that's good news. You can't
Maybe
take twice.
knight a6 is annoying, though, with the idea of b5, knight b4.
That would be nice.
And then c6, c5, and there's pressure against the
And
d3
d3 is
pawn.
hanging
D3
already.
is hanging as well. Yeah.
Now we've secured.
So maybe this is the reason not to do it immediately, right?
Pause. No trickies, right?
I don't see any ideas to
You
stop.
can
both
go
knights
for some
before
very
d3.
speculative stuff, I don't know, sacrificing exchanges for the e5 pawn or something, but I don't believe in it, right?
No. No, I'm not a believer either. So I prepped it. I prepped it with the move rook b1, and I don't know. I don't think you want to misguide your knight, do you? Maybe you do.
But bishop a6 might be okay, right?
Okay, bishop a6.
And very concretely, if you play b4 here, I
Let's
might actually take on c4, take on b4, and play knight a6. It's not the most
have
exciting
a
thing in the world,
look.
but I am lending something on d4. Should be okay, or thereabouts, right? c4, c5 you probably play. It's a kind of a... I used to play King's Indians, which often led to these types of structures, but I also had the bishop on c8, which had no moves, and like another knight on d7, which had no moves.
Yeah.
So
you felt a little cramped.
yeah, here I feel quite happy. bc5, rook b8 or something. I don't think black should be losing this.
No. I remember looking at these Kasparov-Karpov matches from King's Indians, and this looks like a reasonable reasonable one.
This looks
for me.
okay.
Yeah.
White is also fine, but yeah, I don't think black is worried.
Exactly. And again, this is the Alireza versus Prague game. Duda, we think, has an edge. Wesley, it's a little bit of a chaotic mess.
We didn't see D5, that was Rook 8, but
Rook E8.
I think we should go back to MVL's game against Sam, because Sam's last move, Knight F7, was not liked by the engine.
Okay, so when we left it, we had seen the move Bishop H3. A couple of tries here for MVL, and most especially this one. F2, F4. So we're very happy recapturing, chasing this queen back, securing the D5 square. And Peter had
my screen was telling me to play queen
this.
E6. I very much understand why Sam decided not to, because creating that isolani on E5 is very unattractive. But what he's allowed is even worse. Because now after knight F7, we can take on E7.
Aren't you still creating an isolani? Or no?
No, because we will be taking with a knight and rook. But after bishop takes, rook takes, we can play F5.
Oh dear.
And then knight C5.
Played out without the queen also? On H3, yeah.
Yeah, the queen is locked out, and I want to play knight C5, knight 3, 4. I also have B7 is weak. The square on E6 might become vulnerable.
Here I thought
it's legitimately unpleasant, I think.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to use the E4 square maybe for something like knight C5 and maybe even queen E4, but following it up with E3,
no, knight C3, 4. I'm not playing
knight C3.
No,
yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what
playing
I thought.
E3,
You wanted to use the E4 square.
No.
And that,
although the engine actually likes it. Shockingly, if we switch to my board for a second. Yeah. So in this position after F5, I played knight D6, which I think is very logical. After knight C5, I played king H8, which also seems very logical. And first line is E4, followed by G3.
And we, of course, wanted to play knight on C3 to E4.
But I guess here the engine suggests there's this knight on B6, which is completely stuck.
D3.
After D3, if you move it ever, it allows knight D5.
That's not
Whereas
good.
for white, we now have a completely free game. We will play something like queen F2, maybe rook FC1, double on the C file. Eventually, maybe this knight lands on E6.
That's nice.
Counterplay for black, though,
not
is
obvious.
Very thin on the ground.
Right.
It finally returns the queen to some normal squares. Now we go, I don't know, knight E6 or rook FC1, pretty much anything. And it says, okay, nominate a move, and doesn't really nominate a move. The only semi-active move here is G7, G6, but FG is strong, ignoring is also strong.
Wow.
Really dislikes
E3, E4.
Yeah, but I would
hilarious.
I would be very much against it. I would very much like to play something like knight C4, which apparently after queen G4 throws much of the advantage away.
Knight F7 on the board, and
so we by mistake discovered that.
The accidental discovery, and we have microwaves. Knight F7. Okay, I like. Again, I've been playing the English my whole life, and this idea of securing the E4 square by including F4, F5 becomes very, very appealing. Very appealing.
Yeah, once you see all those ideas that Peter just showed us, why it looks just so much better.
Exactly, and somehow he makes it look easy. Getting in these advantages against a very well-prepared opponent, it's not that easy. I want to go to the game of Wesley and Gukesh, because
we're actually getting this, maybe.
Wesley has played the move Bishop C6, and he is encouraging.
I thought this was in a way maybe
sacrifice,
offering a draw, but we know Gukesh will never take that, even if it is an offer of rook C8, Bishop B7.
I'm not sure they understand it's a draw, and also in this particular edition, in this particular version, it's not such an obvious draw for either. After D5, as I mentioned, in this position, white has only one move to preserve equality, which is F3, knight H4, rook E2, allowing knight F3.
Oh, I wasn't talking about this draw.
Yeah.
Just bishop attacking the rook, going back and
no, I don't think. I think we're trying to drive the rook away, and then triumphantly put it back on G2. It never goes back to B7.
No.
No, the interesting bit, of course, is D5. And in reply to this, although it now says zeros again, it was suggesting it's still time to bring the bishop back home.
Shall we have a move? Gukesh played rook E7.
Yeah, and that was, for some reason, not great. And I guess the difference is now we play bishop D2, and you cannot get the rook on E8. Like, you can still offer the same rook trade, but the resulting position has no rook on the E file. So we do actually consolidate.
Yeah, no, now we're
and now we should be better with white here, because we are on the verge of playing queen f3 and rook e1. The knight is still very far away from h4. If in this position we take with the queen, I will play queen f3 and then I guess queen g3, rook e1. This is very similar to what I was showing, but also very noticeably worse for black than what I was showing, because there is no rook on the e file.
Exactly.
Now this is a very big miss by Gukesh.
If you don't mind, instead of the move rook e7, just tell me again the top lines for d5, because
d5,
that's a very attractive
d5, top two lines are bishop takes e8. Second best is rook e5 with the idea of meeting queen h3 with queen f1, queen g4 check. And now both things are perpetuals. After king h1, we have queen f3.
Right.
So rook e5 is also not playing for a win in any way, shape, or form. Like, you have to make an immediate draw. And after bishop e8, queen h3, as mentioned, like if you play rook e2, it currently says zeros, but at some point it was giving black some advantage after queen g4. Now, king f1, knight h4, you lost. So you have to go into the corner. And the engine, after thinking for a bit, does suggest that black has so much positional compensation after rook takes e8 that you can absolutely continue. Queen f1, and just goes h7, h6, and says, I mean, the light squares are so weak that we can just play like this. It probably ends up being a draw, but it's a very uncomfortable looking draw for white.
Absolutely.
So yeah, d5 was a very, very serious option. And if you have to go for this position, which it appears you have to, bishop takes e8, queen h3, f3 by far the best, knight h4, rook e2 now strictly the only move, knight takes f3, king h1. And now, if you take on e8, you're worse after bishop f4, because the bishop on e6 is kind of frozen in place, and we are ready to start playing something like queen f1. And after all, we are an exchange up. But if you go knight h4 here, there's no way to stop the perpetuals.
Queen f3,
because if you play something like rook f2, you will now be worse after rook takes e8. This is not as good a position as previously. So you have to start allowing these checks. Like you play something like bishop b5. There's an immediate perpetual. There's also bishop g4, which looks very scary, but seemingly we are holding after queen e1. But this is very, very scary for white as well.
Right.
d5 would have been, I don't know if it would have been a surprise for Wesley. Maybe he saw it. But I think even if you see d5, you assume the idea of playing d5 here is just to play for compensation, and then you're not scared at all, right? You need to see it in connection with queen h3.
As a rook sacrifice.
Yeah, and this is not so easy. Yeah, rook sacrifice, which creates a slow threat of, it's not even a check. Like we're creating threats which are seemingly sort of very kind of slow boiling. Yes. Yeah, and Wesley, of course, replied to rook e7 with the precise bishop d2. But yeah, that's what you do. That's why you play bishop c6.
Yeah.
And he should now be better.
Well, with queen f3, it's a pawn to the good, absolutely. Thank you, Peter. And Nazi, where would you like to guide us?
We can go back to Alireza. He did play that b4 move we were analyzing, but we stopped because we thought maybe it was too early to play b4.
Yes. So when we left it, we did consider b4. And Peter said captures, followed by knight a6.
Does appear to be strong, but not as strong as we thought.
Because?
It's just b5, knight b4, queen b1. It appears that white is in time to protect the weaknesses. Queen b1 specifically, it's a lot stronger than queen e2.
We were thinking c5, just to cement
c5, and white goes a4, a5, and starts counterplay on that flank.
So we'll go
rook b8 seems logical.
Yeah.
But honestly, the way the machine plays this, I'm still picking black, because the machine plays it sort of very, very concretely. Second best line on my screen is rook c1, a move which completely ignores the fact that d3 is even hanging. I guess introducing the idea of ab6, knight takes b6, and then bishop takes c5. Okay. That would be the point of rook c1. And if knight takes d3, we go rook d1, and if knight b4, we take on b8, take on d8, and we can pick up the pawn on e5 in the end.
Right.
Although, once again, this kind of a position, bishop has the bishop pair, protected passer on c5, no weaknesses after bishop e6. If I had to pick a side here, I'm always picking black, I think.
It looks easier.
But the engine says white is completely fine after rook e7. Yeah. So yeah, I'm expecting this to happen because other lines for black are much less attractive. The second best move is knight a6, but why would you do this and not the other one?
Right.
I don't see how this is ever going to be more attractive for black than the previous line. And apart from b5, shockingly, even a5 equalizes, which I thought was completely unplayable. But the point is, after b5, the machine suggests we can sacrifice this piece. And if you take, after takes, and queen takes e6, your position is very awkward. Because you have to play rook b8, there is no other way to even protect that rook. Right. This is why we included a5 and b5, so that if the bishop goes somewhere, we drop a full piece, right?
Right.
So you have to play rook b8, and white gets to play bishop takes a7.
That's pawn number 3.
Yeah. And actually win material back, or at least some material. And suggests that it's playable for white, although probably ends up being around equality. So therefore, you probably start with this. White once again goes queen b1, you play b5. White goes knight c takes e5. And would have been even maybe interesting for white, but after a very precise takes, and c5, which for people who have a lifelong love affair with the bishop on g7 would be difficult, I think.
Yeah, parting with
it's some kind of a mess, which once again ends up being around equality.
Peter, even this position, I'm still trying to decipher rook c1.
This is supposedly the best line. Queen takes e5, queen b3 check, forcing knight d5, and then it somehow evens out.
Crazy. And before you played the rook c1, what was going on here?
We can take this guy.
And take on c5.
And your other rook is hanging.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Yeah. Wow. What are you going to do?
But yeah, still very interesting that Alireza, and maybe interesting is not the right word, very consistent that Alireza goes for broke yet again. It seems like a very quiet position in which you can play all kinds of like shuffling moves like rook ab1, rook fb1, what have you. Instead, Alireza just goes for this, which makes the game instantly 10 times sharper than it was 3 seconds ago.
Absolutely, and we do have that whole sequence with a CB knight a6, and Nazi, the player's evenish on the clock. I mean, we know Alireza has been the one who's been suffering time
Typically,
issues.
yes, but not today. It's very evenly. It's very even on the clock, 44 against 40 minutes.
And what do you think about this crazy line that Peter has been sharing with b5, knight b4, queen b1, c5? This makes sense. Right up to this moment, everything kind of does have a flow.
The rook c1 move,
right?
Shocker.
Yeah,
and
not the only move though. You can, if you want to be a sane person, you can go like ab6, rook a3.
And that was based on this idea of we're ready to sacrifice. But I'm with you on that. Maybe I like keeping the tension. Don't ask me why. But whether I include AB or I would have played rook a3, but rook c1 to my mind was like...
Black plays, very often black has this idea of playing queen e8 and taking on b5. It maybe ends up costing you the pawn on e5, but I think you take that trade because that pawn on b5 is annoying for potential endgames later in the game.
Is there any benefit to me trying to, I don't know, go for this?
Looks like a great counterplay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean...
No, I'm very unsure about all of this, to be honest.
Me too.
Structurally, black has to be doing quite well, but this is a very concrete position. If you miss something and suddenly the f7 pawn falls,
oops,
your structural advantages will
collapse
for very little. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, for those of you joining us late, this game between these two top grandmasters could very well decide who is going to Sao Paulo, especially as we're running out of road. After all, we are in round 7, and
although
these two are fighting for that playoff, that they're on that bubble.
Yeah, that's prior to the tournament starting.
We see that
felt kind of comfortable in 3rd.
Ahead of Prague, but
only by 2.5 points.
Yeah, but if you go to where we stand after 6 rounds of play, the roles are reversed.
Yeah, Prague has half point more in the tournament, and as you can see, he is knocking out Alireza from current top 4.
And we think that Wesley might have to go win 2 out of his remaining 3 games to...
This is exactly what I wanted to mention, Mike.
Yeah.
If Alireza beats Prague today,
yes,
and Wesley beats Gukesh,
yes,
maybe Wesley overtakes Prague as well, because that's going to be a big, big swing.
Whoa.
Prague falling out of the top group and Wesley actually joining the top group on +1.
Right.
All of these calculations are kind of intricate, but it feels like if Wesley actually manages to convert his very promising so far position against Gukesh, and Prague does not hold, although currently Prague seems to be completely fine, but if that ends up happening, Wesley might be in with a shout, even without winning too. Maybe just the one win could be potentially enough. And
well, Wesley is playing Prague tomorrow, so it will be in his
that's
hands.
going to be a blockbuster.
There you go. You were mentioning, Peter, a line that went A5, B5, knight takes
C5.
Yeah,
So we're
and
talking
away you
about
go.
the game between Alireza and Prague.
And after A5, we didn't look at.
No, we did it.
knights
Yeah,
before.
that's where your last line came from. Queen B1, B5,
B5.
knight C5.
Yeah.
And now it's important actually to include bishop takes E5 for reasons unexplained. Maybe because if you don't, you do actually lose to rook C1. Because here C5, rook C1, bishop takes E5, I can take on C5 first.
Right. That.
Which is why the engine starts by doing something unthinkable and giving up the bishop on G7 for a knight, and then goes C5.
And that
I'm
was
assuming
where-
if you play F4, that allows knight D3, queen E4. That's at least my basic assumption.
Well, I'm just looking at this naked king, and you were showing in the game of Wesley So when that bishop on the light square bishop was missing from the G2 square.
Yeah, but we're about to play F6 and we're about to take on D3, and those two things will, improve our general demeanor quite a bit. Right?
our state of happiness.
Yes.
The unbearable lightness of being. What have I? Do you see any trickies here, Nazi?
I'm looking.
It feels like
there should be
there's
something.
some dark squares over there. You'd almost like to just play D4.
D4, C takes D4.
And
though.
bishop D2 and say, with compensation. With
Whatever we come
of a
up with,
grand-
Peter's ready to shut it down. So.
Yeah, right.
No, I think D4 is very logical. I just think black probably survives it because your pieces aren't on. If we show it on the board for the viewers, D4 I do want to take. I'm worried to play F6 here. Bishop D2 I want to take on E5. You probably take with the queen? Question mark.
Yes.
And something like bishop E6, probably trying to put it on C4.
And if you had your pawn on G7, you'd
I'd be winning,
but
yeah, because it's not there. I don't know how this is evaluated, but it doesn't really feel like I'm getting mated anytime soon, right?
Right.
Bishop C4, F4, Queen D6.
Yep.
I have my own play,
Yep.
and
For sure.
the bishop isn't even on H6 yet. Okay.
Whoa,
Okay, that's
whoa,
a whole different story. Bishop D2.
Bishop to D2. No
And,
B5.
yeah.
No rook B1.
Black is
Queen
incredibly
B1.
comfortable after pretty much anything now, but the simplest is just to take on before twice.
Okay, and Alireza clearly wants to trade his B pawn for the E pawn.
Yeah,
Now,
I guess he wants knight C5, knight F5 looks less attractive.
wrong.
And then the engine just calmly goes back to D6.
And I'm
D4, C5, you're in trouble apparently.
So
Knight takes E6, queen takes D3. And it seems like we're still alive after specifically queen C1.
okay. A1.
And this is around the like rook E8 is sensible. White plays
Okay.
rook D1 and
not even rook A3, but rook D1.
I think rook D1, yeah, because if rook A3, rook A3 is also not that bad, yeah.
Okay.
Both of those are playable. You end up being slightly worse with white. After rook D1, we have, for instance, the option of playing queen C3, which we should avail ourselves of, getting queens off the board. And yes, you probably hold this with white, but you absolutely know you're trying to hold the position.
Right.
Because these kinds of endgames are a dream for any Grunfeld player. And if I manage to create a passer on the queen side, if the bishops stay on
Bye-bye.
the board for a bit. But the grip is currently quite strong. This is a very beautiful knight. It denies black a lot of squares, so around equality. And similar things apply to rook A3, because the best move appears to be queen A6. Then maybe you play rook D1. Black plays bishop B6. And once again, if you allow black to play rook A8, queen B7, your pieces will start getting shifted back. But concretely, after E4, E5, engine maybe defends this. But yeah, you have to play very precisely, because as mentioned, like D4, C5, maybe you would feel slightly attracted by this, and maybe something like rook A, D1, but engine goes bishop B6 and says, these are now really, really poor positions. because we're ready to meet d5 if bishop takes e5, of course, it just costs you a full pawn. If you take on c5, these endgames are bad.
Two bishops are clearly
really not
better.
a shock, because compared to the previous positions, black is much better developed. There is no knight on c6 yet.
For sure.
And we are prepared, like I think our next move is cd4 followed by queen c5, trying to get this very same endgame. So, yeah, Alireza, I think he, as usual, he succeeded disbalancing the position quite a bit, but I don't know if he will enjoy it, frankly, if Pragg takes on before twice. And annoyingly for Alireza, c5 is not bad either. If you play c5 here, bc5, I mean, knight c5 is sensible, but maybe even stronger. It's b takes c5, trying to land it on before.
Nice.
This is a weakness, which we can absolutely play against. So the engine goes b5, we go knight b4. Now, in comparison to previous lines, queen b1 is completely unplayable because this will just fall for nothing.
Right.
You have to take. And
two bishops.
yeah, once again, if you imagine black playing something like bishop b6, rook a c8, f6, bishop f8, fully protecting the pawn on b4, you will be much worse. Currently, the machine says rook f d1 very specifically, and white is still somehow fine because you have some counterplay with a4, a5, and black is some moves away from your ideal setup. You're running, I think, quite significant risks here.
Strategic risk, yeah.
My initial opinion here, if I had this, would be, this is very promising. This is about as good a position as you can get out of the opening of the black pieces.
Thank you, Peter. Before we go on break, I do want to take a quick gander at the Wesley So Gukesh position, because when we left, what?
We have a d5 on the board just at the wrong time.
But the timing is all wrong. Bishop to d2. Yeah, without the move rook e7, that was the move that we didn't like for Gukesh. Now after bishop d2, we are enjoying a pawn advantage, and especially with queen f3. Peter has been sharing variation after variation with us where the knight wants to go to h4. The knight wants to go to h4 without the trade of queens, and I like
King h1 looks very good.
Var's suggestion of just king h1, sidestepping knight h4, like you don't want to.
Feels like we are probably now ready to take on d5 if it continues getting offered, right?
Yeah, and
if you play something like queen g6 here, bishop takes d5 is not a particularly good option, but rook g1 is decent, and the one the engine likes the most is simply bishop f4, trying to maybe get it over to g3. And if knight h4, we have queen g3.
We've got a lot of defenders.
Queen h5, and just in time we get to play rook e5 and knock all of these pieces away from their ideal squares. And it feels like we're just in control.
Yep, it does.
As white.
An advantage for Wesley. What are we going to do on our break?
Well, as we go to break, Yasser, you talked about bad dude story.
Oh, yeah.
Which I haven't even heard, so I'm
you
excited.
didn't hear about the bad duty?
No, but I will take a listen and we'll be right back.
Or the bad. This story is about Vasily Ivanchuk, and I could call it lost in translation. Vasily Ivanchuk from the Ukraine was one of the greatest chess talents that I really ever had the honor, the pleasure of meeting. Even Garry Kasparov had predicted that Vasily would one day be the world chess champion. So it was 1992, it was Manila, the Olympiad, and there was a pause during the tournament. We have the Bermuda Party. The Federation from Bermuda, Nick Fox, was hosting what is the legendary Bermuda Party. And they have this Black Seal rum. Well, let's say the Black Seal rum comes in at about 120 proof, and you had a lot of very, very inebriated chess players. Towards the end of the party, Vasily Ivanchuk, he comes to me in a very aggressive manner, and he's clenching his fist, and he's saying, "Yasser, you called me a bad duty." And he holds up his fists like he's gonna punch me. And I go, "What?" He gets himself together once more, he holds his fist in the air, "You called me a bad duty." I didn't get it. I genuinely didn't get it. So the third time I asked him to repeat himself, He did it again, and I could see he's really fierce and he's really angry with me. I said, Vasil, please, could you write it down? So he wrote B-A-D, bad, D-U-D-E, bad dude. Oh, I said to him, I called you a bad dude. He goes, yes, you called me a bad dude. And up comes the fist once more. Now, the weirdest thing, I'm stuck. He says to me, what does it mean? Now, here the guy wants to fight. So I got to come up with something on the spur of the moment, and I couldn't believe it. I nailed it. I pulled a James Bond. I said, Vasil, do you know Clint Eastwood? And he immediately stopped. Clint Eastwood? Bang, 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 bang? Yes. You think I'm like Clint Eastwood? Yes. Oh, my friend. We embrace and go get another drink. Rum Svidler. Those were pretty good. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at the results so far. We only had one, and it was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. Levon kind of surprised Fabi in this line of the French defense, and Fabi said he didn't quite remember how to continue, so opted out to just make a quick draw.
But it was a very important result for our results because of course it was the number 1 playing number 2 in the tournament standings. And once again, MVL, dare I say it for the 5th time in 7 games, is really showing his advantages. And we've been talking about the position after the move f4 and f takes e5, but we have queen a2,
which is not great. Yeah.
And king h8 on the board. We were, Peter, we
like
were
the
looking at f5 immediately.
We liked the 5, and MVL decided not to do it. If you play a5, I wonder if maybe he was slightly
perturbed,
disliking the move knight h6, where the solution is very specific, because it's not that the f5 pawn is hanging. It's the idea of knight g4 that's annoying. But after a b1, just intending to lift it to e2 if the h2 pawn gets attacked, you can't take on f5 because you just instantly lose a piece to knight f2, and then g3, g4. And this is why queen a2 is not good. Because after queen a2, first of all, queen f5 was very strong. This opportunity was missed by Sam, but it was very strong. We've removed protection from this piece. We don't particularly want to play e3, e4 here, because after knight d7, we don't get to play knight c5. This is why we provoked e3, e4 with black.
Right.
Yeah? And if you play knight c5, you allow e takes f4. And this actually gets very messy, because if you take on b7, f3 is playable, and also very simply, we can just destroy much of the cover of the white king. And this is now very much a 3-result game, at the very least, maybe just straight up better for black.
Right.
So queen f5 was solving most of the issues, because if your best move is knight c1, and now we play king h8, we've given away so much of our advantage, because like this is not what we wanted. After king h8, though, regrettably, we no longer can go back to our plan with f5, because now knight h6 is very strong. Because now, without the queen on c2, apart from knight g4, which is still a threat,
it's like
we can actually take on f5 in this position. Knight f2, the queen goes back to h6 or h5. Actually, even h5 is fine. There's nobody here.
Right.
Which means that after king h8, the engine suggests going f e5, knight e5, knight e5, rook e5, and queen f7. Which still provides some pressure. If you play queen d7 here, the endgame is maybe a little bit better for white, because c7 is potentially a target. You play rook fc1, you play king f2. Although I suspect it might be not that bad. Knight b6, put the rook on e7, a4 is also going to represent the problem.
Maybe MVL should have tried this. Instead, he played knight e4 in the current position.
Yeah, but this hasn't happened. He played knight e4, and now after knight e4, once again, e4 is playable, queen f5 is playable. Queen f5, I'm assuming he wants to play knight dc5, because otherwise I don't understand what we're doing. And the machine says takes, put the queen on d5. Black seems to be okay, because after the logical takes, and rook f5, we can play knight b4. And we are about to play b7, b6, solving many of our issues sort of in one go, removing the weakness on b7. Our really poor knight on b6 is now in a much better square. Just fine for black, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, big turnaround, because MVL got seemingly a very pleasant position here, and queen a2 was a little bit too fancy. But maybe he didn't see rook b1. The one way for me to explain it is he wanted to play a5, so knight h6, and got spooked. Because this is actually a very annoying threat.
Right.
Knight e4, and now Sam is thinking, so I guess we'll leave that be for a bit.
Thank you, Peter. Yasser, I want to go back to Wesley and Gukesh's game. Wesley found the best move, king h1. It's on the board.
He's enjoying an extra pawn, and now his king has a measure of protection that he never had in all of those other variations that we've been looking at. And I think he's...
After queen g6, we want to play bishop f4.
Yeah.
I think if black does nothing at all, we probably want to play something like bishop a4, c2.
Yep.
And once that piece is in play, then white is just better on pretty much any count you would like to.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Without knowing Engine's evaluation, what would you give this position, numerically speaking? +1, more or less?
1 1/3, because I feel like 1.3.
There's also extra pawn.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm extra pawn, and I've got the 2 bishops. Yeah, you want to say put a black pawn on b6, and I would say, you know, half a pawn, a pawn, thanks to the 2 bishops. But I'm with Peter 100%. I feel that there's only one errant piece in the position, you know, this bishop on c6. Put that bishop back on f1, put it on c2, and I'm feeling like I'm in cruise control. I'll just improve. I'll bring this rook into the game, and eventually, I've got a big majority over there on the queen side.
Let's see, he's about to make a move. Queen g6, which is the best move in the position. But now we go bishop f4. Bishop
f4, again, a very, very logical move, the bishop on d2. Ask yourself, talk to your pieces. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? And the pieces will say to you, you know, like, hey, I'm on d2.
Get me to a better square.
Yeah, I mean, come on, coach, get me in the game.
Put me in, yeah.
Yeah, if you were thinking about c4, good for you, because you're thinking about improving the bishop. Be careful, because then that knight on f5 said, I'm here to terrorize you, and I will take your pawn on d4.
It's probably black's best piece.
Yeah.
The knight on f5, so.
And if you're thinking like Peter, like, hey, bring that bishop back to c2 again. Very, very logical. But I like bishop f4. By the way, is rook g1 terrible?
Yeah, I think this is why bishop f4 is being suggested here. Rook g1, I'm pretty sure the idea is to play knight h4. And you would very much like to trade queens with white, but that bishop on d2 will be hanging.
You right?
Queen f4, continue. Queen h5.
Queen h5.
Okay.
And we took the f4 square away from the bishop.
I'm still, I mean, this...
Still like it, right?
Well,
Double the rooks?
Rook g5, queen f3 check, so rook g3, I guess.
Right.
But maybe it still looks very dangerous for black.
Maybe knight f5.
I was about to say there's a queen f6 sighting, right?
Yes,
I mean,
knight f5, rook g5 though. Queen e2 or maybe queen e2 here. But we have rook e1.
Barely hanging on here, aren't we?
So many forcing moves. I think it just continues.
By the way, for Wesley So, I mean, he what a win wouldn't do for his chances. He would just
very solid performance so far. Of course, a lot of draws.
He was had one fortunate result against Sam Sevian.
Round 1.
Yes, that was it. Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't remember him being in trouble or having a much better position.
He hasn't had opportunities. Certainly not the MVL type of opportunities. But today, he is enjoying matters. He is a pawn up, and he does have a chance to
Who would
improve
have thought
his
we
pieces.
got this position out of Berlin?
Right, with the
Where's the pawn on the G file?
right with the G3 takes H4 business. And again, we're expecting just the steady improvement moves that Wesley
You could also just
relishes.
start pushing your extra pawns, right? A4 or B4 and start creating a passer.
Yeah.
And then go into the end. If black goes knight H4, trade queens and play the endgame with the extra pawn.
For me, B4, B5 is very logical because I worry that, especially lurking, right? I mean, of course, once the bishop on E6 moves, you know, your piece isn't defended. So if you wanted to play B4, B5, I'm with you. And you were about to tell me that in case of knight H4, I could go queen G3?
Yes.
Not too shabby. I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
Well, H4 is hanging. So if you don't want to trade queens, you go queen H5.
Yeah, I'm
rook E5 is also available.
I'm dreaming, but rook
The rook is
E5.
hanging also. So if bishop G4, it's still not made, right? It's
No,
just one check. Yeah.
no, it's not good. It's not good. Gukesh is fishing in troubled waters now. I think he's in trouble, and I like the move bishop F4. I like the move rook G1. Lots of easy, good moves. And clock times, by the way?
He's not in time trouble yet, but Wesley has 40 minutes against 23.
Almost a 2-to-1 advantage in his favor. So things looking good for Wesley So.
Things are also looking good for Prague. Let's jump back into that game.
He is black against Alireza Firouzja. When we left it, we saw this bishop D2 continuation. We had been focused on B4, B5, and
Or even E5. That was a shockingly good move.
and surprisingly A5. Yeah, what? Queen B. Okay, he chose bishop D2. There was a captures. Queen D6. Very, very
Here
logical.
he needed to take on C6, but you can understand why he didn't, because after queen takes D3, it really starts looking like you will never have any winning chances, and you're fighting for equality. And he made what on paper or optically might look like a much more aggressive, much more ambitious choice. But now he's in trouble after C5. And I wonder if maybe after C5 he was intending to go D takes C5 and is now realizing queen C7 exists. Which is nasty, I think.
That is a very unpleasant move.
Are we losing that piece?
Well, rook A-D1, I guess, is the only move I can see. But the thing is, black maybe is still not obliged to take. I think maybe I play bishop E6 here.
Then my knight is free to move, right?
Yeah, but then I will just take on C5 with the queen and claim that I am...
And knight D3.
Ah, yeah, I missed that square altogether. Yeah, that is an important square. Rook A-C8, though. I think I'm still picking black, but maybe that's not the cleanest.
After D takes C, black can just take queen takes C5, and isn't that better?
Yeah, but I wanted more. Let's take a look. So D4, C5, DC5.
Peter's being greedy in his...
Yeah, I was trying to win the game. Both of them are very strong. They're about the same strengths. Queen 7 slightly stronger. Queen C5. I thought maybe this position is holdable for white after rook A-C1, but the engine does say that you're much worse after bishop F8. And honestly, having looked at this for 5 seconds, I absolutely agree. Bishop A6 coming out. If knight C6, we have rook E8 followed by bishop B7. It's not going to stay there. But queen 7 is also very strong. Rook A-D1 just loses to bishop A6. This is a much better square, of course, attacking the rook on F1. If you play knight D3 here, everything is completely tied up and you're busted. So the engine actually goes knight takes F7, and that's not going to be great for black. Oh, sorry, for white. You can even take with the king. You're not worried about queen C4 checking F8. So yeah, I think, I don't know exactly what went wrong for Alireza. Maybe he just decided this provides more fighting opportunities at knight takes E6 and sort of I don't care what the evaluation is.
Like
but maybe he should.
Hat.
Yeah, but maybe he should, because the evaluation is not great. Maybe you can gamble, now looking at this, maybe you can gamble with knight C4,
followed by
queen
D5.
F4 and D5.
Yeah.
Bishop A1, rook takes A1. And if you give white some time, maybe it's not that bad, but the usual Grunfeld treatment probably follows here. You play a 5, you break open the chain, and Well, it's barely alive still. The engine goes rook a d1, just giving up these pawns for activity. If you take with the queen, it goes queen a2 and says this is now maybe not even that bad because the king on g8 is unsafe. Instead of queen takes e4, it for now develops an additional piece. d6, queen takes e4, queen c3. It's a messy position. The only move here that gives any significant advantage is bishop g5, but it's also a very logical move. I think you probably make that move, honestly. And black is better. But yeah, choices are now kind of difficult for Alireza because if you go rook a d1, as we were describing, you're going to be much worse after bishop e6, and also there is not going to be any fun available. Whatever your choices are here, they are extremely unattractive. Your objectively best choice probably is that endgame. But it's a horrible endgame.
I don't like this. Peter, in that position, let's try bishop e6. Rook d1, d5. Take it, take it. f4, yes.
Yeah, let's say we go here.
Take it.
e5 also?
e5, bishop f5 is also an endgame, regrettably for white.
f5?
f5, queen e5.
Nothing, nothing? Queen
no,
c... Queen d3?
Healthy extra pawn for black.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
B3?
Queen d3?
Well, takes on d1, takes on e4 next move.
It says -3.
Yeah,
It's
no, we...
Dang.
Yeah, yeah.
But why is this game so important? Because Prague and Alireza is on they're on the bubble.
If Prague wins against Alireza, he pretty much guarantees himself.
He may leapfrog Levon, and I would say he's in. And Alireza, especially if Wesley.
Yes.
Alireza will need to win the last two.
Yeah,
feels like, and that might not even be enough, but he would definitely need to win the last two.
Absolutely, but now, because of Wesley's very, very good position, that bubble just got crowded.
It really did. In last two rounds, we might see people taking a lot of risks.
You're right, really swinging for the fences. C5 on the board, and we can see a rather concerned-looking Alireza there at the board. That variation that you showed us, Peter, where you're kind of swimming in troubled waters there with knight
in practical
c4,
terms, maybe best we've seen.
D5, F5, yeah?
We can include bishop takes a1.
Oh,
I'm also wondering why we're not taking on h3. This is another question I have here, either immediately or
with
here on
rook
the board.
a1, yeah?
Actually, maybe even here. Why are we not
taking on h3?
Yeah, white always plays rook a3. And, I mean, but you're worse with white. Of course you are.
Of
Two
course.
bishops, you're down a pawn. The pawns are not as mobile as you would like them to be. You play rook e1, but you're not threatening e5. You're not particularly threatening d6. But you do have some compensation, because at least you've stabilized the situation. Knight on c4 is very beautiful. Cannot currently be challenged by b6, b5. And maybe here, it's rook a3 anyway, so we get a kind of a similar position, but black is also up an exchange. But white goes knight fe5, f6 appears to be best. We can maybe take on g4, play rook g3. I'm sure objectively the engine will drive this to a win.
Right.
But in purely human terms, there is some compensation for the time being. It looks optically very beautiful, a lot more interesting at the very least than the other positions, because if in the practical game I am to choose between this and, let's say, this,
no,
I'm choosing the one where I'm exchanging pawn down every single time.
Right.
Because this I know will be miserable and also probably quite bad.
Right.
Whereas the other one, even if it is bad, black will be at least a little bit scared, because you can imagine white like launching some of the 4, e5, d6 positions. And like, at some point you might stop caring how many rooks who has.
Especially if the rook remains on a8, not bothering anybody.
Yeah, I think
but bishop h3. You think those variations are
that's what they're calculating right now, I'm sure.
Dancing in his head? Wow.
Both of them are looking at those. But yeah, I'm really like Prague's position. And what move are they on? Are they going to reach time trouble? I think so. They still have 21 moves to go. Both of them only have 25 minutes. So about a minute per move, otherwise you're in time trouble.
Okay, one more look. Rook to d1, bishop to e6, right?
I think it's
fine. I thought if you went with the a rook, bishop a6 was better, no?
Oh,
I thought you were going
even
with
stronger,
rook
yeah.
F to D1.
And maybe because of that, rook f d1 is stronger, yeah?
Oops. well, somehow I was leaving the rook on f1 because, so you're saying bishop a6.
Maybe.
Bishop a6.
Yeah, bishop a6, you probably have to play rook fe1. And I can probably force some kind of an endgame I want to force by playing cd4 and then
queen
c5 as
c5.
the usual processes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is
so maybe rook fd1. But then
So-
after bishop e6, those adventurous plans are really no longer in place. You play rook ac1 maybe. And you hope this is somehow not that bad. Rook takes.
Well, at least I have at least
Stopped queen c5.
queen c5.
Queen a3 though, but maybe this is survivable. Takes,
Got
takes,
some
knight
activity.
yeah.
Rook. Can I
Knight
give up my
c6?
queen?
Oh, queen c7, yeah.
Can I give up my queen? In case of rook c8, I would take twice on c8.
Play knight
and
d7.
Knight d7 and
Appears to be working, yeah.
fortunate.
So queen d6, and this endgame is better than the other one, right?
Yeah.
Still great for black. I mean,
Well, we
I'm not
do have an
happy.
open c file and definite chances to survive. Yeah, the other ones really looked grim.
For Prague, I mean, drawing his nearest rival and maintaining.
The fourth position in
Yes,
GCT standings is already good enough.
Thank you.
But
I came to a vacuum right there. Thank you for bailing me out. My brilliant co-host. Nicely done.
But let's take a look, Yasser, at a bar graph.
For the GCT possibilities, let's take a look.
Yes, this is the qualification probabilities, and coming into the tournament, we knew MBL had the best chances, very close to fully qualifying. Aronian, Firouzja, Fabi, and Prague was in the 5th place.
That was at the very start, but after the rounds won, and as we'll see, continuing.
Yeah, it continues. These 5 players keep, obviously MBL stays at his over 99%, but Fabi and Firouzja keep trading places.
But watch what happens when Fabi wins 2 games in a row. Whoop.
Exactly.
And
Wesley's also
whoop,
going down, and
88% suddenly.
that was after round 4. Then it was a lot of draws, but we know that with less games left, the favorites increase their chances even more. So MVL, Fabi, and Aronian are top 3, and Prague is better than Firouzja in this graph slightly, but it's that half point that makes all the difference.
And that's why today's game is so crucial for those 2 players' chances. And let's see what Firouzja has chosen.
Still thinking. Deep think.
C6, C5 has got him on the back foot here as, well, okay.
Maybe he miscalculated something. He, of course, predicted c5, but like Peter was saying, he missed maybe queen c7 after he takes c5.
All of those positions where the queen somehow magically appears on this f4 square, that's like, you know, Peter has been congratulating us on having a great knight on c4, but I'm seeing that queen on f4, and I'm seeing bishop h3, and I'm thinking, who deserves congratulations? The queen on f4 is really very, very good.
I do think we might see those exchange sacrifice type positions, knight c4 and d5, but yeah, the bishop h3.
Yeah, exactly. What else could I... I mean, I'm looking for bailouts, okay? So
Yeah, I was looking at this. Queen b3, bishop b6, and d5.
Exactly. Now, beside the fact that you have bishop h3, which I find disturbing.
Oh, you still have knights for queen f... No, knight's protected.
On f3.
No longer bishop h3.
Okay, so you'd have to take on e5?
Maybe pick up on d5 is possible, but I don't know which one's better.
Okay. So what do I think of this?
Maybe we can save this, rook d1.
Right.
Yeah, this looks better than the other endgames we've seen.
Well, especially as the 2 bishops have left the board, and I'm a pawn down, but for the moment I do have a passer, and maybe enough counterplay that I could make some kind of...
this is a very bad Grunfeld.
A very bad Grunfeld.
For white, obviously.
Yes.
But while Alireza is still stewing about it, there's been developments in the game between Wesley and Gukesh. I thought bishop f4, I think you can land there, but it's not the most obvious move in the position because it sort of doesn't address the threat of knight h4 directly. And rook e5, in a way, is a much more understandable move because you do want this one on e5, this one on g1 is an ideal scenario for white. And if after knight h4, which was actually playable, you want to play queen g3 and you want to get the queens off the board. If black does this, we have rook e2 protecting everything and we're just a healthy pawn up. I will note in passing that there is bishop g4 here, with the idea of meeting rook e7 with knight f5, and this is actually playable for black. So knight h4 wasn't that bad. Maybe it was even stronger than what Gukesh has done, but he's done something which is maybe second best, which is the move bishop c8. Now if rook e7, knight e7, the engine once again starts saying black is not even worse, because the bishop will have to go in that direction. We have bishop e5, e4 ideas, all kinds of new ideas. So Wesley has already taken on d5, rook e5, d5. Now black needs to play knight h4, unsurprisingly. And now the only thing that really appears to give a significant advantage should be queen e4, as far as I could establish. Because if you play queen f4, you're allowing bishop e6. And your bishop will start getting chased to like bishop b7, we have bishop c8 again. Or queen d3, but this is one of the problems. That the bishop just gets chased on a long diagonal.
Queen e4 makes so much more sense.
You can play bishop e4, bishop f5, rook e1. Kind of securing things for now. But after rook d8, you have to play queen h4, rook takes d2. You're still 2 up. But black's pieces are so active, I am willing to say this is probably closer to a draw than it is to a white victory. So if this lands, you have to, if this lands, you have to play queen e4.
Right.
It hasn't landed, by the way. Gukesh played rook d8. But here, you have to continue making only moves. The best move appears to be f3, specifically with the intention of including bishop e1 in some positions.
I thought it was stopping bishop g4, but
that as well. But after rook d8, it's important that we have bishop e1 here, kicking the knight on h4 away, and then we can stabilize with bishop g3, c4, and so on. But Gukesh did not play knight h4 at all. He played rook d8, and now we can include rook g1. And this is, of course, a massive, massive improvement. If you go knight h4 here, queen f4 wins on the spot. Because queen h5, rook g7, I guess we give my mate faster than black gives mate.
Very important.
So rook g1 actually forces the queen all the way to, let's say, b6. And then we play c3, c4, and there's no attack left anymore. And we're going to, like, queen takes b2, bishop g5. It's definitely white now who's going to be giving mate. This is a very strange miss there by Gukesh, because allowing rook g1 just doesn't look right. You should be spending all your tempi here, not letting white stabilize this easily. And yeah, I don't even know how you could continue from here. So for those of you who have not seen us talk about this game earlier in the show, Gukesh actually came really well prepared. He found an interesting new idea in the rook e1 anti-Berlin. And Wesley, I guess, realizing that the runway is about to end and he really needs to start pushing for victories, he has gone for the most ambitious reply to Gukesh's new idea, which led to these types of positions where the white king is very unsafe, but white has a bishop pair and long-term very, very nice prospects. And actually, Wesley is just playing more precisely today than Gukesh, at least so far. There's been at least 2 points in this game where Gukesh had good opportunities that he passed by. And it seems like in the current position, if Wesley makes the most obvious move in the position, which is rook g1, he should be on the verge of winning his first game of the tournament, consigning Gukesh back to -1, putting himself very much in contention for the pedestal finish here and potentially qualifying for Brazil, and just shaking up the whole thing quite dramatically.
Yeah. Well, that would be obviously huge for Wesley So's fans. And rook g1 just... chasing that queen, just, you know, like way out of bounds.
We don't have to worry about our king anymore at all.
Thank goodness.
And
I mean...
Additional problem for Gukesh here is that the second best move is c3, c4, also very makeable by hand, and not really spoiling anything either, because we will play rook g1 next move. If you play knight h4, we have queen g3. Now that the bishop on d5 is protected, you can play bishop g4, hoping against hope that white will blunder this. But white will not blunder this. White will play something like h3.
Very useful
Rook
move.
d5, cd5, queen e4 exists, but after... Okay, this is a bit tricky. Allowing this with white probably is unnecessary. The evaluation is though white is much better. But once again, why would you ever play anything but rook g1 in this position?
Yeah.
I guess maybe the way to continue would be to play queen a6 and after c4 try to at least get rid of this bishop on d5. But you're just losing. Maybe not in the next 5 moves, but you are losing this position. You're 2 down for not very much.
Bishop g5 and bishop
bishop
f6
also bishop g5 also looking very attractive, but I like it on c3. It just connects everything so very nicely.
Stops knight d4 strays.
It's a very, very strange decision. I understand he wasn't really doing particularly well after knight h4 either, but rook d8 allowing white to kind of develop pieces with tempi just did not seem like it belonged in this position.
And again, not just developing pieces with tempi, but consolidating a 2-pawn advantage is huge. And for our world champion, it's been a struggle.
He started with a devastating loss against Prague. He
played a wonderful game. I mean, let's give Prague all the credit in the world.
Absolutely, but Gukesh did say himself it was probably one of the worst games he's played.
Right.
But then quickly recovered by defeating Nodirbek in the next round. After that, it's been 4 draws.
But in those draws, he's been on the back foot, most especially in the MVL game that we just witnessed. So he's having trouble not only winning, but, you know, being a factor in the...
but after watching him defend that game yesterday, I still wouldn't call this...
No. Winning any game, it's been very, very difficult for these top players. But I'm looking at this position, and you know, it's funny. When I was a kid learning chess for the first time, my absolute favorite things to do as a chess player was capture material. I love counting what was going off the board. I just took a 5, you took a 3, I took a 3, you took a 2.
That's still fun today.
It is, right? So capturing was great. And if I couldn't capture, then it was the threat to capturing. So I liked attacking my opponent's pieces. So for me, the most natural move in the position would be to play rook g1, threatening to capture
I was going
the
to say,
queen.
developing pieces with tempo.
Oh, I loved it.
Things too.
Yeah, that's almost as good as chocolate.
Wow.
Wow.
It's that good.
It's that good.
Strong words.
Strong words.
Yeah. For those of you unfamiliar with Grandmaster Seirawan, that was a very, very strong statement. Frankly, unexpected.
What else has got the chocolate going for them?
Absolutely. This is the MVL Sevian game where MVL in this position did not play f5. He played knight e4. We were mentioning the move queen e5 in all of these positions. Instead, Sam played rook d8, which is fine, but not maybe slightly worse. And after queen a3, he had a bunch of playable opportunities. Queen d7 appears to be playable. Rook 7 e8 appears to be playable. Even knight d5 is not that bad. Instead, he played rook e d7. And this has a quote-unquote refutation, but a difficult one. Knight ec5, rook d5. And I'm pretty sure both of them thought, okay, this just looks very comfortable for black. But the engine says the important threat here is not e5, e4, for instance, trying to disconnect the knights because we always have knight f2. The threat is knight c4. And we're stopping it by playing rook bc1.
Okay.
And suddenly it turns out that black cannot really move anything proactively. The only real proactive move here is maybe knight h6 with the idea of knight g4. But we can take knight g4 and rook f2.
Whoa.
The point being that once the attack runs out, we're going to start collecting everywhere. b7 is hanging. If let's say, if you imagine playing queen c8, ef, gf, we just go like... Actually, knight b7 is still working. But even if, let's say, I play d2, d4, I think I'm still better.
This is a beautiful frame.
Yeah, very beautiful compensation for the exchange. Yeah. But these calculations are not easy. And also, sorry, this is not the position, this is the position. Understanding how much better this is for white and how big of a threat you have perhaps with e4, e5. Like after h6, the suggestion seems to be you can include e4, rook d4, play knight f2. Because of the forks on e6, the queen gets kicked all the way back. And then eventually we can play f4, f5 and start threatening knight e6.
Which is a kind of a flashback.
Yeah, very much recalling the earlier variations we were showing.
Right.
But this is not trivial. And MVL made a move I think many of us would have made, which is knight ef2, just keeping everything under control. But now after queen h5, black is very much back in the game, in particular because the only problem appears to be the move knight c5. which I think is very difficult to make. Developing the black rook by force to the d2 square, and then just calmly taking on b7 and saying, I don't believe you have any threats on the king side yet.
We also taking the a5 pawn?
Not immediately, because
that would be nice.
Yeah, because if you take on a5 here, you do allow a lot of counterplay. e4 you have to take with the e pawn, I go 96, and I mean this king starts feeling drafty, yeah?
Yeah, that
a little bit.
Yeah.
So the engine actually starts by playing queen c1, which does kick the rook back, but now both of them are hanging. So we have to invest the tempo into rook a1.
No.
And now we probably are winning it next move. But black will have compensation because this king is now, the engine, for instance, goes h6, waits for you to take, goes e4, and something like rook e2. Does look like there's a lot of piece activity for the a5 pawn. We play knight c4, we take, we play rook dd2. I'm dreaming of playing 96, 94.
This feels like the compensation is too great.
Feels very iffy. Doesn't feel like white should be much better or better at all, frankly, despite the very beautiful outside passer on the e5.
We do have rook a1, no knight c5.
Yeah, he played rook bc1, and now queen e2 is fine, but even simpler is to take on f4.
Oh, really? But
you have to
knight
take
f4?
Yeah, we go queen e5.
Can't we play d4 here? Aren't we happy?
d4 drops it all the way back to e8 and says we're just completely fine because we want to play rook e7, we want to play 96. This is, I mean, it creates targets as well. And
I know, but I was relieved that I didn't have a rook on my second rank.
Like rook c3, rook e7. Oh. Next move, 96. I'm beginning to like black again.
Wow.
Because it feels like these are quite vulnerable, and this king is definitely less safe than this king. If you imagine something like rook fc1, 96. I'm not sure what the threat is, but you know, maybe g5, 95 already is a threat. Like if you make a pass of some sort, I don't know what kind of a pass.
d5 and 96.
Yeah, g5 is best move, absolutely. But after rook dd7, we're prepared to meet 96 with knight takes d5. I guess we maybe reintroduce the threat of g5. We are holding things together here with white, but judging by how the engine does it, it's kind of touch and go. Actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So. Very difficult position to play, clearly, and play has not been perfect.
MVL, still searching for that elusive first win. My goodness, as he had opportunity after opportunity. 4 winning positions, all drawn this far. Can he stop the trend? And for Sam Sevian, similar story,
kind
a
of
wild card.
Story. Maybe not 4 winning positions.
No,
1 or 2.
He has been basically playing from strength as well.
But actually, neither of these players have been in trouble this entire event.
Exactly.
Which in itself is a big achievement.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, Sam Sevian is a wild card.
Yeah, he's looking for his first win. Rook c1. Crazy. And at clock times, if you don't mind.
They just dropped below 20 minutes. Still no time trouble.
And how many moves have they played? It feels like mid-game. 25 moves?
Yeah, mid-game.
With still how much? 20 minutes per side?
I think they can avoid time trouble, or at least they won't be in big time trouble.
That move, Queen e2, by the way. I hate uninvited guests, don't you? Queen e2. That would be quite.
It also forces white to go for those knight c5, knight b7 lines, but they're not horrible.
Right. My goodness. I want to go back to Alireza versus Prague because again, I just see that game as nearly a decisive.
Very pivotal. Yeah.
For that final 4, yes.
By the way, we saw rook fd1, bishop b7, no bishop e6.
Bishop e7 second best to bishop e6, but not by much. Okay. Definitely the top 2 choices were those 2 moves.
Is it possibly because of a5 for white?
a5?
Yeah. And this, I think, also stands to reason because you do want to get rid of the weaknesses. All of the endgames we were discussing will be better if there is no a pawn on the board. Black could try to win later in the game.
Well, just getting off that diagonal, I consider that a kind of a success as well.
I can play rook a c8. cd4 is also okay.
Peter?
If you play cd4, the engine goes a6. I guess maybe this is actually the idea of a5. It goes a6 and says we've instantly equalized.
Wow.
Because if you take on a6, I'm guessing I'm going knight takes f7 and claiming an advantage even for white. This is just going
not the way.
Completely in the wrong direction.
Right.
Which is why we probably should play rook a8.
Okay.
Now white plays queen b3.
Hitting f7.
Yeah,
sense.
and black has a wide variety of things you can try. You can play queen c7. You can throw in c5, c4 actually. Knight takes c4, queen e6. But somewhat shockingly to my eyes, after rook a1, this appears to be holding for white. Everything seems to be tied up, but I guess there are knight g5 sources of counterplay.
In case of bishop b4, yeah.
You can play b6, b5, using the fact that queen takes b5 does lose a piece to bishop a6. But once again, after b5, just in time, this knight g5 move comes. Queen e7, once again, seems like everything is hanging. Queen takes b5, and we've protected everything.
Everything?
Yeah, and we're still actually slightly worse with white.
Because this is a great success somehow.
Yeah, the bishops are fantastically strong, and black is never going to be worse in this position. But we probably hold after rook d1. It does feel like, we've resolved many of our issues. We're currently even a pawn up, probably temporarily, but we are currently a pawn up. And yeah, this appears to be surviving. So the best after queen b3 seems to be this very patient move, queen c7, ab6, ab6. But yeah, once again, feels like...
My first impression is I'm doing great by getting
optically,
those pawns
this is
off the
nowhere
board.
near as bad as some of the other positions we were discussing.
Right.
And from the black viewpoint, the fact that there's no bishop on e6 means that there's a lot more counterplay against the pawn on f7 than maybe white deserved. Bishop. Yeah, for those of you who may perhaps have missed the beginning of this game, this began its life, this now looks like a Grunfeld.
But it was a Russell.
Definitely wasn't a Grunfeld. This began its life as a slowish Rossolimo Sicilian, in which Alireza chose a third way of playing it. We've seen quite a few of these in this tournament.
C3.
But today he played the slow d3, c3, knight d2, knight c4 line. And the position seemed quite balanced until Alireza, as he has been doing all tournament, just dramatically changed the course of the game by exchanging some pawns on the queen side and the bishop
E4.
for a central e5 pawn and a knight, and is now trying to equalize. And perhaps will succeed, but it is really a fight for equality for Alireza ever since. Pragg has been playing very solid chess and has some winning chances, although we suspect this is a kind of position that the engine holds.
Right. Good summation. And
yes, sir. This is a very exciting game, but let's go back to Wesley and Gukesh. Wesley did find the best move, rook g1, and then knight h4 is on the board. Peter showed us that after queen f4, black is in big trouble in this game.
And because of the rook being on the d file, the desirable queen e4 just unfortunately invites a queen trade, and the d2 bishop is hanging. But this move, queen f4, I'm desperately searching for cheap.
You have to play rook takes d5, which is really not that much fun. Rook g6, knight g6, queen e3. And yes, the king is unsafe on h1, but white has so much material up.
All the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
your
I'm up
attackers
two
are...
pawns. Gosh, I keep thinking, I'm up 2 pawns already, sorry.
If you add black a pawn on b6 in this position, you have decent drawing chances. But because there is so much extra material on the queen side, this has to be winning.
Yeah, let's take a look
But don't I have any cheapos here?
Yeah, let's look at bishop b7. The king is weak, but can we cover it up quickly?
Well, I'm about to take that pawn on a7. You know me, I'm a pawn grubber.
And with a tempo too.
Yeah, that's the
Queen a7 is very strong, but regrettably for Gukesh, king g1 is also very strong.
As well.
Yeah. And king g1, what was the cheapo you were trying to go for?
I don't know. I was just trying to. I'm hoping that if I have knight e5 and bishop on b7.
Knight e5 now queen takes a7, knight f3 check, king h1 is just like +6, regrettably.
+6. You've got
because there's no pawn on h6. You have bank rank issues in every single position. We go queen a7. Yes, we have to put the king on a good square, but then your position just starts falling apart because this is a mating threat.
Yeah.
If you play bishop c8, I have, among other things, I have queen a8 and then take on f3.
By the way, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah,
ding.
removing some of your much valued attackers, so-called attackers.
Right.
No, it just collapses. Best appears to be something like knight h4 straight away, with the bishop still on c8 to at least control e5, e6 ideas. But pretty much any reasonable move here appears to be winning for white. f2, f3 is very strong. c3, c4 is very strong. I think I like f3. We probably need to do something like h6, and then we can go. The engine even goes c4, rook d8, c5, bishop b7, and e6. This is a very computerish way of winning this position, frankly, where we just ignore the fact that f3 is hanging, and we just go e7 here, and we win. Yeah. But okay, let's find a human way of winning this position.
A queen e4. Queen e4.
I guess queen e4, rook d2, queen takes h4, black goes bishop e6. You will win a pawn on the queen side, but how do we think about this?
Can I play queen b4 instead of king h1?
I guess it's worried about bishop h3, I guess, and not without reason.
Right. Oops. All good.
Yeah, oops.
No, you do need to safeguard the king first. And I want to say, like, every once in a while you will actually fail to win this with white, right?
Yeah,
particularly if somehow the a-pawns will get off the board. Yeah,
that's true.
If you imagine, let's fabricate something completely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Something like this.
Yeah.
It just says zeros on my screen.
Exactly.
Because there is just such a clear blockade. The pawn never crosses the fourth, basically.
Exactly.
Obviously, white will never allow this.
Right.
But you would like something cleaner. Like if we get here, and your choice is between queen e4 and a dream, you would kind of prefer something that is winning more by force.
Of course.
But yeah, Gukesh should go for this, and I think he will go for this, because after queen f4, also the problem is there's just absolutely no choice, because queen h5, rook g7 is not bad, but this is even stronger.
Yeah.
This just ends the game on the spot.
Double threat.
Queen f5 and play down 2 pawns in the endgame?
No, I think you always pick rook takes d5.
c4
here. I mean, these positions we kind of know how they're evaluated. Whereas the queen down position.
Are we possibly winning the e5 pawn?
Rook e1.
So if we can get that
I really like the top line on my screen, which is rook g1.
Oh.
Be serious. Go away.
See, if someone plays that, that's how you know they're cheating.
Yeah, I mean.
What even? How does rook a1 even come into your
mind? Well, the threat is rook takes d5, bishop e4.
That I got.
So we need to give the g1 square to the queen, to the king, and we don't want to be attacked. Like the point is, I would like for black not to have a tempo move in this position. So I'm not putting it on c1 so that knight d3 is not attacking my rook.
I was defending the pawn on e5 by playing rook e1.
Yeah, and then after rook e1, they play bishop e6. I mean, it's still winning. Like, you should still win pretty much every single time from here.
Right.
Because a7 is very weak. The knight doesn't land. If the knight landed on f4, would be different. But the knight doesn't actually land on f4.
Right.
This is still quite clearly winning, but you would like more, I think.
Dang.
We'll see what happens. Even queen f4 hasn't been played yet, which is a bit surprising to me because other choices are significantly weaker.
By the way, a victory today by Wesley really puts himself in the driver's seat as far as qualification, because his road ahead in the last 2 rounds is going to see him facing Prague.
And in the last
tomorrow.
round, white pieces against Nodirbek, who's obviously a very strong player, but is having a tough tournament here.
A clear target in this event, absolutely. So for Wesley So, a win is just absolutely required.
If you can pull off +2 out of last 3 rounds, then yes, absolutely.
Didn't expect that, but hey, look, sometimes you just, when opportunity knocks, you just have to answer the
isn't
call.
that how chess used to be played, that you make draws and then win with white? And
that's it. That was always the winning formula. I was playing on Olympic teams where the expectation was we were playing on 4 boards, that the 2 tables that we had white, you guys press. 2 tables we had black, you guys hold.
Yeah.
Whenever a player won with the black pieces, you got an extra rations for the day. Usually meant an extra slice of bread.
When you were our team captain at the Olympiad, though.
What did I do?
No, I think we just didn't follow that rule.
Come on, ladies, go ahead. You go ahead.
We
destroy.
were all playing for a win all the time.
To be fair to this game, in terms of the tournament standings, of course, this is maybe the game we're paying attention the least, because this is the 9th place playing the 10th.
Yep.
But it's still a very interesting game. And after rook e6, I was saying knight g3 is where you should put it, but I think probably what happened was they both saw d5, and neither of them saw f4. Because if you don't have this, if you have to, let's say, take on d5 twice, I suspect black is very close to equality, maybe even just immediately equalizing with rook e5 followed by queen takes d5. So I think it's very easy to say no to this because you want more, and Jan-Krzysztof played knight c3, and Nodirbek instantly showed his King's Indian pedigree by going knight e5, immediately followed by g5. Wouldn't have been so attractive with knight on g3, by the way, because it would be instantly on the f5 square. And here, you should still play f4. Yes, this is a very beautiful knight, but after bishop g7, rook a1, or king h1, there's a fighting game in progress. Instead, Duda played rook fd1, queen e7. I also don't really like the decision to play b4, because it feels to me that the pawn on c4 might actually become a target, and it's much better to keep it protected. I would either not touch it with my hands at all or play b3, one of those two things. Before bishop g7, rook ac1, black dropped the knight back to g6, white played bishop d4, knight f4, queen e3, f5. Black is playing a very kind of a free-flowing game. And in the current position, after bishop g7, queen g7, rook d4, rook a8, and queen d2, there's a very beautiful geometrical shot, which is still not winning, but I just wanted to show it to our viewers. Whoa. It seems like the most protected square on the board. And this actually wins a pawn. Because if you take twice, you lose to rook e2. And suddenly you get completely disconnected from this rook on d4. Queen d1 now loses to rook e1 check. Okay. And of course, knight takes e2 loses to knight takes e2 and take on d4 next move. And the same applies to ef5. Nothing changes really. It's the same tactic, winning the same amount of material. So after d5, the only way to continue really is to take and just give up this pawn altogether. Rook e5 and play something like king f1. Which is not very attractive, but objectively probably actually holds the game for white, because now we will play rook c d1 and we will start playing against the pawn on d5. But d5, I just thought it's a tactic which we might not see if we continue talking about only the other games. And it's a very beautiful tactic where like you just really don't expect anything to happen on this square, but it is happening. And of course also to mention that this would be okay if not for queen takes d4 followed by knight e2 fork.
Right. By the way, Peter, take that last move back yet. D5 is, as you say, aesthetically it's very pleasing. CD, CD. G3, knight h3, king g2.
G3, it goes fe4.
I like that sacrifice.
GF, GF.
I didn't see that.
King h1, it goes f3. Appears to be holding barely by rook g1, rook g6, queen e1. Yeah, actually, maybe this is a draw. Maybe this is why he chooses not to do this. But you are running risks.
I didn't see the piece. I was expecting you to play knight h3. I was going to go king g2. You were going to play...
Here white is better.
Yeah.
Here white is better.
And I was ready to go knight d5, but your move f5 takes e4 caught me unawares.
Yeah. So we have developments elsewhere. So let's go back to the Wesley
We
game.
do have a queen sacrifice.
Yes.
Gukesh sacrificed his queen, and we do have... Okay,
yeah, it's position that we're looking at exactly.
And through the magic of television, we can relive that moment that we didn't see on the board, the queen sacrifice. Rook takes d5, a forced decision. Now, I mean, Gukesh is fighting for his life here.
Wasn't taking the queen so fast, not even writing that.
Look, before it even moves away. And again, knight takes g6 because the knight is hanging. And we have queen e3 defending the bishop on d2. And by the way...
looking at that a7 pawn, yes.
If the bishop does make an effort to get on this long diagonal...
It's a bit strange. White king looks a lot weaker than it actually is. Because in the lines with bishop b7 and then rook... Even if you take rook e5 when we go king g1, there's no rook e1 or rook g5 threats at all.
Because of
bishop
the bishop on
beautifully
d2.
Protecting everything.
It protects g5 as well as e1.
Yeah. I still feel like the intrigue has not been entirely extinguished here, because if you play something like h6 followed by bishop f5 and you just play slowly, yes, you are objectively losing, but you still have to establish control with white. Let's say
I defend.
f4 we go bishop f5 and we try to play knight h4, rook d3, try to land on some good squares.
I get you. I'm just thinking that, bishop rook d3.
It could still get a little bit awkward, right?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, rook d3, Yeah, I haven't fully untangled myself.
Yeah.
I need my bishop on g3 to really feel like, okay, now I've got this. Maybe my f4 is a little bit unsteady. Maybe I should be playing. Oh, pardon me. I think h6.
Right, yeah.
Maybe I should be getting you to declare yourself. So something like this.
Take on a7. Whoa, Gukesh has played h5, not h6.
Let's take a look.
H5.
H5. Now both c4 followed by queen takes a7 and king g1 followed by king takes a7 are very much to the engine's liking. And after king g1, if you play bishop f5.
I like getting my king somehow into the game here.
Yeah, well, the engine I think just generally prefers playing slower here. It doesn't really try to take on e5, it tries to activate the pieces, and the way it converts for white, it likes allowing stuff, like, not queen e1 of course. It actually lets you get to arguably the best squares, like it seems to not be worried about allowing a setup like this and just then playing f2, f4 and saying, yes, this looks very attractive, but you only have 3 attackers, and they aren't really progressing very far from here. And eventually I will start making my own threats, and once that begins happening, your position will collapse. Because yeah, this is the, like, you can't go anywhere from here. You can play g6, and now maybe knight takes h2 is a threat. But if I want, I can even throw in h2, h3.
But this isn't the way you play with white. You don't let your opponent get every light square on the board. You know.
So
but the move c4.
Yeah, let's try c4. It doesn't play rook takes e5. It drops back to d8, I think. Okay. It prefers this setup because you want to have access to the g file, and also I think simply because it doesn't like this position at all.
And conversely, this is the easiest position for Wesley to try to play.
Yeah, and once again, now we can allow all manners of checks, because like if you drive my king with checks towards where it should be, now I have so many passers on the queen side, my conversion should be reasonably straightforward. But yeah, this is still a game though, because you do feel like we don't really have complete control just yet. We still have to make sure where to put our pieces. Do we play c5 or c4 early? Do we play king g4, king g1 early? Is f4 a big mistake? Not really, but it drops from +3 to +2, for instance.
That's a drop.
f4 seems like a natural enough move, but
it does.
It gives black apparently more freedom, and the evaluation diminishes a little bit. Although, of course, still claims that you should win from here. Yeah.
Right.
I do think with h5, Gukesh also wants to go forward, h4, h3.
Maybe. Right, to try to remind White's king that it's not, it's not a free ride.
Wesley opted for c4.
Which is a very human move. Yeah. I mean, come on.
I like this. Yeah. And I like rook d8 more in response than I like rook takes e5.
And that is actually a very awkward move for black, because you're thinking your knight on g6, you know, you need to utilize it by playing rook takes e5, but you have to recognize queen a7 is just too good for white.
Yeah. And now you can start stabilizing, like the engine suggests, maybe playing h3, bishop e6, b3, just doing some gardening. We probably want to play king h2. If you play knight h4 here, we can even maybe play bishop b4. Importantly, by playing c4, we've taken away the d5 square, so it's much more comfortable for us to allow rook d1 checks.
Wow.
He played rook d8, yeah.
That.
Yeah, you should still win from here, of course, with white, but you will have to pay attention until the rest of the game. I mean, for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a long technical game. Should we go back to Alireza and Prague, because Alireza is down to his last 5 minutes for next 18 moves.
You know, it's been the same story for the tournament. Alireza more or less has been getting down to 5 minutes. How many moves did you just say?
18 moves to go.
That's about par for the course, actually. He gets down to his last 5 minutes with 20 moves to make. When we left it, we've seen the move bishop b7, a5. We thought that was a really good move. Idea of a6, first of all, just to kind of drive that bishop back. Secondly, to play ab and somehow rescue our pieces off the ambush on this long diagonal. Rook c8, queen b3. Hello
Apparently
to this pawn.
The best move here that I heard from VAR is queen c7.
We've had this on
Makes
screen. We
sense.
tried c5, c4. It doesn't work for a very specific reason. I don't know how easy it will be to find all of these moves on 3 seconds, but, well, not exactly 3 seconds, but rook a1, b5, knight g5. That whole sequence is
that
maybe
was
not
just
that obvious.
Crazy. Yeah. But I think it's, dare I say
Yeah,
this
we
is...
had this, right? Take on b6, rook a7, and
Yeah.
we were, yesterday you were happy, like with white, it looks like we achieved something.
We did. We again,
I think
you
black
know,
is
we
winning
just...
the pawn though, right? Bishop e5.
Yeah, we were cut short because something happened on the other board. I was trying to figure out what happens after bishop takes e5. I guess d5, the c
Take
pawn
with
is
the
too
knight.
strong. Yeah, so we take with the knight. I think probably I want to take with the rook.
The rook.
Yeah, because I would like to have checks. I would like to have queen c1 check in the next position. You take.
Ah, I see.
But can we force the endgame, or is it lost?
I was about to take on c4, but
Queen
he...
f7 and knight f7.
Yeah, knight f7 I think straight up loses to queen c1, queen f4, regrettably.
Yeah, it just gets mated.
Yeah, and if you go queen f7, knight f7, I suspect d3 is winning, right?
Yeah.
Just followed by d2, and I'm not taking on f7 at all. I'm claiming the g pawn is just much more important.
That is an express. Whoa. No, it's not a...
There's only 2 checks there.
Yeah, it's just going to cost you a rook, and I still have an outside passer on the b file, so...
Yeah. Rook c1 check and queen. Oops. Oh dear. Bye-bye.
Alireza in trouble.
Which means that I guess after c takes d4 in the position, you play knight d3, probably.
Sorry. This is queen
this whole line, yeah, queen
this
c7.
Queen c7,
takes,
AB, rook a7.
We take on e5.
Take on e5.
You take with the knight, I take with the rook. The rooks get swapped. And you probably just drop it back on d3.
And
you claim that, you know, we got rid of all the ballast. You know, we only have good pieces left.
Queen c7
as prescribed, yeah?
Yes.
Now, Prague is also down to 7 minutes, by the way, and this is move
22.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun time trouble to watch.
Yeah, again, I mean, we talk about grandmasters, and they have, they calculate well, they have technical proficiency, they're brilliant defenders, but many times it's about being calm when you're under intense pressure, and it looks like both players are heading in that vein where they will both have to keep their nerves.
Yeah, Alireza down to his last 3 minutes.
Sorry,
Next couple of moves are forced if he goes for that a takes b and rook a7 line.
I think AB, I mean, we're not playing a6 when you have the bishop dropping back to a8. So AB is a good starter. Let's just put it like that. Now, you would love to be playing rook b1 and queen takes b6 until you notice that bishop takes e4 is ruining your whole day, right? So that was why we went forward with this whole rook a1, and we start to think, okay, can I exploit this? We're hoping that you will blunder and allow me to escape.
It's a big pawn to blunder.
Yeah, that would not be good. So that was why we went rook a7. But the moment we got to rook a7, you played a really, really good move. You played bishop takes e5.
Yeah.
And we do have AB.
Why is g takes e5 so bad?
No, I don't think I got that far.
It's just 2 passers now for black, long-term advantage.
Do we start with d5 or do we include rook d1?
I think we should have more than 1 good moves here, right?
Yeah.
c4 does look strong though, because I realize now if you take on d8, I can actually take with the queen, unpin myself.
And by the way, this guy is really treacherous, right? Bishop takes e4 is on tap.
Maybe queen e3.
Okay.
So how do you defend the bishop? It is
I thought maybe I can play c3.
Yeah, I was worried that maybe I don't defend the bishop. D3.
That's just winning on the spot.
Knight d4, I think I can... no. I wanted to play queen
d4?
takes d4, but that doesn't win, because you have rook takes b7.
There's rook a1 also at the end, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm completely blanking on things, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, knight d4 does maybe...
Rook c4, but yeah. We're
Queen
getting carried
e3.
away.
I can...
Well, we'll see if Alireza will play rook a7.
Okay, let's
see. 2 minutes left.
What, it's amazing how much time.
What's the other choice, though?
Rook c1, maybe.
Bishop takes e4, try to take on f7, or?
Something like, yeah, we do have knight g5, right?
Rook to c1, bishop takes...
No, rook a7 is just so much more natural than anything else. And for Prague, it feels like you have to take on e5, because knight f7 or queen f7 is a very big threat here. You don't want to be allowing that.
Yeah. No, rook c1, we move forward. we had rook, open files, the rooks go
One move
forwards.
maybe we didn't notice is bishop d5 here is an option.
I absolutely missed that, yeah.
And if white takes the queen, then black is much better in that endgame.
But I guess e5, knight c6, yeah.
All of these endings where it's two bishops, a passer on the queen side versus the two knights and the rook. We're taking black each and every day, but hold on. Whoa.
d5. You could maybe also play just queen a4, but then I can follow up with bishop b3.
What? Sorry?
Queen a4.
Okay.
Just stepping away. Bishop b3.
That
very insistent, yeah. Why not queen a3?
I can take two. Oh, f7.
No, previous move.
Oh, queen a3.
No, I like getting the bishop. Aren't I clever? I lured the bishop to a vulnerable square.
I can take both rooks, though. Are you happy?
No.
Bishop d1 and rook c7.
I don't know if I'm happy.
I think I figured it out, and I think I know why bishop d5 will never be played.
Okay.
Yeah, because queen a3, I'm pretty sure the best move is bishop b7, and nobody does that.
What?
The point is, black is better in the current position, so black is kind of content with repeating and then doing something else.
Yeah.
Well, here somehow okay. Let's see what has happened. Let's see what has happened because the players are following our analysis.
Yeah.
And we are expecting knight takes e5 as opposed to d takes e5.
Yeah. d5 c4 is not good.
Not good.
No.
Okay. So once again, takes, and I like that move, rook takes d4.
Rook d4, best move by far. White has to take. Knight d3, really best move by far.
And for Alireza, I mean, it's very clear that he's hoping, well, it's a two-result game. He's hoping to draw is what's going on. And for Prague, wow, advantage black and a victory for him. That almost seals his ticket to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Absolutely.
He's probably in if he wins today.
Well, at the moment, both players down on their clocks, but Prague with a material advantage. He's expecting to have an ending of rook, knight, and bishop. Pardon me, rook and bishop versus rook and knight after bishop takes e5.
With an extra pawn, right?
With an extra pawn. Knight takes e5, rook takes d4, rook takes d4, c takes d4. The desirable queen takes f7 leaves us berefit of being able to defend the d pawn. We have to go knight back to d3, and then this is our extra pawn position that we think.
This could be a huge win for Prague.
Absolutely.
And Alireza's down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds, oh dear.
He looks so calm.
I know. He has played multiple times in this tournament a move, and he's gotten 32 seconds.
Many times.
After his move has been completed, meaning he went down to 2 seconds, he got the 30-second bonus. So he got 32.
That all the way down to 7, 6, and he's not even, doesn't look like he's planning to.
He goes, I had a feeling he'll go d because it's more of a gamble. 95 doesn't look like a gamble. 95 looks like suffering.
Suffering. Yes. So d4 takes e5, and he did that with how much?
3 seconds.
3 seconds. We just spoke about the 2.
His position is really bad after c4.
Yeah, well, we've been okay, so push him.
And rook
takes,
not
rook,
takes. Yeah.
Take with the rook.
That's better, yes.
And
to not leave the bishop unprotected and spend another tempo on it.
I'm kind of sidestepping.
I want to push or more. C3.
B5, queen B6 looks very
Oh,
attractive.
that too. Oh my God, that
Yeah.
was so good.
B5.
What does white even do?
Well, I want to play E6, and then Queen F6 and Knight G5.
Yeah.
And, you know, like you know.
Fantasy.
Hey, look.
He hasn't played C4, and now his advantage is much more limited.
Ooh, well,
Oh.
and it really helped Alireza because you could play Queen takes D1 without any thought whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's gone for the same line, but now Queen D6 makes a draw.
Wow.
For Alireza, though,
One single move was all it took to let
Keeps a draw.
Alireza
Wait,
get it.
C3, how does it make a draw?
takes Knight D4, I guess.
And why is it a draw? I still haven't... Technically don't have an extra pawn, but you have doubled pawns. I have 2 passers.
Well, just how do you get him moving?
How do you unpin Rook D7? But I thought maybe even Knight E2, C2, and F3, but that's maybe overstating. Yeah, Rook D2 wins there. Hang on a
It's
second.
not that easy. I mean, Engine can say it's that even, but...
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel like it's that even.
Not at all.
Yeah, Queen
once
D6
again,
only move, though.
10
Alireza, he has to find the move Queen D6
And after
with
C3,
7 seconds.
After C3, the only thing that doesn't lose is Knight D4 immediately.
I can see the clock. He's going to lose on time.
Oh, 1 second. He played it with
And he didn't play Queen D6, so this is potentially another swing. Now Queen C6 is completely winning, C3 followed by Queen C6 is completely winning.
But he played that move with 1 second.
Yeah, and not the best move, yeah.
No.
He had to play Queen D6.
And it feels like he is just consciously avoiding anything that simplifies. But this is not a position where you can afford it.
I guess he just assumed Queen D6 was much worse. Like, without the engine, we would think so too.
Funnily enough, I was looking for looking to
D4
play playing on the dark square. So yeah, Queen D4 with the idea of E6.
That looked better to me.
I could imagine myself, but Queen D6 with C3 immediately.
Yeah, C3 immediately. Knight D4 regrettably loses to Rook D8. So in order to not let this pawn become a queen, you have to play Knight E1, and then Queen C6 actually gets the queens off the board.
Knight D4.
Yeah, we knew he's not going to play Knight E1. Queen C4 also completely winning, by the way.
Queen
there are no
C4.
choices. Yeah.
Oh, Queen C4 is actually easy to calculate.
Yeah.
Because the Rook endgame, you just...
I'm sure Alireza wants to play Queen D7.
Correct. I wasn't sure. Why is this so easily winning? I mean...
Oh, no, we give mate, right? We just go C2 here.
We give mate.
Just Queen F4 check, yep. It's just mate.
Queen F4 check.
Yeah.
Let's show our viewers what will happen to Alireza.
Yeah.
At first sight, it looks great for white. I mean, but once you see
it's mate in
check,
4 with checks, yeah, regrettably.
Yeah, and check.
G3 and... Or even first
mate.
rank.
Yep. Oh, boy. And what does a 1 second move look like? We're expecting Queen D6, but we were expecting it for 40 seconds. Alireza went down to 1 second and pressed the clock. Let me see. It's
3. He started moving when he was 2 and made it.
Yeah, very good clock control, but not a good move.
And very good clock control, but not a good move. Knight D4. Now, what's the situation on the other side of the clock?
Prague has 5.5 minutes.
Oh yeah, I see 5.5. 5:26.
Yeah.
4-3.
I think Queen C4 is easier to see than Rook D8. Rook D8 is also completely winning, though. I'm pretty sure if Rook D8 comes onto
Queen
the board...
C4, wouldn't I be a little bit worried, Peter, about Queen C4, Rook C4, Rook takes B2, Rook takes...
Rook D4, Rook C7, but I give a check and then I go Rook D3, right? I kick your king away.
So my king doesn't get to come to F1.
And then I go Rook D3 and I go B5, B4, and so on. And I don't really think this is very difficult.
And
I've wondered about that myself, but I think it's actually very, very straightforward. As long as we don't blunder some mate on the other side of the board, but I don't think we will, right?
Right. We're just...
F6 would have been worrying me more than E6, but...
Right. Here we go. We're home and dry after that one.
We're going to stay with this game, but I have a bird's eye view, and we're definitely not getting 5 draws today.
No, we're not.
We're not. Wesley's winning. Sevian's now better against MVL.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda is much better
Duda's
against
much better.
Nodirbek.
And Alireza is close to lost.
I'm just digesting all of that, sorry.
It's all happening at once, yes.
I mean, And
Rook d8 seemingly in progress.
Rook d8, that was the move.
Yeah.
That was one, excuse me, that was one of the moves you recommended, right, Peter?
Yeah, pretty sure Alireza wants to play e6, but the problem is after f takes e6, there is no follow-up, because knight takes 6 loses to c2.
And let's put that on the board. The very, very desirable e6, where we're trying to get at black's king, and we're hoping that after takes, knight takes e6, there's a panic. But if you...
But there's no panic.
There's no panic. c2. We get a new girl.
I was hoping for a mate, but we don't have the rook d1. So
yeah, we don't have the d1 square, but we can take on c7, let's check and go from there.
Piece.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
10, 9,
this move, rook d8.
Yeah,
here we go.
We knew this was coming. Yeah, this was always the follow-up.
But it's a bluff. It's a bluff.
It's a bluff.
You can simply take it.
With f takes e6 followed by c2, Prague.
Only winning move? Rook takes d4 doesn't win?
By the way, that's a very attractive move too, because in your mind's eye, you're thinking, my very next move is c2, so why doesn't it win?
Because rook d4, rook b7, which is very missable, by the way.
Rook d4, rook b7.
Yeah.
Oh. And your rook gets behind
and if
the
queen takes
c2.
b7, I have perpetuals, I would assume. Or maybe I'm not even in particular need of perpetuals there. The pawn on e6 is also very strong, right?
Right.
Yeah. And if you take on a4 and I take on c7, the fact that I already have a pawn on e6 makes that
So, you know, it's lucky for Prague
Wow.
that he has a couple of minutes to calculate, because automatically you want to take on d4.
Absolutely.
And you can easily blunder rook b7.
But the moment you do see fe6, knight d4, c2, Prague on the verge of winning and maybe pulling in a tie for first.
Oh, right, he will join Fabi.
This is a huge moment for this young man.
I was
Take on
trying to remember
e6.
if Prague and Fabi have played each other. Yes, they have.
Take on e6, knight takes e6, c2.
Down to 3 minutes, but that's still, that probably is the final difficult decision he will have. So he can...
He's done it.
F takes e6.
There it goes.
Crucial move. Any trickies with queen b3, Peter? No, you just take on
It's just the one check. Yeah,
it's just the one check.
Queen e6, king.
Well, it's not one check because there's queen f6, but you can cover queen f7 and that should be winning.
Yeah, that we get.
But we're also threatening rook d1 mate, so we can go king g7, rook b7, rook d1 mate is quite strong. Yeah.
Oops. Oops. Yeah, sorry. Let me just show our viewers what we just discussed. Queen b3, rook takes.
6, 5, 4. Ooh, rook b7.
Yeah.
He's giving up some material.
Understandable, but there's not going to be enough of an attack. Yeah.
Okay, we take the rook.
We take on e6.
We take on e6. So for the moment, there's no c2. There's no c2. There's no rook d1.
Yeah, queen d7 is the
queen d7 just ends the game. Well,
why
yeah,
is that
because
so
you're
clean?
forcing. I guess you have queen c4.
But then rook c8.
There you go.
And we'll stabilize.
Knight c5.
Queen f7.
That's it. That ends the game.
The problem is, check.
But also not necessary to force all. It's just simply rook c8 is winning. You can put the queen on f7. Your king is safe.
Wow! From our perspective, Prague is on the verge of victory, tying for first. Tying for first after queen d7.
The attractiveness of queen d7 is that it wins by force and kind of doesn't prolong the game past where it's absolutely necessary. If you play rook c8, white can play queen c2, and you still have to make moves. Of course, you're completely winning, but
yeah. But no, queen, as you say, queen d7 really does put the game to bed. I mean, that's a very nice move. Sorry.
I was just thinking after queen d7, queen c4, there might also be just b5, but you have queen a2. Can't force the queen trade.
Yeah, I want your queen in a2, and then I want to play queen f7. I think this is why this is so winning.
Yeah.
And now I'm threatening c2.
You're just pinned and losing your knight even.
Yeah.
He's found it, queen d7. Fastest winning move.
Yeah. By the way, did Prague make any inaccuracies in this game?
I see his accuracy level is 94.7.
Oh, he has made an accurate.
Rook takes d1 was actually, it let go of a win, basically, which counts. And actually a resignation.
And resignation by Alireza. Wow,
Huge win for
congratulations to Prague.
Who now joins Fabiano in first place.
And this
He
maybe
certainly
is
does.
very, very good news for MVL, weirdly.
Because that really wipes out.
Alireza is in trouble now. And,
Now.
and considering the fact that although seemingly MVL is now not as busted as he was a moment ago, we should maybe watch that game for a second. Yeah.
Was he busted? Oh my goodness. Sorry, Peter, bring us up to date on this one.
They got to this position, which I have on my screen, via a slightly different move order, but the same general outline where we have these hanging pawns in the center, which are quite vulnerable. Knight e6, rook e6. He was forced to play e4 because allowing knight d5 would be even more painful.
Okay.
Black took on d4, he took on c7, and you should just take on a4. Maybe busted is a bit overstating it. White maybe is still surviving after queen g2. But the engine goes rook b4, rook b7, knight c4, and says black is better. This is, honestly, this is non-obvious. Because the pawn on b5 is still alive. There are some squares to which you maybe would like to put your queen, but actually none of them work. I thought maybe queen d4, but that instantly loses to knight d6. So the best square by far is queen f4, which actually allows black to take on b5, which is a great big deal, but somehow it appears that there's enough counterplay. Like, you would think you're completely winning here, but after rook c5, white gets to take on a5, and there's no mate on the other side of the board.
Shocking.
Like, you would be so scared here with white. But as a matter of fact, it just calmly takes on f5, allows this check, goes to g1, and says no mate in chess. Chess does not contain mate. Really strange, but appears to just be zeros, because we have queen f5 check there if the rook goes
anytime the rook moves.
Yeah, but instead of all that, Sam played rook e7, queen a3, rook takes e7, rook takes e7, rook d7. Okay. Still, I would say maybe slightly better for black, but importantly for white, after takes, we have this move queen c3, which allows us to swap a very weak pawn on a4 for its counterpart on a5, and we shouldn't be losing from there.
It looks equal now. Let's take a look at the results, Yasser.
Yes.
So far, out of 5 games, we have only 2 results so far. The first was a quick draw between Fabi and Levon, and then a huge win by Praggnanandhaa against Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces.
It can't be overstated how big a victory that was for Prague, because when we talk about both of these players, they were on the bubble of qualification for the playoff, and we said if there was a victor in today's game, that might well determine who gets to go to Brazil.
And we do have Prague in the studio.
Hi.
Big congratulations. This was an important win. Tell us about your game.
Yeah, I was not sure what was going on. At some point, I started to overtake. I think mainly from this knight a6 moment. Yeah, it looks like we were just playing normally, and this b4 is the critical move, and then knight a6. I'm not sure if he missed knight a6.
We thought b4 was very ambitious. We thought his intention was b5. b5.
Surprisingly.
How does it work? Knight b4?
And queen b1, probably
c5.
Yeah, I thought at least c5.
And it's still
b8.
It's
still. I mean, I was not bothered by this. I thought
your knight looks fantastic on b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some, and another funny one, Prague, was that this crazy move, which we have missed, suggested by the engine, knight b6, bishop
I was
c5.
nowhere close to getting it. No, I kind
Neither
of
were
stopped
we.
after.
Neither were we. By the way, this is not natural stuff.
No, I kind of stopped after knight b4. I thought, I mean, at the worst case, I have the c5 and I should be fine. So I kind of didn't really.
Exactly. However, when he played bishop d2, things were going your way until a crucial moment.
Yeah, maybe instead of d4, he should bail out with knight c6. I'm not sure.
That's right. That was what we thought.
Queen
as well.
d3.
Oh, sorry. He played d4.
Yeah, instead
we
of d4,
thought he
knight
should
c6.
take.
Queen d3, queen c1, and.
Yes.
I mean, I have like so many options, but somehow it's fine for him, yeah.
Very sorry to interrupt you, but Wesley has won his game against Gukesh.
Another big victory.
Resigned.
Yeah, another big victory puts Wesley in contention. Sorry, please continue, Prague.
Yeah, I thought this should be fine for white. But this
fine is strong. You still.
I mean,
You got the bishops.
Yeah, I'm the one who's pushing, but
yeah.
I meant in terms of like better than in the game.
Exactly. Still, things
Yeah,
were
this
not...
A5 was critical. And I think I found this good idea as rook c8. No, the point is, for a long time I was missing that instead of queen b3, I assumed he can take a b6.
Yeah.
But there is cd4 intermezzo. Yeah. I was missing this for some time, like when he was thinking, like few moves before this. So. And once I spotted this, it was obvious.
Right. But there were still tricks.
Yeah, this queen c7 was also important because I had this safe option of queen e6.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, queen 7 was very strong.
Yeah, you had it. Pardon me. You wanted to say you had.
Yeah, queen e6 was safer for sure. Mm-hmm. But for me, like this bishop e5 line, which I had to spot, was important. Like this bishop e5.
Did you expect d takes e5, or were you calculating knight takes e5 here?
I thought both were better at this point. I mean, knight e5, rook d4, I couldn't really see.
Yeah, he has to take and go knight d3 and.
Yeah, I saw this, but okay. I mean,
yeah,
it's not something for me to worry about.
Right. It's a two-result game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes.
Yeah, this just felt like.
So
I mean, practically it's just over, I think.
But it wasn't. He made this move with 1 second on his clock, but he could have caused you issues after queen d6.
Yeah, according to the engine, it's equal after queen d6.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wrong. Yeah. C3 just takes a knight.
Oh, immediate knight d4. I think takes loses, but immediate knight d4 seems to hold.
We were holding our breath while you guys were in time trouble, and we were disbelieving ourselves. We thought that the passed c pawn should be winning, but we.
Yeah, I didn't see this.
No.
I assumed queen d6, c3 should just be.
Exactly.
Just be good.
Yeah, but after queen a4, then everything was finally.
Yeah, this is just over.
Yeah, now it's over. Yeah. Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, this was important for sure, especially for, I mean, considering this tournament as well, but also Brazil. We were two players were close for this fourth spot, so
exactly.
This is good for me.
On the bubble. You know, when your opponent's going down 6, 5, 4, you're conscious of the fact that he just made the move with 1 second on his clock?
I try not to see his clock when he's going down like this.
You don't suddenly want to sneeze and show. oh, I'm sorry, you overstepped. No.
No, it's better not to look at the clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if someone is playing with 1 or 2 seconds. I've done that many times. I don't know how my opponent usually feels.
Right, with 1 second. A big victory. Congratulations to you, very, very much so. 2 games remaining, but the results so far, and what big results we've had. We had 2 back-to-back days of draws and draws and draws.
No more Yasser.
And suddenly the trend has been broken.
It has. Prague defeated Alireza with the black pieces, and Wesley So, huge victory against world champion Gukesh.
Wow.
There's still 2 games going on.
And also very big games going on there too with MVL and Sam Sevian. Big game for the playoffs. But we're getting a very special guest in studio.
Hello.
Wesley, long time no see.
It's good to be back. Well,
yes,
yeah, if you're a nobody, they just say, okay, you can go, you can go.
You can leave, you can go away.
You can walk home.
Yeah, walk home.
Yeah.
Congrats, Wesley. Big victory today.
Yeah, for sure. It's a big deal beating the world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju. He's very young, he's very strong. It's always an honor to play him. He calculates like a computer.
Yeah.
He does. Have you beaten him before in classical?
No, but to be fair, I played very few games with him.
Right. He surprised you with bishop h4, or is this...
Knight f5, yeah?
Yeah, and because this was a novel approach that he took. And then you took a very
the thing is, I kind of remember seeing something like this, analyzing this with black. But I couldn't remember, so I was thinking either I'm very stupid, I'm just much worse, which it could very well be happen. Yeah, then I come back to the room and say, "Oh, it's just losing for white."
Right.
But I don't know. But I mean, he could just play rook e8 instead of knight f5 in the opening. He played this last year in the Olympiad against Richard Rapport. So, I mean, no big deal. But I didn't expect him to play the Berlin today. I thought he will be ambitious, play some Sicilian. Because he obviously needed to win.
You both needed to win, Wesley. Yeah. You needed to win as well.
I need to win every day. Any tournament.
Well, but for us, it was a big surprise that you decided to...
But it's all forced after knight f5, kind of. I mean, it's kind of... When he played knight f5, this is all forced.
Well, you did have an option of playing knight e3 yourself, or even c3, I think we were looking at.
I was worried, like, after knight e3, he'd play bishop f6, c3, knight e6, d4, d5, and then he'd start outplaying me. I was worried. I got knight g5, some weaknesses on the light squares, and I thought, you know, he's start to beat me slowly but surely.
Oh, I see.
So I thought I'd just take on h4, so either I lose right away or I don't suffer.
Right.
But I think white should be a bit better.
And you're correct. Your judgment was right.
I think I remember seeing, I think rook a b8, yeah, he had to play, yeah.
But this was a big moment right here. Right here was a big moment for him.
What was the move, Peter?
Well, imagine that he had played the move d5.
Yeah.
And imagine that you had taken his rook.
Okay, queen h3.
And he goes queen h3.
Yeah, I thought at the very least I have rook e3.
Rook e3?
At the very least I have rook e3, yeah? And then survive a pawn up, man. I thought, okay, I'm not getting mated. Yeah.
That's a good thing.
But not immediately.
So after d5 I had options. Obviously, I didn't have to take.
No.
Like, wait, take queen h3, king h1 doesn't work. King h1.
I think we go knight h4.
Rook g1, knight f3.
At a certain
moment, I think they
we
take
could
on
just
e8
take
simply
the bishop.
Rook g3, queen f5.
Or do we take the bishop in this moment?
Or you can also try bishop f5 here, maybe after rook g1. Like I thought I wasn't getting mated, so right away. So yeah.
What were we thinking? We had tricks for Wesley. There was
knight h4.
I think f3 was the only.
Yeah, it's knight h4, f3 here.
Yeah.
Rook g1.
Rook g1, knight f3.
No, f3 mate.
No. F3. If you want to play f3, you have to play it on a previous move. That's the best move of the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bad. If you go king h1, let's show it on the Yasser's
it's
board.
just lost, yeah.
Yeah, king h1. King h1, knight h4.
Yeah.
Rook g1, knight f3. Important to throw in knight f3.
Yeah, knight
threatening.
f3.
And then I take on e8 next move.
Yeah.
So rook g2, rook e8, and it's just horrible.
No, I was gonna play bishop f4, but you can just.
Yeah, if bishop f4, we still take on e8 first. You're still very tied up. Yeah, you can play queen f1, but you actually worsen these types of.
Okay. Yeah. So d5. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but bishop c6 was forced. I didn't have much choice, so I go back to d5.
So yeah.
After d5, I can't play queen f3, right? Because he's got queen f3 is not possible. Right?
No, queen f3 is actually a legit move.
A knight d4. Yeah, queen f3.
But I think knight d4, bishop g4 apparently equalizes. Knight d4, c d4, bishop g4.
Queen, yeah, and I
have to bishop g5.
I have to find bishop g5, yeah.
Well, you would find bishop g5 here. There's no choice.
You got no choice.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking queen c3, but it gets mated. Yeah? Bishop f3. How do you mate? Queen c3, rook e1, queen e1. How do you mate?
No mate.
Just bishop.
Do we just put the bishop?
Bishop d7.
No, we don't take on e1 actually. Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Bishop f3 here.
Immediately.
Yeah. Only move bishop d7.
And then
f5.
We go f5.
Oh.
Only move bishop takes f5.
Oh my goodness.
And then we can take on e1 and f5. And maybe we're not better, but we're definitely not worse with black. Let's put it like this.
Yeah, it looks like white is getting mated, yeah, but apparently it's just equal.
Yeah, there are checks, yeah. You start with queen e6 check and you survive, yeah.
Wow.
Rook f7, maybe even bishop b3.
But Wesley,
you said f3 was the best move at some point, yeah?
Well, but the whole point was that his chance, his sole chance in the game was to play this move d6, d5, when you had played bishop c6.
So everything was correct, yeah?
Yeah. And it was crazy.
Just rook e7. It's weird to because he played rook e7 quite quickly.
Yes, because after you rook e7, now you consolidated very, very nicely.
Yeah.
And all your moves kind of came pretty. I mean,
I wasn't sure. I just was trying to trade queens because I knew. I mean, in all my games, Gukesh just outcalculates me. Like I'm playing stockfish. So I thought here
okay.
I have at least I could just get rid of his queen.
And you did,
Yeah.
successfully.
But he said h6. He was telling me h6 after the game because the thing is he got some knight h4 g5 ideas.
Right.
Which he didn't.
It was stronger than h5. You're still much better, but it would have been trickier.
Yeah.
Had he played h6.
But I think everything was forced. Yeah, queen f4 was forced on my part. Queen e3 was forced because otherwise I could be losing. Yeah?
Yeah, no, you have played it very, very well.
No, but actually maybe rook e5 was a mistake because I could play queen f4.
Instead of rook e5, bishop f4 is the best move, but it's a difficult move to make, I thought, during the analysis. Yeah, bishop f4 is by far the strongest move in this position, but it's not an easy choice.
Oh, because now you control the c7, b8 squares. Yeah?
That, and also you remove it from, like the knight on f3 never attacks it anymore in every single line.
So let's say knight h4.
Queen g3, queen h5, rook e5.
I'm GG, yeah? Over.
Sort of, because you no longer have any queen f3 check shenanigans because there's nobody on d2. Best move is knight f5, but then you just go back to g2 and everything is under control.
He's pinned all over the place. Yeah? E5, g5. Bishop f4. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I kind of trust Gukesh though. Whenever he sees a tactic, I just trust that it works. So
I don't know, Wesley. You played an awfully good game today. Tomorrow, you have a very, very big game.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are very strong. You know.
These kids.
Yeah, these kids are very tough to play against. Also, they play a very different kind of chess, as I said in my interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they don't play like how we played.
I agree. Look, I agree. I mean, you know.
I mean, with you play c4.
Yeah. We were playing nice slow Englishes, and now everything is dynamic and forcing. And as you say, the calculation is so very, very, very deep. Preparation is so very deep.
Yeah, because they have 1,000 opening ideas.
Yeah, how do you remember all your files?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I wish I know, yeah? It's hard, yeah?
Yeah, just to remember.
Well, it's like studying for an exam, just the way chess is. I mean, you read a lot of notations before the game.
Exactly.
But it's also kind of hard to balance because you want to prepare a bit, but also you don't want to come to the game very tired. Yeah.
Exactly. You're overloaded with all of the variations that you're cramming into your cranium.
I'm actually not sure how others do it, like Fabiano, because he plays so many openings and he has ideas. But if you use a computer like hours before the game, you arrive on the board with a headache.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know, I have to ask him. But Fabi's always looking at his phone with some chess stuff, even during the Olympiad.
He's got the cloud working for him. Yes, exactly. He's got the cloud.
His phone got 1 million.
Right.
I need to steal his phone.
Right.
But it's not easy for sure because you have to play chess well. Also, you have to prepare. So I mean, as Fischer said, the professional chess players kind of need to work like dogs.
Yeah. It feels like it's a severe task.
But these kids have an advantage because they're just very recent, so they haven't been doing this for many years.
Yeah. So. Well, again, a big challenge ahead for you tomorrow, Wesley, as you get ready, hopefully, to try to book your ticket to Brazil. I mean, it was a big victory today.
What do I need to do?
I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on that Brazil thing already. Yeah, I don't even look at the mat. I know Maxime has it.
In fact, while you're
after
here,
finishing 5th on the St. Louis Raptors, I kind of lost all hope. Yeah.
I think you're in there with a big shout. For Maxime, I mean, he's
drawing. Oh, he's saving the game.
He was worse. He was much worse.
Yeah, he's saving.
At a certain moment, we thought that there was a very good chance that Sam could knock Maxime off. I mean, he needs to finish at least 6th. A loss would knock him out of that place. You go back and you look at your what you got to do. I got to say, thank you very much for joining us, Wesley.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely. And once again, let's take a look at our standings, or as actually we're going to see our results. Pardon me. We have Fabi, Levon. They made an early draw, very forced from the opening, but Wesley upsets the world champion to put himself in the running to go to Brazil. Alireza loses a huge game against Praggnanandhaa. Prag jumps into a tie for first with Fabiano. And boy, what about our two remaining games? We're going to take a break, Peter, as we're going to continue our coverage of round 7 on the other side. See you then. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7. Let's take a look at the results so far.
It has been a day of results. Remarkable.
Absolutely. We had one quick draw between Fabiano and Levon, but then two very important wins. Praggnanandhaa took down Alireza Firouzja, and Wesley So took down the world champion Gukesh.
It sure feels like the dam has finally burst because we may have a third game, Peter.
Absolutely. And I do want to show, I already showed one I thought was a very pretty tactic in this game. This is a game between Duda and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And there is another one later in the game. We looked at the 65 here, which is a stunning move, very missable. I don't know if Nodirbek didn't see it or decided that e4 was stronger. But now White, despite being a pawn down, White actually has enough counterplay because you can pretty much never connect d6 to e4, which means that keeping track of both and like preventing White from attacking both is very difficult. Nodirbek played knight h5, Duda played queen e1, knight f6, queen d1. I'm pretty sure if black plays knight h5 here, Duda just goes queen e1 here without even thinking very hard about things. But instead, Nodirbek went knight d7, which is a very understandable square. You maybe want it on slightly better routes. The thing is, queen e1 actually still exists. I'm not sure why this was a winning attempt. But also, there is this really gorgeous shot which was missed by Nodirbek. Knight takes e4, you have to take. And now queen d3. And suddenly, it turns out that everything is completely pinned. The spin is very unpleasant. There is also a problem. You would like to play rook 4 e6, but this costs you a full rook.
Oops.
So the choices for black are you can play knight f6 back, but then after f2, f3, you actually do lose a full rook. You have to play g5, fe4, d4, but that is just completely lost. Without the d file, without any kind of a counter-attack on the king side, you will lose this every single time. Instead, Nodirbek chose to play d6, d5, but then after cd5, cd5, if you play f3 here, you do lose to knight e5. But white has another idea. White can actually play rook d takes e4. Now, if you take with the rook, you lose this rook to this check. You have to recapture with the pawn. And material balance has been restored, but your position has completely blown up. b7 is hanging, the king is horribly unsafe on g8. After queen f7, queen d4, you have to choose whether to give up. Honestly, I probably would have gone for the queen ending. Now looking at this, I think I play 6, rook e4, rook takes e4, queen takes e4.
And just hope for the best?
And something, and king g7. Because of how bad this king is, this is not one of those pawn down queen endings which you should save. And those are plentiful. This objectively has to be bad. But comparing this, he played queen a2, and white just played rook c3. He played queen f7 back, white took on a7. And this is just so bad for black, because the king on g1 is very, very safe. Rook d8, Duda invested a tempo into making sure no checks happen on the back rank. Queen f4, rook e1, and this is the current position where you can win more material if you want. Queen c2, I think, picks up the pawn on e4 if you want. You can also just play a4, a5, d5,
I
a6.
like that one.
Yeah, I like a3, a4 here. Just kind of really, really telling your opponent, you have no counterplay, and I can improve my position for quite some time yet before I need to calculate a single variation.
I have to say this is just a nightmare for Nodirbek. I mean, he comes in as one of the highest rated players in the world, and he just can't. He can't get off the schneid.
And also, very noticeably, a lot of people, I think, from the older generation, I'm very much including myself in the number, like when you have a tournament like this, at some point you start trying to cut your losses.
Right.
He is doing none of that.
Right.
He is still playing every single game, trying to give himself chances for a win, white, black, regardless. And when you are in such a poor form, and he is obviously in a really, really poor run of form here, you do end up costing yourself points. Yeah, and Duda decides why not win another pawn, goes queen c2, and honestly, somewhere around here you can be, I think, excused in calling it quits, because you can't protect it. If you play rook e7, white should actually play f3. There's no reason not to.
Right.
King g7, we take with the queen, queen c1, we can go king f2 even, and over to g3. 2 up, once again, with a very unsafe king. Right. I mean, you can play it out. I mean, obviously there's no penalty for playing this out, but you don't save these positions very often.
No.
So yeah, very nice technical decision by Duda as well. We both liked a4 better, but really winning a second pawn in a major piece endgame is never going to be a mistake.
Wow, and a much more salient game for our tournament standings is between MVL Sam Sevian. Those two players, Peter, they have drawn all of their games, but who's better? Is anybody better?
Well, black slightly better. This is the current position. White just played knight d3. If you allow white to play queen d5, I think nobody is better.
Okay.
But very importantly, as you pointed out before we went live on air, queen d8 does exist, which shakes white from this setup. I thought maybe knight f4 makes an immediate draw, but actually after knight e5, you still have to think about things. Of course, queen takes b6 would allow an immediate perpetual with knight g6, knight f8.
Right.
But after knight e5, I mean, b6 is still hanging. We've taken away the g6 square. The only real move is queen c7. But then you have to wonder, am I getting mated or not?
Yeah, and that's
the question. The answer is no. The answer is
no.
You're not actually getting mated. And after queen d1, shockingly, you even have time to take on b7. I really would think this is mate.
Wow.
But it isn't. Queen f1 check, only move knight g2. and this somehow holds. No. But you are very worried,
you don't
right?
go in this.
Yeah, you're very worried. It's like if you're actually mistaken about any of this, the game just ends. So if you don't want to get involved with any of this, you can play Queen b5. But that allows Queen d4. And then you have to play Knight f2. And that allows Knight e5. And you've been kind of pushed back a little bit.
Definitely.
The engine is not worried. The engine goes Queen e8, e6. And says, I have some checks of my own. Now the knight next to the king is generally quite a safe setup. And like, why are you crying all these tears? And importantly,
Queen d7?
If Queen d7, we can actually take and go Knight d3. And whenever you take on b6, you lose the b7 pawn. Very computerish like lines, of course. So objectively, Queen d8 played by the way by Sam. Objectively, still very much around equality, but you can still misplay it with white. I don't think you can misplay it with black particularly badly. You can not get any winning chances, but we don't count it as misplaying, frankly. But with white, I think if you lose control for a second, you might be put in a position where you have to start making only moves.
He's played Knight f4, MBL.
Okay.
Walking into the
now
line
after 95. Now after 95, it actually is kind of a narrow path, because if you don't play Queen c7, as mentioned, like if you play Queen b4 here, machine says Queen c8 and says -1 or thereabouts. Because mating threats connected with the threats to the pawn on b6 are genuinely very dangerous. Queen d2, Queen c6.
Feels like I'm bullying.
Queen e3, yeah, you can throw in King h7 and then eventually start giving checks and maybe playing Knight c4.
Yeah, Knight c4 wins.
This is not fun. This is not fun. Maybe you still don't lose, but this is not fun. So if he played Knight f4 so quickly, I would assume he calculated this to some kind of an end and feels like this is safe.
Can I see that again? Queen f1, you took the pawn.
No, the shock is Queen c8 check loses. You would think maybe Queen c8, King h7, Queen f5 doesn't lose. But this does lose, because now after g6 you do get mated.
You can't play Queen f6 because Queen f1.
That costs you a full queen.
Exactly.
And otherwise, if you play Queen c8 back, g6 is actually very useful for black, because now King h4 will allow Knight f3 and there's no h5 square.
Nice.
So Queen f1, Knight g2, h5, mate in 17. Apparently.
Mate in 17.
Because we're going to play g5 and then we're going to give mate to this guy.
It just changed from 17 to 8.
Okay, yeah, mate in 8 now, yeah.
Yeah, I thought 17 was a little
bit
over.
No, there is still some excitement ahead, because like if you get here and you have to actually just close your eyes and play Queen takes b7, how confident are you?
Well, please, if you don't mind, Queen takes b7, Queen f1, and I was looking at Knight f3.
Wait, for a second there it wasn't zeros on my screen, but now it's back to zeros. There is no perpetual, but it goes Queen c8, King g7, Queen c7, King g6, and back to c8. And because there is a threat of Queen g8, this just
G4,
about works out.
G4, Knight f3, there's nothing?
No. I mean, you have...
H5? Like, how are you not mated?
I have just enough squares. It's basically always one square, but one is more than zero. Yeah, Knight g1, King h4, Knight g5,
Queen g2.
Yeah, but there's always a perpetual on the other side. Queen
the
g8 now loses. Queen g8 now loses, but Queen of... Oh, my dear God. No, you just lose with white, right? King g7, h3 only move. No. You just lose. I think you just lose, honestly. Yeah. No, MVL, like, Knight f4, I don't think he realizes the amount of danger he's in.
Wow. And we do have
didn't
Queen...
play 95.
He didn't play 95, though, which probably makes white's life simpler. Yeah, because now we'll have Queen c8 much faster than we were in... Yeah, this is now a draw. Yeah, okay.
Because 95, Queen c7...
We play King h3, and after 95, nobody will play Queen c7 anymore.
Right.
You play Queen c8, and you make an immediate draw with a5.
Clear.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's much simpler. I guess neither of them really understood how much danger white was in.
Sam really missed an opportunity then with 95.
Yeah, in practical terms, I think you probably lose, because if you need to see, like, at the very, very back end of this line, everything apart from h2, h3 in this position loses, and h3 is zeros. I mean, good luck.
Right.
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find myself catching my breath. I mean, I don't think I'm breathing anymore. Queen d2 check, King h3, only move. And for MVL, I mean, a loss dipping below that 6th place finish would have been terrifying. But now King H3 is a completely different ballgame.
Well, and then we only have 2 games left, and in the other we do expect Duda to convert. He's already up 2 pawns. No, one
for now.
But yeah, he's trying to win the second one.
And yeah, but now after Queen C4, Queen C4 is actually a bit of an unusual choice. Queen C8, I think, was cleaner. Why wouldn't you play Queen C8 actually?
But Queen C4 forces the queen trade, maybe that's he wants.
Yeah, but after Rook takes A3, I don't think we're taking. I mean, we're probably still winning after Rook Queen takes E4, but do we want to? Yeah, I guess we do because the B7 pawn will fall. Yeah, this is still very easily winning actually.
With the idea of Rook check and to take that.
Yeah, but
2 buttons.
But Queen C8 was winning like many pawns at once because you can't actually protect B7 in any way that makes sense.
Right.
You can play Queen F7, but then. Like here, checks run out, and if you take on A3, you probably get mated on the other side. Yeah, Queen D8 forces Rook E7, and yeah, black position collapses. So Queen C8 did appear to be,
best
cleaner, but yeah, we're not really. I think we are in a situation where one mistake doesn't throw the win away. You have to make 2 or 3.
Right.
And he is not really making any mistakes. It's just that it will take him longer.
Right.
I mean, I think everybody feels a little bit bad for Nodirbek.
Yeah, Rook takes A3.
We say every day, he's not playing for draws.
No, he's not. No. And I think Jan-Krzysztof is just not interested in any of those positions with queens on, because the engine keeps on insisting Queen D5, for instance, is very strong in this position. But
yeah, in a way, today he declined the repetition, and that's exactly when he blundered that knight takes E4, incredible move.
You're right.
Yeah, you just assume E4 is protected. Every piece was protecting it.
It was a nice shot, that's for sure. Queen D5 is a funny move. More or less like Queen C8. If you were going to play for the B7 pawn, Queen C8 instead of Queen C4. But I'm with you. I'm taking this.
If I know I'm winning the B pawn.
Well, you can play Rook A7, but that's, you might as well not. Yeah, Rook E6, Rook B6. That's even worse than giving it up immediately.
Somehow looks worse. Just giving up the B pawn.
That's even worse.
G3, King G2, you'd be begging to lose the B7 pawn.
Queen E4.
And he's done it. Yes. Yeah.
It's like that meme that I like very much, which goes, you understand that's worse, right? I think from, I want to say Parks and Rec.
I can't remember where it's from, but I remember you sent it to me once. Well, yeah, just seems like an easy win.
Yes.
But, couple years that I've been doing commentary, we've called an easy win, and then we've seen this game.
Like
well, Levon's trading is saving a bishop down.
I really like H5. Because let's talk about this for a second.
Mm-hmm.
The way you win this position normally is you take on B7, you go Rook B8, B5, B6, B7, and then you create a passer on the F file. Importantly, it has to be on the F file.
Mm-hmm.
A passer on the G or H file will not win once you played B7.
And then when it's on F file, like you shouldn't push it to F6 or something. There's some other rules, right?
With the F pawn, there are no rules. There are no rules. Yeah, and he's trying to play H5, H4 here. And he's trying to say, are you sure you will create a passer on the F file?
Yeah. So maybe White, in the current position, White just shouldn't allow H4, right?
Yeah.
Because this looks much harder to win.
Yeah, this looks trickier than it needs to be,
Yeah.
But might actually not be winning anymore, because how do you get your king out of the corner? F3, Rook B1?
It's black to play. Sorry, F3, Rook B1. G4.
G4, I guess. But then, are you sure you're generating a passer on the correct?
Okay, I got my king to E6.
And?
Your rook is going to be on B5, yeah?
It's one of those that feels like we should know.
Yeah.
Every time you have to work it out all over.
You know, if I'm in Duda's shoes, I start to think about G3, just to make sure that I get my king to G2 before I clip this guy. Is H4, Peter? Isn't that a good way of starting as well? Or is this?
No, but then maybe GH, and then are we winning the B pawn? So surely rook e4, rook b3. Maybe still winning, but yeah.
Well, actually, we are. We are actually.
Yeah.
So it's still. I think it's.
H4 might be.
Yeah, I think easier. H4 might be the easiest of all, but I agree with you in the sense that allowing Black to play the move H5, H4 is a way that I could potentially do something wrong. Wrong. That would be
it just
sad.
limits our king.
Yeah. And Duda's recognizing, wait a minute, my opponent's trying to do something. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to do, but he's trying to trick me. How dare him?
Yeah, White should definitely play the G3 or H4, not allow H4.
But again, now I'm absolutely curious. If I take this one and you play H4, yeah? I'm 2 pawns up and you're telling me I can't win this position?
But you probably still can, but
why?
Why make it difficult?
Why
right?
make it difficult? Okay. That's a different
we want
issue.
to win without giving Black any chances of survival.
True that. Okay. Something to keep in mind that H3, H4.
Still plenty of time, 13 minutes. Yep, I think he's just choosing between G3 and H4.
And again, while this is a victory coming for Duda, much more salient to our tournament is MVL and Sam Sevian. MVL could find himself on the way out the door should he lose this game in terms of playoffs.
I think Alireza losing probably makes him safe. I think it was. Yeah, I think Alireza.
Wesley.
But Wesley is so far below that for Wesley to overtake MVL, it really needs a bit of a miracle.
Okay.
Let's jump to that game because I think
which game?
Well, MVL and Sam Sevian.
I've got it. All right.
We can bring it up on the screen as well.
Yeah.
So it could be a quick draw because White has perpetual threat, right? Knight G6, Knight F8 is a threat.
Right.
If you want to avoid that, you gotta play G5 with Black.
King H7.
Is King H7 playable?
I thought you would still walk into checks with Queen E6.
Queen E6, I guess.
Yeah. Can you avoid it after that?
Queen F5.
Seem likely, right?
That looks pretty darn good.
Right. So, if the only way you avoid perpetual is G5, do you want to take that risk? Or maybe it's not a risk, G5. But I have Queen D5.
Queen F7, G4 check.
That's the idea. Let's show it on the board. Look at that. G4.
Oh, that is a nasty cheapo.
Ends the game.
Oh my very nice cheapo there, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm forcing you to take the pawn and walking into a royal fork. The king and the queen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's devastating.
So after G5, you can't go for Queen F7, but you do have Queen D5, simply. And
is that so simply, though?
Oh, I don't know. I thought I was fine here after Knight D5.
Knight takes D5, King G7.
Actually, I could even do E takes D5.
Yeah, I mean, there's two ways, right?
Yeah, I thought E takes D was
and
simpler, actually, yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if Sam will try to play G5. It's
but we do think that Sam missed an opportunity of making Maxime's life very uncomfortable after the move Knight E5. He's definitely not taking any risks as Black, and White almost has to play like a machine to save it, actually.
Yeah, that would have been a very exciting end of the game to watch, because I think Maxime did played Knight F4 with the intention of following up with Queen C7. And then it really is an incredibly narrow path, where any single mistake after Queen D2, Queen D1 would lead to you being dead lost. there's no way back. You would like to play king g2, but that costs you the e4 square. e4, like queen f3, queen takes e4.
Right.
And black is a pawn up now with a continued attack, and the b7 pawn is completely safe. Yeah. So you have to take on b7, and then I wouldn't even be able to reproduce the line I just showed you guys a moment ago. I think it went g5.
Mm-hmm.
G5,
C8.
queen c8, queen c7, queen c8.
Yeah, king goes to g6.
Yeah. Already this is kind of tricky.
Right.
And then this
C8.
one, too.
Yeah. Black goes, how did it went g4, then the knight check, then h5 check.
Knight f3.
Yeah.
h5.
h5, king h3, knight g5, king h4.
Take on g2.
And
Queen f5,
queen
king g7. h3 only move.
Yeah.
Zeros.
So obvious.
And this is somehow a draw.
Yeah.
And if you play queen g8 check a move early, you've actually lost, because the checks do, like, it looks like it's a very easy perpetual. In fact, the checks run out, and not even in any kind of a difficult fashion. King h6, queen f8, king h7, and queen e7, king g6.
King g6, nice.
And I guess queen e8, king g7, and then knight f7.
Mm-hmm.
But you're continuing getting mated on the other side. Even with the knight departing from g5, you're still getting mated on the other side.
In one move, yeah.
Yeah. I guess h3, queen d2, and that ends the game.
Wow. Oh, sorry. That was supposed to be to d2.
Queen d2, yeah. And once you have to play g3, g4, you do not survive, yeah.
Right. Oh dear.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That would have been quite something if MVL was forced on whatever it is, like 10 minutes to find this whole sequence. That would have been quite something.
Lots of luck with that one. And there you see Sam struggling with another missed opportunity. MVL has missed plenty. Sam probably missed two. I can think of Wesley and Fabi as two examples where Sam let go of a considerable advantage. Today he had something.
At one point he definitely had a push, yeah. MVL misplayed a very pleasant position out of the opening. He actually kind of went in a completely wrong direction and ended up slowly but surely going from a position where the engine was giving him a one-pawn advantage to a position where he was definitely behind. But then he defended really well.
Peter, I might ask you on the spot a very difficult question. I have watched Sam, for at least a dozen years, improving.
Very obvious.
And he keeps making those improvements, but it's not the leaps that we've been seeing Arjun, Prague, and Gukesh make. What leap? What does he need to get to that world-class level of playing on the GCT tour? Always.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know the young man as well as you do. Obviously I have seen his games, and I've watched him play in very strong tournaments, but I haven't really paid. Like, never had any occasion to do any sort of detailed study of his style or what he is lacking. But he is obviously a very hard worker.
Right.
Has decent opening preparation. He is very ambitious.
I mean, he's good in blitz. He's good at rapids. He's good. I mean, he's got this 2,700 level.
As well.
He won Shine. That was a big breakthrough because he proved
kind of
to himself.
A strange question, maybe, but I genuinely don't know the answer, and it might be relevant. Is he very involved academically?
I don't know.
Because the American players who participate in those collegiate programs, I assume, have to pay some attention to the actual collegiate stuff.
Absolutely.
And comparing somebody who is a very promising junior but has to actually pay attention to high school and then university to somebody who quits school at 10 and just dedicates his entire life on chess. Maybe this is... Because for me, for instance, I don't know why I'm transferring it over to you, but there is an example very clearly in my life. In my generation, and weirdly, Vladimir Kramnik is exactly 1 year older than me, and I somehow never included him in my generation because he was just so much better than everybody else. But if you forget Kramnik existed for a second, of people born in the Soviet Union in 1976...
You were required to go to university.
No, but what I mean is, in the junior tournaments, it was basically me, Vadim Zvyagintsev, and Vasily Melin. We were winning pretty much everything in our age group. And Alexander Morozevich was 1 year younger. And because he was 1 year younger, we were still doing quite well against him. And then they both went to very serious programs in universities, and I kind of didn't.
Right.
And they both became very strong grandmasters. But by the age of, let's say, 22, it was very obvious that the 5 years they spent getting a degree, which I didn't spend getting a degree, put some distance between us, and also made them less, dedicated to becoming better chess players. I'm not sure it's a mistake to get a degree, frankly. Right. I often think that maybe I would have liked to get a degree, but it matters.
Yeah.
It absolutely matters.
And these maybe are some of the most formative years of your life.
So this is why I'm asking for, because if we compare somebody like Sam to somebody like Prague, for instance, who of course finished school, but he wasn't particularly, pressured to study too much, and you could be absent, and you could absolutely dedicate your life to improving as a chess player, and Sam maybe has to actually do two things at once.
And like now that you mention it, Magnus went to a school that allowed a sports program that allowed him to basically dedicate himself to playing chess. By the way, we do have the queens coming off in this game. Thank you for those insights, because it is it's a very important question as to how do I improve? I mean, what am I missing in the case of Sam Sevian?
Because honestly, it doesn't feel like he's missing anything chess-wise.
Right.
He seems like a pretty well-rounded player, good opening preparation. As you said, this is always an indication of somebody who should be good as a chess player, because he plays all formats well. He plays 9LX well. He's a very, very strong blitz player. So it's not like you can point to something and say, see,
just work on your attacking abilities, guy, and you're going to be great. Or your technical, your rook endings are what's really messing you up. By the way, current knight ending, this looks like MVL can breathe a sigh of relief at last.
I think this is just a draw. I think you actually go 95. You don't even protect the pawn.
Yeah.
I think you go 95 and everything comes off.
Agree.
Because I don't think knight d8. I don't think knight d8 is playing for a win. King g4, king f5. Like white might become interesting.
Exactly. Yeah. So we are expecting that these two pawns are going to be traded after a move like knight e5, munch here, and then we start to figure out how should we trade off the e pawn after king f5 and e5, or e5 followed by king f5, and that's pretty much a draw in the offing. By the way, I'm going to go back to Duda's game.
Let's go check. He chose g3, didn't allow h4.
And I think that was a very good decision. Yeah.
And now looks like just a technical conversion of this rook endgame.
Right.
You don't want to go rook a7, right? Are you just going to give up the pawn?
It's really not that difficult, I guess. What could I do here to make? I mean, I have to think in terms of what would upset you the most, right? Yeah. And is it? Well,
that's actually a good way to think about these games. Yeah, as you are choosing.
H4-ish?
H4, I think GH, GH, King G2. The problem is
that's the problem.
Yeah, I think that is the problem.
I mean, I'm dreaming that you would allow me to take this pawn and disturb you. But I think what Peter just said immediately was, and this is the f pawn that you.
1 second. After he takes h, could black include rook h3?
Yeah.
Well, hg, and you want to play rook h7 or?
If I'm still winning the g6, right?
G6, and then the pawn endings are completely lost. No. And king g5, rook b7. These two pawn down positions, some of them are tricky, but I think maybe specifically A and H.
Right.
When it's not the two rook pawns, I think they are generally quite easily winning. And once again, we can even play as usual b5, b6, b7 because it's the f pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we'll win automatically. Yeah.
Exactly.
Huh.
You notice in the other game there was no pawn trade.
Yeah, Sam went king knight a5, which I think is. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a draw. There's.
Sam did what?
Sam didn't play knight.
Didn't trade the b pawns.
Yeah, you can even play e5 here if you want. Get rid of all the weaknesses. Yeah.
I want very much to play e5 followed by king f5.
Yeah.
As white, I'm a little bit worried that my e4 pawn might become potentially a weak.
Yeah, I think MVL is reaching for king f4, but I mean, all of this is pretty much the same. And then e5.
Then e5, yeah. Still forces the trade of the pawn.
You don't want to allow the king to get all the way to d6 because then you might have to calculate some races.
Yeah, then you might actually lose the b6 pawn.
But help me out here.
He's going king f. Oh, he went king h5 the other direction.
King h5.
Which is also smart. If you go king d7, I'm going king g6.
True that.
King d6, knight d3. Yeah.
Sam says enough of this.
Sam says, I've had enough of this. Yeah. Let's not do any of this anymore. And this actually has an added advantage of having an immediate draw for both of them. Knight d6, king e6, knight f5, king f7. They don't have to even think very much about generating a threefold. There is a threefold there, which is quite natural.
Knight f5.
King f7, and they're going to repeat.
So and Nodirbek finally settled on something. He played g5, g4. And once again, no. This is a trap, right? I thought for a second,
Oh, sorry. We are just seeing the end of an incredibly difficult game for both players. A draw. But my goodness, didn't Sam leave some equity on the table today?
He tried today.
He really did. And MVL was very, very fortunate that he wasn't
But so did Maxime,
stressed.
in fairness. Maxime was also much better early in the game. So
Exactly.
both of them have reason, I think, to be slightly dissatisfied with this result. Strangely enough.
Would you think that Maxime might have had 5 winning positions? Or you're saying
today you can count
wasn't
it as a winning position, but he was much better at the
better.
opening.
+5. How did you do? I drew all my games. Like, what?
Yeah.
You were about to suggest something to us. In the
I wanted to say that here g4 was chosen after rook b5 check king g6. If you take and you take on b7, now black goes rook a1, king g2.
Rook b1.
And just rook b1. And it might actually turn out to be, well, I mean, I'm sure it's still winning. But, I guess it's not even difficult because the problem is in this position, I will wait until the king is...
There?
No, hang on. Do we win?
f4. Just play f4, Peter.
What do you mean?
f4 is not win.
Oh, no. This is not... Don't play b6. Play f4 when your pawn is still on b7.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's just very easy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and this is not a problem.
And now we make a beeline to the b7 square.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There are other options available as well, but I mean, generally you win most of the 2-pawn up rook endings, so we feel quite safe here.
If not, that's just some really, really cruel fate and irony. We do have king g2.
Yeah, and black played rook b3, and in this position, I think we can at this point start taking on g4 and taking on b7, because. As established, if the king goes back, we have that move f4 eventually, or the king escapes.
Yep.
And if the king escapes, another one that we can probably show, let's say in this position, if you stop f4 from happening by keeping the rook on b3, but you allow the king to escape, eventually it will come to f4 and f5. And because it has all these squares, eventually I will just play rook c8, trade b7 for g4, and win very easily.
Yes.
So this is also not very difficult at all.
No.
It is down to 4.5 minutes, but don't need much time to convert this.
Yeah. The position is overwhelmingly won thanks to the 2-pawn advantage.
Yes, absolutely. Which way would you choose, Yasser? Do you touch the g4 pawn? Trade and then take on b7, or just take, or also you have h4 as well.
You know, the crazy part is I kind of like having the pawn on h3 and h5. You know, for example, I'm taking on b7 right now, right? And then
or b5. There's always a fifth option.
Yeah, you always ask the chess players, you know, a binary question, and they always come up with a third response. Like, okay, I wanted to say that, I don't know, I kind of like having the rook. Okay, here, let me just point out what I'm trying to say here. Imagine I take, and imagine just for argument's sake you played here, right? And imagine I go check, or
King G6,
something like this. I'm giving myself an option of going pardon me, I'm giving myself an option of giving Rook G5 check, and I'm not saying that this is particularly genius or anything like that, but I like as white having
extra options.
Yeah, the H4 or having to play F4, I don't mind this. But okay, obviously it's
played B5.
There's a lot of ways.
There's another idea for white. If black's just standing and doing nothing, rook b1 back and forth, I go h4 and rook h6.
Yeah, I think maybe he's trying to set that up, actually.
Oh, that's actually pretty nasty as well. Another reason why you maybe you're not so eager to play h3 takes g4.
Yeah, because what's the rush?
Yeah. Oh, that's
even
that's actually
somehow.
Cruel. Yeah. Okay. I was so, how do you say, fixated on just taking that pawn on b7. Couldn't I take out a pawn on b7, come back to b6?
And still do.
You know, like give me that guy, give me that guy, and give me that guy.
But you have to start with taking h5 first, because otherwise black king would go back to g6 and stay there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do suspect that Duda set up an option for himself from the current position of playing h4, now that the king has been cut off from the pawn, and bringing his rook. I guess you have to play king e4 in such
king
a case.
e4. But that loses the g4 pawn, maybe?
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad.
It's all bad, yeah. It's tough being in Nodirbek shoes right now. You know you're lost, but you don't want to resign.
Yeah. Well, you're just thinking to yourself, how could I possibly set up a stalemate trick?
Anything.
Any kinds of tricks that...
Honestly, after saving what he saved yesterday, I would believe in miracles. So I'd be looking for stalemates here too.
You know, I know it looks a little bit... You start to think about, you know, every kind of weird tactical line that you haven't looked at. H4 weirdness. I mean, none of it works. But
yeah, unfortunately for him, everything is losing. Too many moves. White doesn't have to find any specific moves either. And of course, Duda knows that he has 4 minutes, but he's not even at his board. Just walking around. And this is the last game today. We're happy so far. We had 2 decisive games, and we expect 3.
A third, yeah.
Out of the 2 wins we saw so far, Yasser, which one stood out to you more? So that was Prague's win against Alireza?
Prague.
Yeah.
Because that win by Prague really not only did it just boost his fortunes to the sky as far as making the playoffs, but he actually knocked out, that's still not fair to say because I think Alireza still has chances. But, you know, knocking Alireza, our 2-time Grand Chess Tour champion, our defending Sinquefield Cup champion as well, out of the competition?
And
wow.
Prague jumping in the first place.
Exactly.
Tied for first now.
Tying for first.
Look at that eval bar is all the way up. There's no more up to go.
Yeah, that's
so
pretty convincing.
Trying to do this in my head blindfolded is probably not fun, but I'm trying to figure out if Wesley has a shot. Like, what's the current standings if this game ends as we are pretty sure it will end? Rook d3 chosen by Nodirbek doesn't really change.
So Wesley has to surpass who's in the 4th place right now?
Well,
because Prague was in 4th, but now
Prague
might
will
even
be at +2.
Yeah, Prague will be ahead of +2. I don't know if Ben is still here, but maybe
Levon will be at +1.
Yeah.
So Levon and Wesley are tied.
Prague is on +2, sharing with Fabiano. They both are on 11 GCT points if everything ended now.
Yes.
On +1, we have Levon and Wesley.
Yes.
Who are sharing 8 and 7. So that's 7.5. It already gets a little bit tricky, frankly.
Right, especially for Wesley.
Yeah, without having the original standings in front of me, I will make many mistakes trying to calculate.
But Wesley's playing Prague tomorrow, so
yeah,
that is an important game.
That will definitely decide everything.
Wesley will be black though, and it kind of feels like he needs to play for a win, and that's not his MO with the black pieces.
No.
I remember
he wants to play solid, good chess. Yeah.
I remember there was a kind of I mean, you wouldn't call it a story necessarily, but an event I was participating in. Wesley got invited to one of the Levitov Chess Weeks in Amsterdam, the last one that was just held, I think maybe 2 years ago now, in 23.
Yes.
And at the opening ceremony, and this is obviously an invitational, there are prizes and they're good prizes, but it's absolutely an exhibition invitational event.
Of course.
It's played in very kind of good spirits and is not supposed to be taken seriously in as much as those things are possible with professional chess players. And during the opening ceremony, Ilya Levitov, who is the
host,
the host and the guy in charge, he says, "You're all welcome here. You can do whatever you please, but I would like to express a preference for no Berlins."
That's a funny request.
And this was said jokingly, like obviously there would be no penalties for Berlins or anything like this, but Wesley thought, okay, this guy might mean it, And he played 0 Berlins in the tournament.
Purposely avoided
And like I beat him in some Sicilian, and some other people beat him in some Sicilians, and he was quite clear that he was quite unhappy having to play those incorrect openings, instead of his beloved Berlin. So his repertoire is not quite tooled towards playing for a win with black. I think the fields he normally plays in, it's not a skill he very often needs.
Right.
But looking at the tournament situation and looking at scenarios of how people can qualify, it does feel like maybe he kind of needs to try. Question mark, question mark. Who is he playing day after tomorrow?
Nodirbek. With white pieces.
Maybe then he can
draw
actually draw this one and go all out against Nodirbek.
Yeah. By the way, just that story that you were telling me, Peter, there about Levitov and please, no Berlins, come on. Reminds me of a story. I don't know if it's accurate or not. It was the Soviet team with Michael Botvinnik, world champion, leading, and they're having a team meeting, and there's a discussion about their games tomorrow, and David Bronstein is going to be playing white, and he says Botvinnik is sternly talking to the team members and saying, of course, we representing the glory of the Soviet Union, and thou shalt not be playing King's Gambits. And David was like being very quiet. Nobody is allowed to play King's Gambits. By the way, look at that H4 and Rook H6 idea.
Pawn is also gone.
Yeah.
And then we go, nicely finished by Duda.
First win for Duda.
Wow.
Big win indeed, and definitely a tough tournament for Nodirbek.
I mean, when it rains, it pours. There's nothing else to say. That was painful. That was a very... Because he's declining a repetition in this game.
He's playing for a win every single day.
Exactly.
It's just nothing is working because he is horribly out of shape.
Yeah. Wow. If you don't mind, sum up this very, very big win by Prague, Peter, as we get ready for hopefully another guest.
Yeah, that probably is the central game of the round because it was a decisive game between two people who were doing quite well in the tournament. And for Alireza, it was clearly he understood how important that game was. And after a somewhat quiet opening, like in particular here, the position is very balanced. You don't really have to do anything dramatic. If you want to play before, you can absolutely prepare it for a move. Instead, he went for something which does sharpen the position wonderfully well, but in many cases to black's favor. He should have played before b5 here, but after bishop d2, he already has to fight for equality, knight c5, queen d6. Regrettably for Alireza, the best appears to be this position, which you will never play for a win.
Right.
Which I think is why he rejected it out of hand, I'm pretty sure. But having not done that, having played d4 and allowed c5, he was very much in a catch-up mode. You are now worse with white. You have to make a bunch of only moves in a row to not be completely lost. And he also kept on turning down options which would leave him completely bereft of any winning chances.
Yeah,
and in the end, when you have a position which is not great, and you're also turning down what could be draws, you generally do end up losing, and this is what happened in a very sharp time trouble.
Thank you, Peter. And once again, the standings after a really eventful round 7. Look at that.
Wow.
3 wins today. The most decisive round.
It was really, and now we don't have a sole leader anymore. There's 2 players sharing first. That's Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa after that important win against Alireza Firouzja. And 2 players sharing third, Levon, Aronian, and Wesley So.
And we do have Jan-Krzysztof in studio. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Congrats on your win. You're now at 50%. Tell us about your game.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the win. I managed, to revenge my loss in previous tournament in Romania. Although it was anything but a good game. Yeah, I wasn't overly, ambitious before the game, but for some reason they keep playing bishop d6 against me, which is like the line which keeps a lot of pieces. Yeah. And here I thought it's like, okay, maybe not. It's not that I'm better, but at least I can, play for something. Because if d5, then e5, I thought like rook a6 before maybe, and well, I mean.
Before?
Yeah, I thought before just to stop c5, and I mean it's playable, I guess. Yeah. At the very least. So yeah, but okay, c4, c6, and here maybe there is a tiny edge, but I completely misplayed it. Like especially here after, because I was like choosing between queen e2 and b3.
We were thinking that you wanted to play knight g3.
Yes, I wasn't sure about d5 to be honest. But in hindsight, like everything was better. Okay, f4 is too difficult for me, but okay, that makes sense. Yeah. No, because I was also like hesitating between b3, queen e2, and of course I played queen e2, and after that g5 I think is just great for black. I mean, like
it's funny. A moment ago you pointed out a variation where your knight was on d4, and you cemented your knight on d4 with the move b4. He put his knight on e5, and he cemented it with the move g5. Now, it felt like it could be a 3-result game around here, or did you feel you still had advantage?
No, I was very upset actually, and I felt like, it would have been good to bail out at this point.
Exactly.
Okay, here it was like, it was very confusing, I guess, and I completely lost plots at some point. Like I just tried not to lose by force. And
right. Here he had this amazing shot d6, d5.
Yeah, I calculated d5 move earlier, to be honest.
With the queen still on e5.
Yeah.
d5 in this move.
Yeah. Like cd, cd, and I guess I have to give up the e4 pawn. Like I don't know, rook cd1 maybe. The
this one.
Yes. The e, and yeah, it wasn't.
This was pleasing.
Like, yeah, maybe some knight e2, because if I manage to trade knights, I guess, I should, have always compensation. Yeah, some sort of compensation, like drawing compensation, but with knights, it's like.
But the crazy part was this moment where we were thinking d5.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh dear.
Okay, d5 here is. Yeah. Okay. This very moment, actually, I didn't see because I missed this rook e2 tactics, right?
Yes.
But you're still completely fine if the takes on e5. Actually, you're not much worse at all. Maybe not worse altogether.
But this is what it takes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a crazy game, but then he wanted to continue the game. At this point, Somehow
just
we were
blundered.
expecting repetitions, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight h5 maybe?
Yeah, knight h5 was of course.
He went knight h5. Were you planning to repeat with queen e1 or play on?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I didn't see anything better for me.
This was sensational.
And, yeah, he wanted to play for a win, and he obviously blundered knight xd4.
Yep.
Because it's working precisely with knight on d7, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because with knight on h5, it wasn't the case. Because d5 would have been good there.
Right.
But now the knight is hanging. And okay, it's like after queen takes d7, it's at least very uncomfortable for him.
It's winning at this point.
Yeah, maybe just winning. Yeah.
Feels good, finally, to win a game. Very, very hard in this tournament to win a game. And the last 2 rounds, 5 draws. So for us as commentators, it's like, okay, come on, guys, like who's going to break the trend? And today, it became the most decisive round of the day. You've been keeping an eye on the other games?
Yes, a bit. Yeah, indeed, there were 3 results. But I mean, I'm not sure. I just, saw some positions, but overall, I have no idea. Like for instance, in this Alireza game, I have no idea what happened. Because I was trying to hold on, in my own game.
We were kind of confused as well, actually.
And then it was like just resigns, for him. I mean, I guess it can happen. On a lower time, if you have to calculate a lot, I mean, you can misplay, obviously.
No, in the next 2 rounds, you're playing Sevian and MVL, who have drawn every single game. They have 13 draws between them?
Yeah.
Yes. Will you break that? Will you try?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will just try, to play like solid, reasonably good, and and maybe that will be enough. Maybe not. I mean, because it's like it takes two to tango. Like if white is going all out, of course it can backfire.
Right.
But if, for instance, some decides to be solid, then I guess winning could be difficult. But I'm just, trying to. I will just try to play, sound and better than today. Hopefully.
Duda, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in your remaining 2 games.
Thank you.
As we take a look at our standings after 7 very eventful rounds and a very eventful round 7. Here you have it.
Right, we have 2 co-leaders now, Fabiano, Caruana, and Praggnanandhaa have 4.5 points. And then at 4 points, 2 players, Levon, Aronian, and Wesley So. There's a 3-way tie for the 5th place. That's Jan-Krzysztof Duda, MVL, and Sam Sevian.
For MVL, it's kind of grim. I mean,
it's also shocking to see Alireza and Gukesh in 9th place. That's absolutely shocking.
It truly is. But for MVL, he's slipping. Wesley with a victory today. Sorry, Peter.
I still feel like without pen and paper, I can't say that decidedly, but I think Alireza losing makes MVL maybe just mathematically safe, because Alireza was very important for those rare scenarios where MVL doesn't qualify. Alireza was always doing well in those scenarios.
So it was Prague and Alireza.
They needed to be on the pedestal somewhere.
Those were the danger people, not necessarily Wesley.
Not Wesley. But once I could be wrong, because we couldn't really do any kind of even back of a napkin math properly. But it feels like he might just be completely fine now, despite, of course, missing a lot of opportunities and his play being a bit shaky today.
Backing his way over the finish line. We have 2 days left.
Wow, time flies.
Our schedule.
Let's look at the schedule. Yes, tomorrow players will be back for round 8. Only 2 more classical games to go. And the chances for playoffs are, I think, increasing. Right now, we have 2 players tied for the first.
And that would be playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup Championship. Should there be a tie in the GCT Tour, then there's a special day of playoffs for that. Well, we're catching our breaths.
3 decisive games today. We gotta thank our players.
Yes, thank you, players.
And thank you for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.